People always ask me the same thing. How does someone who stood at the very top end up picking a rookie like me?
Hey, relax. I didn't bring you here to fill a seat. You're a pro too, remember?
Ladies and gentlemen, the god himself, Yi Shu, returns to the final stage with his rookie, Leon. Standing in their way is this season's undefeated champion squad. Will the legend rise again, or will the Kings hold their crown? Let's find out. The match starts now.
Buy me some time. Hold on.
On.
Don't rush it. Same old tricks. You've been eating the same combo for days. Still haven't figured it out? Training mode is almost over. Want to keep going? Good opener. Don't just memorize combos. Your opponent is not a training dummy. Oh, hold on. Let me reply to this message.
Can't even stay retired, huh? What? You want to go through all that again?
Just keeping the kid company. Taking it easy.
Out of everyone you picked, N?
Yeah, like what I saw.
Yes, come on. This kid has more holes in his game than I can count. You really want to run with him?
What's the rush? This game is not as simple as you think.
Leon is down. Yi Shu is on his own.
Hey, can you hold?
Yeah.
Nice break.
Yi Shu's squad looks like they're in real trouble here. Luck is not on their side today.
What if I make that mistake in the finals? What if my bad call costs us the championship? Would you regret picking me?
This was never a one-man game. Regret won't undo what already happened. Instead of getting stuck on a mistake, figure out what you'll do next time. Chances don't wait. So stay in the moment. Focus on right now.
Right now.
There's an opening! Lord Grimm with the Kaleidoscope Parasol! And Leon fires back with Metal Fusion! Akos is down! Wait, Viper Ning! The final blow connects! Leon's HP hits...
I'm sorry. We almost had a perfect ending.
Whether our ending is perfect or not, that's for us to decide.
Can I really?
Don't worry. This was never a one-man game.
Lord Grimm activates his ultimate! The Kaleidoscope Parasol shifts into Spear Form! Dragon soars the heavens! He dodged it! Every dash spent, and he dodged it! That angle was impossible! There was nowhere to go! And Lord Grimm's ultimate missed! No, wait! It's the Rising Dragon! It's over! Your champions, NRK! The retired legend suits up one more time and proves he never lost it!
I could play this game for another 10 years and never get tired of it.
Never count out the old dog, and never underestimate the fire in a young heart.
Maybe someday, the sound of my fingers on the keyboard will echo loud enough.
星星电子竞技俱乐部来电。
喂，我叶修啊，休息一年，该回来了吧？最近联盟搞联动，我来千机散区永劫无间玩玩。 看你玩这游戏挺有天赋的，要不要跟我学操作，一起打职业？
打职业？
我吗？
想打职业，光有操作可不够。职业教科书第1课，知己知彼。角色和武器的机制都得先摸懂。先来新手刀房体验一下千击伞。你看，点击鼠标右键，就能在伞、斧、盾3种形态间切换。这千击伞很好玩的。伞是默认形态，轻灵迅捷，适合近身搏斗。刚上手的话，可以先从它开始练起。盾形态就不一样了，和对手同时出招时，它不会拼刀，而是借势蓄力，再接一记左剑蓄力，打出银线穿锋。用得好，对面的进攻也是你的机会。斧形态嘛，讲究的就是不给对面喘气，可以先左蓄一记狂龙，再次点击左键，来一招金连，这第2招还能连续循环。装上千击伞魂玉，最后还能补上一枪。
这压枪可有点难。
至于千击伞魂玉神技，就是伞形态的压箱底了，蓄力到2段，招式会产生变化。怎么样，都学会了吧？开场指导赛看看实力。还得练呢。要想成为职业选手，对队友的技能招式也要精通。来吧，新手刀房。
这里除了我，还有什么是新手？
房间名称也是。这次抖动，连续位移，方向还随你调整。用这方法狙怪，轻松开火车呀！当然，位移过程中可以随时停下，上调反击，走准位的话，机会这不就来了？影分身，位移后会留下分身，对面判断错一次，你就多一次反打机会。对手要是直接撞上来，还会和分身拼刀，陷入僵直。至于这点时间够你做什么，不用我教了吧？小技能看完了，接下来才是伞人真正的打法。千击伞嘛，玩的就是千变万化。伞人快打期间，点右键，战矛、战连、枪炮依次切换，各有各的打法。简单说啊，3种新形态都会积攒尾连式，攒满了就能放出对应的打制技能。打制技能一旦命中，尾连式就会清空。普通蓄力招式的派生攻击命中，则能直接把它充满。实战中要把握好节奏，这样伞人的变化才能真正的让对手防不胜防。
这连招强啊！不过话说回来，有没有那个技能？
当然，那就看看这一招。在另一奥义状态下，按 V 键可释放伏龙翔天，咬住敌人并进行处决，造成范围伤害。
等等，他要躲开了。
放心，没那么容易。苍龙飞行期间再次按 V可施展
龙抬头，这是龙抬头。
哟，送上门的陪练，还有个拳法家呢。永劫里的交手，说复杂也复杂，不过基础其实就3样：普通攻击、蓄力攻击和震刀相互克制。先把这层关系弄明白，才算是入门。既然会蓄力，也会走路，那蓄力滑步就不难，移动、拉扯、骗阵都能用得上。这算是老玩家的基本功，刚开始不熟没关系， 多练几次，手自然就跟得上了。看到对手的动作，判断该用长闪还是短闪，躲开伤害只是第一步，能抓住空隙反打，才算是真正学会。注意留些精力，别机会来了自己先跑不动了。飞索也是很重要的道具，追击、赶路、抢高点，进可攻，退可守，用法很多，不用急着一次学全。每个英雄的奥义都能改变战局，但一个人开得再漂亮，也不如队友一起配合。多听信息，多报位置，时机合适就别犹豫。优势这种东西，落到手里才算数。永劫从来不是一个人的游戏，及时爆点，战局也会为此改变。一时失利也没有什么，在这里，你不只有一次机会能回到战场，上一回哪里做错了，下一回改掉就是。只要人还在，比赛就还没有结束。能看到这里，你确实是一个好苗子。去吧，新人，把这一切当作是荣耀。我在决赛圈等你。接下来就交给我了。冠军这种东西，没听说过会有人嫌多的。你们是不是差人啊？我一个。好了，这局比赛到此为止了。不成之人，不属于。若心乱，则出招必乱。
你被我看穿，阴阳二界冲也。
别急，修个甲先。
No wonder they say the Song soldiers are soft.
Hurry. There must be trouble at the city deity pavilion.
Get over here!
People always ask me the same thing. How does someone who stood at the very top end up picking a rookie like me?
Hey, relax. I didn't bring you here to fill a seat. You're a pro too, remember?
Ladies and gentlemen, the god himself, Yi Shu, returns to the final stage with his rookie, Leon. Standing in their way is this season's undefeated champion squad. Will the legend rise again, or will the Kings hold their crown? Let's find out. The match starts now.
Buy me some time. Hold on.
On it.
Don't rush it. Same old tricks. You've been eating the same combo for days. Still haven't figured it out? Training mode is almost over. Want to keep going? Good opener. Don't just memorize combos. Your opponent is not a training dummy. Oh, hold on. Let me reply to this message.
Can't even stay retired, huh? What? You want to go through all that again?
Just keeping the kid company. Taking it easy.
Out of everyone you picked, N?
Yeah, like what I saw.
Here she is. Come on. This kid has more holes in his game than I can count. You really want to run with him?
What's the rush? This game is not as simple as you think.
Leon is down. Yi Shu is on his own.
Hey, can you hold?
Yeah.
Nice break.
Yi Shu squad looks like they're in real trouble here. Luck is not on their side today.
What if I make that mistake in the finals? What if my bad call costs us the championship? Would you regret picking me?
This was never a one-man game. Regret won't undo what already happened. Instead of getting stuck on a mistake, figure out what you'll do next time. Chances don't wait. So stay in the moment. Focus on right now.
Right now.
There's an opening! Lord Grimm with the kaleidoscope parasol! And Leon fires back with metal fusion! Echoes is down! Wait, Viper Ning! The final blow connects! Leon's HP hits...
I'm sorry. We almost had a perfect ending.
Whether our ending is perfect or not, that's for us to decide.
Can I really?
Don't worry. This was never a one-man game.
Lord Grimm activates his ultimate! The kaleidoscope parasol shifts into spear form! Dragon soars the heavens! He dodged it! Every dash spent, and he dodged it! That angle was impossible! There was nowhere to go! And Lord Grimm's ultimate missed! No, wait! It's the Rising Dragon! It's over! Your champions, NRK! The retired legend suits up one more time and proves he never lost it!
I could play this game for another 10 years and never get tired of it.
Never count out the old dog, and never underestimate the fire in a young heart.
Maybe someday, the sound of my fingers on the keyboard will echo loud enough.
新兴电子竞技俱乐部来电。
喂，我叶修啊，休息1年，该回来了吧？最近联盟搞联动，我来千机伞去永劫无间玩玩。看 看你玩这游戏挺有天赋的，要不要跟我学操作，一起打职业？
打职业？
我吗？
想打职业，光有操作可不够。职业教科书第一课，知己知彼，角色和武器的机制都得先摸透。先来新手刀房体验一下千机伞。你看，点击鼠标右键，就能在伞、斧、盾3种形态间切换。这千机伞很好玩的。伞是默认形态，轻灵迅捷，适合近身搏斗。刚上手的话，可以先从它开始练起。盾形态就不一样了，和对手同时出招时，它不会拼刀，而是借势蓄力，再接一记左剑蓄力，打出银线穿锋。用得好，对面的进攻也是你的机会。斧形态嘛，讲究的就是不给对面喘气，可以先左蓄一记狂鸣，再次点击左键，来一招惊连，这第二招还能连续循环。装上千机伞回御，最后还能补上一枪。
这压枪可有点难。
至于千机伞魂御神技，就是伞形态的压箱底了，蓄力到2段，招式会产生变化。怎么样，都学会了吧？开场指导赛看看实力。还得练呢。要想成为职业选手，对队友的技能招式也要精通。来吧，新手刀房。
这里除了我，还有什么是新手？
房间名称也是。这次抖动，连续位移，方向还随你调整。用这方法聚怪，轻松开火车呀！当然，位移过程中可以随时停下，上调反击，走准位的话，机会这不就来了？影分身，位移后会留下分身，对面判断错一次，你就多一次反打机会。对手要是直接撞上来，还会和分身拼刀，陷入僵直。至于这点时间够你做什么，不用我教了吧？小技能看完了，接下来才是伞人真正的打法。千机伞嘛，玩的就是千变万化。伞人快打期间，点右键，战矛、战连、枪炮依次切换，各有各的打法。简单说啊，3种新形态都会积攒伪连式，攒满了就能放出对应的打制技能。打制技能一旦命中，伪连式就会清空。普通蓄力招式的派生攻击命中，则能直接把它充满。实战中要把握好节奏，这样伞人的变化才能真正的让对手防不胜防。
这连招强啊！不过话说回来，有没有那个技能？
当然，那就看看这一招。在另一奥义状态下，按 V 键可释放伏龙翔天，咬住敌人并进行处决，造成范围伤害。
等等，他要躲开了。
放心，没那么容易。苍龙飞行期间再次按 V 可施展
龙抬头，这是龙抬头。
哟，送上门的陪练，还有个拳法家呢。永劫里的交手，说复杂也复杂，不过基础其实就3样：普通攻击、蓄力攻击和震刀相互克制。先把这层关系弄明白，才算是入门。既然会蓄力，也会走路，那蓄力滑步就不难，移动、拉扯、骗阵都能用得上。这算是老玩家的基本功，刚开始不熟没关系， 多练几次，手自然就跟得上了。看到对手的动作，判断该用长闪还是短闪，躲开伤害只是第一步，能抓住空隙反打，才算是真正学会。注意留些精力，别机会来了自己先跑不动了。飞索也是很重要的道具，追击、赶路、抢高点，进可攻，退可守，用法很多，不用急着一次学全。每个英雄的奥义都能改变战局，但一个人开得再漂亮，也不如队友一起配合。多听信息，多报位置，时机合适就别犹豫。优势这种东西，落到手里才算数。永劫从来不是一个人的游戏，及时爆点，战局也会为此改变。一时失利也没有什么，在这里，你不只有一次机会能回到战场，上一回哪里做错了，下一回改掉就是。只要人还在，比赛就还没有结束。
Hello everybody and welcome to the Nbpl. My name is Hitprint and I am joined by Savario as we're getting ready to go into the final run, really, just before grand finals. We're into our lower bracket finals to see who'll be pushing through to that grand finals here at Trios, I should probably note. Savario, it's been a moment since me and you've been on air together. How you doing, mate?
It's been well, man. I'm trying to look into seeing how this stage has been going so far, and I've been loving it. Considering that we kind of had a moment in looking past stage 1 and the time frame between now until stage 2, I think it's been a long road here. It feels like an extended period of time, even with just 3 weeks instead of just a normal bi-weekly 2-week stages. But what it's going to be coming down is I'm really excited to see who's going to come out of here on top. This is really one of the most stressful moments from what we get for the stages, like as a new system, because it's a knockout stage, and usually it's depending on your scoreline, and you kind of know it ahead of time before, but this is that point in time where there is some players that just can't make it out. Now for trios, we already lost 4 teams. We lost Wolves, we lost Alliance, we lost WBG and DRG, right? 4 stables that comes out here. Before we kind of continue on though, I just want to remind for all the Twitch streamers that are out there, or Twitch watchers, I should say, chatters, you guys have those drops going into play. Now, remember, Tomorrow is going to be stage 1 finals. Those are going to be a 2-hour drop frame time frame. That's also for trios on Sunday. So those are very limited time in terms of how you want to proceed in getting those rewards. Beyond that, you also get the Serene Treasure Choice gifts. The Polar Light Treasure Choice gift is something that you can choose any of your chests. Any chest that's 360 gold that is not in the rotation right now, you can potentially win that by answering questions and the predictions in the chat. Just make sure you have your Whispers open. Make sure you message NARAKA BLADEPOINT with the UID and you'll be ready to go. But I'm going back into the terms of where we're at right now, seeing how we're going to end up going here today for what we had from last week in terms of who's made it through, at least for finals, and who hasn't, who's been here, who's going to make it happen here. So far, we have OUG, WFG, Fight2, and XKG that are clear for takeoff, right? They're going to be here on Sunday. The teams that didn't make it through from that day on Sunday last week was actually FPX, GGS, YZG, and SS1. Now, they're going to take their stance here, they're going to be putting themselves across a pretty big monolith of a team comp setup of the teams of SR, IG, RW, and TE. Now, even though some of those teams may not have their mainline picks, there's still teams that are still really a core foundation in terms of what their performance has been for the past year and a half.
Yeah, I've been quite lucky because I've been a lot more hands-on with trios this season, which is great because I love trios. For a long time, I was primarily following the trios tournament. So it's been cool to kind of really get my teeth into this season and the trios teams. To see SR, who are en route to a golden road, which is not dropping a single tournament all year. They've only got this Asian Games and Worlds left to go. So it's within the realm of possibility, but they came out this tournament really weak. In stage 1, dropped into the lower bracket. They genuinely looked really, really lost. We were actually very confused by their performance and their current standing. As you can see, I mean, I do think they had a pretty rough group to start in, but even so, this should have been a top spot for them. And now we drop into the lower bracket finals here, that last push towards the finals, and it is giga stacked down here. I mean, you've got RW, you got YZG, you got GG, you got SR, SS1. I'm not even gonna lie, FPX on week 1, on the first week of the tournament, actually looked pretty all right. They had some really solid games coming in from them. So another scary team. IG, who you know as an organization, are very, very prestigious within the Chinese scene and across multiple games. And then obviously TE, a former world champion team who, yes, things have changed since then, but have always been a team we've had to pay respect to. So it's a very, very stacked group here. And it's kind of crazy to see the likes of SR down here, the likes of GG down here. It's a surprise to see most of these teams down in this lower bracket. You know, FPX right now, I feel like I wouldn't have been surprised to see them here, but I would have been like, this could be their chance to prove themselves worthy for a spot at the grand finals. But we're only going to keep 4 teams at the end of the day. And the bottom 4 will be out, and they'll have to wait till not even September. It'll be October the next time they play at the Nbpl, because we're going into a break after this week for Asian Games, so we're going to be off for a little bit. So they'll have some time to work on whatever went wrong this season for them. But yeah, it was very bizarre to see everything kind of thrown out of whack, like in the way we did see it go, because I felt like this should have been, and the expectations were that you'd see SR already waiting in grand finals for Sunday's games to, prove their worth over there. But that's not the case right now, and they did look lost. So coming into today, a lot to prove indeed.
Yeah, and one of the other thing is just seeing what we mentioned it in terms of the past, but the adaptability. Some of the teams may not really have that on the books, like off the fly. Some teams have been making strides. I mean, we've seen Fight2, a team from the Southeast Asian quadrant, to make it through here on the Nbpl stage, and so far have been knocking out of the park. I mean, performance-wise, making it to finals, it's a feat of its own. But beyond that, you kind of see where teams are coming from, from sides of success, start taking a lot of chances and seeing where they start to preside over as the victory squad, but having those accolades behind their back. So with SR being here today, it's going to be one of those sweeps of what you'd imagine, especially in this first round phase, and seeing how round 1's versus will go. So for a lot of things, we've seen a little bit of the situations where they switch up some compositions, having Takeda into the mix with the Tianhai Kurumi as one of the staples here. A lot of the biggest thing we want to talk about in the versus round being in that game 1 is that since it's going to be a deciding factor for you to pick up at least potentially 2 points up to 8, some of those points really go a long way. I mean, the average has been what, around like 60 points overall on a day, where it's like on the axis of it, of being at the top versus the bottom, which is like around 40 in the middle line, right? And this is all about the middle line. This is all the top 4 line, where anyone who makes it through top 4 guarantees spots towards stage 1 finals. Others have to go home for a month and start just watching from the crowd. And a lot of things comes off of this. I mean, this is also where teams can just start readjusting themselves from this point. Who knows how stage 2 can end up? The changes here from this season from the last was the Firefly changes. However, having stage 2 to be thinking about. There's a month of timeline. There's a new character on the horizon. By the way, you guys saw the trailer for NASA, which is going to be a baller experience. I'm going to be very excited to see here on the test server, because I want to see what that would be in a shift, because we've seen Yeshu having some severe success, right? You've seen this guy coming out here in the fourth phase, as well as in the solos, but someone that ends up being a staple of a lineup that ends up breaking other lineups down, right? Zenda, Temi, and Mulch, that's of course a second phase pick that can end up taking first phase sometimes. So the Hottie Nor Zipping is something that you really want to see. Some people want to pray for its downfall, and I'm like, it's kind of a good comp though, right? Like, okay, yeah, you're right. But I'm saying about when these balance changes come into effect, maybe by next month, that adaptability might come to haunt them in the best way possible for some of these lower bracket teams.
Yeah, it's still bizarre seeing half these teams in the lower bracket, to be honest with you. But obviously, getting onto that martial arts, we did see some of these teams pull out some bizarre stuff over the last couple of weeks. I mean, I think it was FPX actually pulled out a really weird comp in like game 5 on the first day of trios, if I remember correctly. And for the life of me, it was Tessa. It was a Tessa comp, which was the only time I think we've seen it in trios this season. It was a little bit crazy to see that, but you know, we live and we learn. See whether or not they're going to have that up their sleeve once again. That bizarre Tessa comp. I do think, you know, obviously martial arts, we're not going to be seeing anything too wacky and wild. I think we're going to see pretty much the same comps we've seen every time, which is a bit of a shame, because I'm getting quite fed up with this Ainur comp. It's too much stalling. It's too much stalling and not enough actually playing.
Yeah. Now the Ainur Zip is like it's that core, man. Like it's been that way for at least this past year, and it's kind of rough to see how that first phase selection of it has gone through. But with the new system on how the mirror comp round comes out, a lot of sex has been going towards the Temi, Zenda, Wu to Mulch, at least how this stage has been going on so far. So that's the answer that you'd see against that Hottie or Zip sometimes. But in the versus, sometimes they swap one character so they can put him in a different composition. Like you seen like Cyrus throw up out of nowhere with something else, and you're like, what the? And then all of a sudden you see where that variation really starts to play out. For instance, though, whenever we get a chance in seeing with Yeshu, with Shiol, that's something that would end up coming out with Zenda Wu, and then they can combat some of the heavy hitters, the Transformers. The Hottie himself, right, having his teleporter being ready, that Akos is there to evolve it, but that's the thing that we've seen where the Tessas don't really show their faces around, or that's the reason why we don't see Akos faces showing their faces, because Tessa takes over that position as his role in that pick ban. Because if they don't want to take chances on those chains, right, if they don't want to have someone guaranteed 2 knockbacks from the chain, take the teleporter, they're afraid of the fact that that person's going to get out and they're going to go ahead and turn the fight around with an ult of their own in the offensive manner, right? Now, a lot of these teams really start to use that Tessa as that third form of CC control, just to kind of hard ball someone down. But another format of where you'd have units to go out and come right back in is this with the units such as Justina, where she can dash out and she can come right back in there. Sometimes, though, doesn't work in their favor, right? Cyber pops her ultimate, and all of a sudden, Justina can't stay there as much as she wants to. It's just how fast can you kind of find an individual isolated target, pulling out them from the fight, whether they pop their ultimate or forcing it in the first place, so that way you'd have a better run, just kind of wearing them down, across the round.
One other thing to note is there's been another comp kicking around to mixed success. I think it's WBG being the big advocates of it, but I do believe we also saw FPX play a variant of it. And obviously, I'm also going to talk about this because it excites me. It's the Valda, but it's the V1 Valda, the superior Valda. Not by any metric, if you're actually talking mechanically, but I think it's the best ult. It's the best ult in my biased opinion. We have actually seen quite a few people running it. WBG had a really, really good game on it in day 1, I believe. Absolutely slammed with it. FPX, I believe, have also played it to mixed success. They won their drop fight. They won their Roma Yang, and then the first time we saw them on camera, they were getting absolutely destroyed. So, you know, it's one of those comps where I feel like there's a lot of life in it. I just don't think everyone's figured out exactly how to play into it. And I also think because you're probably the only Valda comp, I say you are the only Valda comp on the board, everyone knows that V1 Valda in the final fight could be nasty now that they've changed it and you get 2 spears. So if a circle does close and a big tidal wave comes crashing into everyone, there's not really much of a fight you can put up against that. So it makes sense that they do actually deal with it before it becomes like a late game threat. Also being very easy to pick because they seem to be taking F1 as well, taking the big bubble instead of the 3 little bubbles. So yeah, I don't know if we'll see it today. I feel like these teams are playing for keeps and maybe that experimentation may go away. But here we are inside the martial arts. We're going to open YZG taking on IG. Both of them are rocking the same comp, the Hardy Einor comp. So it's pretty much the same game here. Both the Einors are going to wait and try and bait out the other Einor's ultimate first. They're going to try and bait out the zipping ultimates first. And the game plan is kill the enemy zip, make sure that they go down and are unable to keep their team alive. But it's so hard because of these Hardy cubes. I think we might be in for a little bit of a longer one here. So you can see right now, Lin, him and QGG are actually just having an Einor off. And it feels like it's just broken into 3 1v1s. But Lin is going to cube away. Wasn't under too much threat, but he wants to just reposition so he can join up the rest of his team. He's trying to see if he can find an opening. And we have seen the Einors finally pull the trigger on their ultimates and looking to jump into each other. Lin's going to get a bit of defense in onto Han, who gets caught out briefly there, as Lin does catch onto Cuckoo, gets a nice chunk out of them, but you can see Han's getting heavily pressured up here by QGG, and Lin's now coming in a little bit late to the play, but Han is going to pop some healing to make sure that he is able to keep alive and keep this fight going for his team. A parry just happened off the side of the screen there. Lin going to drop his transform, and now with the Einors off transform, we're kind of back to a more neutral state. There is still the Hardy ultimates in play here. YZG have been able to pull the trigger on that one. I've got health bars low, but no one's dead yet.
Yeah, it's crazy too seeing how Lin was able to kind of keep his team, but since Han being isolated in that 1v2, it really pressures out the 17S's ultimate as Hadi is already popping himself out from Kiki's side. Now, the teleporters are ready to go, and Lin's going to find himself, counter compository comes off, which means this might change a little bit of the flow, but the actions are still there. You see the Hadi keeping himself on aloof and keeping himself ready for level 3 slashes in case A, Lin hold checks, or for the release. And there's the parry. And there's a chance here for 17S to get caught for the combo breaker. Having no Hadi ultimate ready to go, the teleporter is still going to be invested here. And as long as Kiki doesn't have to burn himself down, you're going to see where it comes down. You're going to see Lin going for the second kill. And there's Kiki going for the third. YCG takes his first round with ease. Now we're going to go into the second phase and seeing about it. You can see them kind of getting a celebratory run. And this is where we're looking at the tumult, or I should say the Tianhai, the Takeda, and the Kurumi on both ends, seeing how the swap out for the Takeda for Syra and having the weapon selections here. You're seeing how this is coming into play. It's like a personality pick game, but the dagger has been somewhere around the works of just being able to kite, but everyone's been using those flying knives. We're going to start off here with 17S, and that Tianhai ultimate pops off here, and he grabs Lin.
Yeah, nice opener onto Lin. They go for the flying knives into the slam down. Han has got the dazzle loaded up though. We'll be looking to try and catch on 17S with that one. Grab's not going to be coming through. Reposition just before the big bang goes off. And now Lin, a much later transform, so we'll have an advantage once 17S drops his transform. And he's taking quite a bit of damage now on the tail end. As here drops the transformation, dodges out on that grab away, and now it's onto YZG just to play defensive. As Lin not able to find those hands yet, but he is fishing for them. Nice use of the pillars from YZG just to make sure they're not getting caught. Finally, QGG gets hit, but they're going to come in with some backup. No staggering onto Lin as he drops his transform. And with those transforms now down, it's really going to come down to this Takeda, who's probably the biggest advantage they've got to work with ult-wise. I didn't see how many more Furen shoves there were to go through. Oh, it doesn't matter. He's already down.
He did. So, yeah.
Yeah, that Furen shove is not going to be doing much here. And you got a Monk Kurumi to win a 2v3. Monk with no transform either. It's going to be a much harder ask. IG definitely have a pretty significant advantage here against the YZG members. Cuckoo is going to be able to step back and get himself some a pot off. As Lin going aerial, looking to drop down and play almost a flank angle here. 17S has been able to catch onto them for a little bit. There's the dazzle once again getting loaded up. Ultimate being thrown down, and yep, 17S will fall, and that'll be the dazzle onto Cuckoo. And there it is. IG equalize the score, 1 apiece.
You know, I'm a fan of Takeda where he's able to pop his ultimate early and then get a second ult later on. But you can see how if it ends up going down where he delays it, you know, having that value just starts to drop systematically, you know, downhill, right? But the one problem about Tianhai is that when a Tianhai gets another Tianhai in a grab situation, and if it's yours, they'd have to use it defensively. And if you are the one who got the grab, you got to use it offensively. You got to use that ultimate as soon as you can. But here's where our positions are: Zenda Wu into Tashayol, as well as for Farius Shen for Victus Gaming, and then having the Syra instead for the Farius Shen onto YCG's hand. And the problem about this is that beacon usage early on means that someone from Invictus Gaming is going to have to look towards in having to make sure that they can lock down one person. You can see the QGG, he was the line of fire in terms of the target selections here, but the Zenda Wu is going to get sustained out here due to Cuckoo and that Syra build. And now the Zenda Wu is going to be going ahead for trade for blow. The shield's going to be going out here with the throws from the Justiciar's guard, and as much as Han wants to pace his down here, he finds a shield block to be confirmed onto 17S, and for this shield throw is going to be a guaranteed tap dodge here for Han in the distance. You can see that Cuckoo is still holding down without having a combo breaker available, and having this line of sight here, Han has the angle to shoot this down, but the shield throw from 17S guaranteeing that YZG knock down Kiki, and as much as the blue focuses get spammed out here, it seems to be an elimination for Invictus Gaming into the versus round.
Yeah, it feels like a good start here for the side of YZG. And 2 versus 1, not going to be long for the world. There they are, tied in that one up nice and clean. So now we're going to cut over to TE versus GG. Again, similar monk comps from what we saw in the previous game, just swapping out the Syra for the Takeda. The question is how are they going to manage their monk ultimate usage? Because I think that was YZG's failure, was a very early ultimate and then wasn't really able to rally around it and achieve much, putting them at a disadvantage when they didn't have the monk ultimate and the enemy team did. Early, we're going to see them just make a little clash in the aerials, but nothing too substantial here. Gets the over the shoulder there from CJF. Nice parry coming in from YC, actually. Gets a bit of a follow-up, has to pop the bell here. Still, both of them holding the transform, waiting for a good opportunity to catch in onto that one. There's going to be the Syra ultimate, followed up by the Takeda as well. They're just going to be looking for those lockdowns. Takeda through range shove, makes his connection, and transforms breaking out. YC's going to answer in kind, pretty much synchronized on theirs, but LXM will have it for a little longer. First grab comes through. First slam, interrupted. GG able to get a slam and an interrupt. And that's going to be CGS able to wiggle free. YC unable to really get any impact off the back of that one, but GG were able to get something in response. YC looking for the grab on CGS. Another slam coming in as LXM is going to be able to get the grab. Are they going to be able to get the slam down from the side of YC? I think he was able to break free. The transform just about dropped in time. GG getting a lot more power out of those ultimates as LXM getting himself pretty heavily focused up here, but has got the crewmate to work with. Nice little parry into the follow-up. CGS getting juggled around just off the side of the screen. And so far, Savario, no one's gone down.
Yeah, that Kurumi ultimate, man, kept them in the game. You know how it comes down towards TE having that position on those isolated 1v2s, but 1-2.0, that's all you need, man. And that's another one. Look at the shunts. These are done. The shotgun burst comes out, and all of a sudden, TE are out. GG kept themselves apart and hoping to see about the double grabs and seeing what was going to be kill shots. But a little bit of time gave a little bit of pressure. These guys turned into diamonds. And this next round, right, this is going to be the Honey Eaters of Ping. Staff on the builds. Very strange. I like it. And I like the staff being here. I mean, a lot of players love the spear in their compositions because that's just a huge burst kill off of blue focus. But having this down here for the staff, I mean, it allows you to kind of give you a little bit of chance on catching up to targets. I know there's a fan here that could look for scare rushes, but you really see those drop down RMBs come into wonders, especially with the purple focus off of the third strike. But seeing how the Hottie ultimates are going to be invested here, CJS pops himself down. No recast on the F2 yet. And having that go into cooldown immediately means that this Hottie is going to have a little bit more free reign against Yuyi on that zipping. And for a lot of things here, CJS getting caught in the corner means that teleporter being available is invested early. This gives a little bit of spotlight right now to see whether or not he can get the 2.0 and the drop down, and there it is. Yue is down. There's zipping, no sustain, their life force out of the mix, and having to use his ultimate here for this Hottie, I mean, those teleporters ready to go. CJS is still going to be looking to lock him down and hoping to see whether or not there's going to be a spot for this Ignore One to pop his ult in response, and there it is.
Yeah, such a good opener. Taking out the zip just takes out so much of the sustain, so much of the stall. You still have those cubes to break free, but CGS is doing his best just to put some pressure up onto YC here. And you can also see the opponent getting heavily chunked out here. YC almost caught off here. GG just going to continue to go for the chase. I don't actually think they do have those cubes available. Tried to fish with the flying knives here to get the stagger locks down. CGS just playing away. Is going to come in for the scale rush and secure that. That was a very, very clean 2-0 from GG. This is exactly why we are surprised to see them in this lower bracket, because they are a good team. And now it's RW versus FPX. Again, opening on a Monk matchup. But again, this time, I should say again, for the first time, we are seeing a total mirror matchup on this Monk comp. Instead of a Syra, they're both running the Decatur. See how they manage this one. FPX versus RW. Opening up JS1. Just watching their POV. Catching it up on to making sure that no one's going to sit in the air for too long. Be a nuisance down up there. Have seen an early transform come out from AB. FPX actually quite happy to hold this one out and avoid transforming at the same time. They want to use their Monk for their advantage, but they are getting a lot of damage off onto AB. AB has been able to find a grab onto JS1. Into the stand they go down. Free range shot follows up. Looks for the re-grab. Isn't going to get it, as AB is going to now de-transform. And it does just feel like FPX finally now pulling the trigger on their transform. AB able to get some work off of the staff here. Can we find some grabs here for the side of FPX is the big question. They're able to get one. And they're getting a lot of flying knife follow-up as well. That should just be a kill here onto AB. Looking for the grab. Kurumi ultimate comes out. They get the Kurumi, pull them off their ultimate. Looks for the re-grab. Isn't able to get it, so they get the slam down instead. And this is just grab after grab coming in. Here comes the double slam down. FPX getting so much work out of that Monk transformation. And they're able to take round one.
Yeah, you on like, okay, let's go. That double grab was insane too. I thought AB was doing good work avoiding A, the Cicada Fury Blast, and B, those the pill shot for the potential due to the sustain from the Kurumi. Not the case. Man comes out here and FPX taking that victory. And this is going to be another Hottie Inor Zip and the mirror composite. It looks like it's going to be a mirror of the weapon sections as well. Both staffs, both having flying knives, things of that nature. JS1 though is looking for the Skybound here for the scare rush behind the closed doors from Yuan, and finds the Inor F2, finds the parry, and even delays the riposte, guaranteeing that he holds that ultimate, that gold focus basically on the riposte animation, and having the F2 to keep him pushed back. It's going to be an Enor 1 versus Enor 1 position. Teleporter is already invested as he comes out of it. He's going to chase her down. I know U1 is looking to try to go off of this, and JS1 is just looking around for her. There it is, finds it, and has the Enor 1 ultimate to pop off. Now the spear throw might save Extant, and if he gets off, he might have a little bit of time to get a little more sustain from the V1, right, passively, but the Enor 1 connections just aren't happening. JS1 having an opportunity to try to look towards one Enor to try to burn his armor. He looked at his team's health bar. They have no armor whatsoever. Now, this is going to be the spotlight right now. RW is going to be looking to just hit these the soft targets, especially for his Extant. And for Z11 right now on Enor, or the Hottie, I should say, he's around at 60%. He might be the next target here once they burn his combo breaker, because all you need to do is make sure that Hottie has no chance of popping that second ultimate.
Yeah, let's see Youth just putting the pressure down here. Onto JS1. JS1 very low. Looks like RW found a window. Nice knockback. Youth is actually going quite low as well. He's going to drop the transform just in time because he was close to going down. They're looking to finish up these FPX members, but they're not being given the opportunity. FPX swarming in. Nice use of the cube there to break away. And in comes Z11 using that Hardy ultimate, and he's just going to look to try and catch on. More cubes getting thrown out. More escape getting thrown down here. As Z11 just trying to put some pressure in, but hasn't really been able to find that opportunity. Yuan also on the run here. But Zips are alive. FPX down there. Einor, though, it's going to cost them if this game continues to go on. Nice parry comes out from Z11. Equalizing out on the kills now. It's a 2 versus 2. Hardy and Einors are down. Z11 has just used that ult as well, so it's going to be a while until he gets it back up. On the other side, Youth, he might be able to get towards it, but I don't think that's going to be doable when he's getting caught by the knock-up. Beautiful catch there from FPX, and it looks like they're going to go for the 2-0 versus RW. It's going to have to be a miracle play by Yuan. He's trying to just hold this tome on his own, but it is a tall ask. With two people battering in, 26 seconds left on the timer as well. Yuan, he's going low, he's going down. FPX 2-0 RW, and I think this is the big one. SR versus SS1. SR have a lot to prove here. Golden Road is on the line.
Really is. And this is coming down towards a Hottie Enor Zip composition versus the Syra, Tianhai, and Kurumi. And for a lot of things, SS1 on the Hottie Enor Zip bringing out the whip sword. At least for today, the first in seeing how it's going to turn out. Due to this composition they're up against, the huge sustain on the Kurumi, the big hits on the Tianhai, and then having a secondary CC control from the Syra, it has to be used later on. The Hadi ultimate, though, first to be invested from Liu Wei, and you know it's going to be down toward Zhao being the focus from Over, and Over wants to make sure that there's no chance for a combo breaker to be available, but Blue 2.0 from the back line, that's okay, we eat that. A little bit of spotlight now for Fu, though. Having him seeing that Zendo, the Syra ultimate being popped off, though, means that he has to pop off the Zip being on just in case he does get caught. This gives him a little bit more of a warranted insurance policy in case he does see it. Zhao's going to be caught out here, but the parries are actually insane. And that's going to have to proc out the ultimates. The Transformer's going to come down. Now, this is the Hadi position right now and seeing if he can go ahead and space his team across as Zipping getting fully focused fire. Over trying to get in a nice Nbpl, trying to find the lightning mark. He gets one hit on NY7. He finds this Kurumi parasol, the parasol to be his salvation here, at least keeping the F skill with the umbrella. And then, of course, for Over having the secondary spear throw to be available, he's got to find the time here to back off and make sure he doesn't get caught into that deformation. And since the Tianhai really pushes back here, we're just going to have to see a really soft target fight until the Hadi ultimate comes up into SS1's favor.
Well, we do see parry coming out here onto one, but the Kurumi is doing a fantastic job of just making sure that they are alive. Not going to get too caught out. Parry coming in from Blue there. Over. Gets thrown over the shoulder. Oh, my word. A lot of damage thrown in onto him. Still closing in back on that Einor over the 50% mark, but Zhao not going to give him the opportunity. He's going to get his pots off. Stands on top of his Syra to make sure that these pots don't get interrupted due to the dazzle. And that's going to be a quick Hardy ult out to safety. His Fu now being hunted. And Lue, he's playing pure defense for his team, but he is so low at this point. If he steps up, these flying knives are going to rip for his health bar. Quick use of the cube to break away once again. But SR, they have the advantage. They have the power right now to just put the stamp on this final round. Fu gets hit by a scale rush. And that is a parry coming out. So a bit of life coming through from Fu, but Blue's actually almost gone down, and suddenly SS1, they've equalized out the score here. Zhao, he's going to have to look for the follow-up and try and finish up Fu, but Fu's able to survive this whole mess somehow. Jumps away to safety. Zhao comes in for the follow-up. He now is just going to get his teammate up, make sure that they win that fight. Fu, 1 versus 2. What can you do, my friend? They're just going to juggle this aggro beautifully, and there it is. SR take the first round. It got a little dicey, though. It got a little bit too dicey there for SR. But they did pull it out. They did hold fast. And now they're the ones of the Einor comp. SS1 going for a Monk comp, but with Zender and the Tumulch. So a bit of a bizarre one. One we have seen before, but not for a while. Lue opens up with the transform immediately off the bat. See if he can find himself a catch onto any of these members, but Zhao aerial there in the Hardy. And in SR, they're just playing evasion. They're just going to play away from the Monk and not play victim to those catches. SS1 getting control of the center as finally a catch comes in onto Blue. Blue's going to lose a lot of HP. They don't have all that much sustain right now, but Blue is jumping through. They catch him again on the re-grab. Dropping of the transform, but Blue's already incredibly low. The Zender Burst has been thrown down, and they've lost their zip immediately. SR too passive, and SS1 able to find everything they needed. This is a beautiful catch. There's Zhao going down as well. SS1, they're just going to destroy this round 2.
It's crazy too, because I'm like, we bringing traditional in here? All right, no problem. And look what happened. I don't know what happened. I mean, they got melted so fast. I don't think SR even understood what happened from the drop since the Zipping got eliminated so fast. So effortlessly, too. You know, you see how the shots are connecting. There's no forms of aggression to push her back. And now we're going to have to see it from this angle of a switch-up since SR has his Endahu now. And it's a mulch. They bring out the Shayo as it stands to be in the martial art versus. And then seeing on the other side, it's just a full sustain. The Shayo, the Kurumi, the Syra. This is going to be a spot and seeing the Kaleidoscope parasol in the hands of SS1, right? But let's take a look and seeing that parry pause in the background. We don't really mind it. We look at NY7's position here as he looks at the other way inside its multi circle that was set up here. But the Syra ultimate keeping the sustain up for the next 8 seconds. Gives a little bit of time for SR to try to space up here. But you can see the Over is going to be caught out in a pretty... Oh, never mind. Not in a predicament. I thought he was going to be in the spotlight of getting caught by the Syra hit. And now he finds himself out for the shield throws, right? Since he's going to force the shield blocks, he's got to try to hit as many targets as possible. The V1 recast was easily done as the best timing as it can be, considering that shield throw is going to be guaranteed in his direction. But the parry off of that 1.0 was kind of forecasted here from Fu. I've seen that it comes off of this with leaving out the Zenda Wu. There's nothing really left here for SR to kind of pop out here. SS1 making a really good round 2, as seeing, or round 3 I should say, in terms of their fight, as that second round went by so fast in their advantage, and now taking a momentum and they're keeping it up, where SR might be going down here in this first round in the versus before we head to the semifinals round.
I don't know what's happened to SR, but they're so dizzy this season. They look very, very lost. And it raises a lot of questions. Getting knocked out of the martial arts tournament, 0 points for this round for them. SS1, I mean, they're no slouch. They're not a team you could ever really write off as being weak, but I am surprised to see SR go down so convincingly. They took round 1 and then it just slipped away from them very quickly. Now SS1 have to run it back again because they're running up versus GG. Very convincingly 2-0'd their series. So see if they can keep that fire going for them. LXM holding the transform here, waiting for a good opportunity to go and throw it down. As Fu being hunted here by LXM. He's just using his flying knives as a mid-range threat. Catching on. Nice uppercut, but a quick cube out to safety. We love giving another combo breaker over to people. LXM is going to get a bit of damage off as the Iron Ore finally goes for the transform here. They got the Fu Ren shoves as well as a bit of a follow-up. GG going to throw down the Kurumi ultimate, so they just have a safety net, a place to hide on. Even with Over in ult form, it's going to be hard for him to burst through just the sheer amount of sustain as LXM, he's transforming, knowing that SS1's ultimates are about to time out. Transform is finally going to fall off, and LXM is going to be looking for that window, try and find those grabs onto his members. Over, caught, doesn't get the second grab, but his team are just going to do enough. The slam doesn't come through, but Yuyi is going to, is going to finish that one up. LXM went for a stomp, didn't make the connection, but as he comes out of transform, there's a one-man advantage over the side of GG, but CGS is getting caught, so it's going to get a bit dicier. Ultimate breaks out here from the Hardy as GG continue just to assert pressure.
And then 1.0 is still going to be popped out here. CGS going down, losing that Takeda here, especially with the old cast from the Hardy. I mean, being on the offensive right now. LXM is taking pillar play, though. He takes the positions, just making sure to keep cover. It's interesting, too. You can see the level 2 slashes coming up, and he's even being aware for the parries off of the flying eyes. This is why that weapon, man. Yeah, remember we talked about the stats on the flying eyes and how much it comes across for trios? Like, this is the exact reason why, man. I mean, I'm looking at the stats right now for it, too, in the open BR. It's 44,000 to 18,000 secondary being the full sword, which is kind of insane. But off of this point, you know that SS1 Leeway is putting himself here, hopefully to keep the sustain on this fight in their advantage. But you can see Over is like, wait a second, this is going to be a little bit of a spotlight right now. I know this R&B hold check is going to be a position for Leeway, right? There it is, comes off of the first one with the fan crackle on B. Might even be a little bit of a personal effect there. Since there's 30 seconds left on the flight, Yuyi goes down, and now we get a nice catch on that nice right click, and that's going to be it. That's going to give SS1 their victory for this first round, and for GG, we're going to have to see what's going to come up next, man, because it's going to be the Zendewu Temi, into Tumult, right? The Classico versus the Hadi or Zipping. So this is, not, like we said, the stacking up right now in terms of the classic composition picks here. They're going to be showcased. Hadi or Zip is going to be more so here in the versus round. But seeing how the Temi's and the Wu comes off of this, let's see if the value is there. Leeway finds his first initial Hadi ultimate to be casted out for his own Tianheim. And seeing how that is going to be up for the little mosquito in the sky, what's going to be up to Leeway next is this. If he decides to risk it, you see how he's risking it right now. But if he decides to risk it, he can catch his Hadi. This could be a big spotlight right now for them to get off of that, aerial pressure. But having the wasted Hadi ultimate just for a Q, meaning that this, with the Enor 1 being procced out, it means that this is actually going to work out where they can find one isolated person as a TNI ultimate can't do anything about it, even without using his jumps to leap right into the fray. 1.0 distance though, Zendewu pressure on the recast keeps someone in line, and that's going to be Yui. And the launch to the Wistro means on the corner side, they still have an opportunity here on the launches with the Flying Eyes to find her and looting it down for that Zipping ultimate. And as much as he's getting sustained passively from him, CDS jumps right back into it and knocking this down. You can see that SS1 are looking past this and going down like nobody's business, and just in quick succession, GG takes his fight into the second round. So make sure we go to the third fight and seeing what is up with the Shayo versus the Kurumi Syra and the Zendewu Syra.
I think if SS1 are given time, they're just very good at stalling. Every round they fought in, we've seen at least one tome spawn up. I haven't ever seen the tome actually go off, but they seem to really stall out games. They're very good at it. I mean, I think it says a lot about the martial arts meta right now, but people are just constantly able to see the tome spawn. But GG, if they catch SS1 in the early burst, SS1 look very lost. Now with an equalized score out between the two of them, GG can be looking for that window. SS1, Dazzle's lined up. CGS pops the ultimate. It's going to give him a lot of mobility and able to break away. Dazzle doesn't make a connection to anyone here. CGS. So there's a couple of shots left to come through. SS1 taking a lot of burst out. Remember, Zenda, this is kind of a jam. She's such a burst-heavy character. And Lue has been hit up really hard here. They just want to try and cut through this Karumi. Stop the healing from coming in, but the shield throw able to make the connection there onto CGS. CGS is going to be able to get a pot off though, get some of that armor back as we see now the Dazzle getting charged up. It's GG's turn to look for that one as they're going to be able to find the Dazzle onto at least one. Lue is the one getting hit up. CGS looks for the follow-up. They do get a bit through the armor. Over is going to be going completely under if he carries on being in that position. Lue also caught up by the uppercut, and just like that, GG find their burst window and they take out SS1.
And now it's going to be the next fight coming off of here. This is going to be YZG versus FPX. You see, the versus round goes for a long while, but this is going to be the point, right? That attrition. And now, of course, seeing how the Hadi Inor Zip is in the hands of YZG, this top the Kata composition to take advantage here, especially considering that the Hadi ultimate's early, then he can proc his ultimate to use anybody who gets close to him, right? With the fear and shove and having the blind eyes to knock them back. And you can see it coming in from the Hadi ultimate. There's a Takeda Fear and popping off here, having everyone to kind of be playing postured over towards the pillar. You can see that Z11's waiting for that push. There it is. Teleporter's taken. For one Fear and Shove for a Tali teleporter is really worthwhile, but depends. The duration on the ultimate. Seeing how it's going to cut down here really soon. They're going to see another teleporter being invested here. It's going to be up to them to find out the Hadi and hopefully he bursts his combo breaker, in which case he does. And the Takeda Fear using a lot earlier than I was hoping for. Because now that the Hadi Inor zipping is going to be coming off, there's the Inor, and how the way Sean uses, or with the Tianhai uses his leap, he could potentially deplete half the HP bar for this Enor 1. You can see him going for grabs, but I think it's just playing the Snake Eyes here, right? Because as much as the Enor 1 can try to pressure the Tianhai can just jump in his face or slam on the ground, and he pushes him back, which gives his team a free blue focus. Then they find it. They find 17S in the grab. The F1 from the zipping keeps him alive, at least for a little bit, and that was going to be a little bit of a kill shot. No one finds it, and he can just skate around here, and now the V1 from the zipping keeps up the pace for YZG, and hoping to see them take this victory as long as that Kurumi ultimate doesn't say otherwise.
Alrighty, well, nobody down yet, but FPX looking for those windows. Health bars are low. 17S could be getting caught here. Oh, there it is. FPX finding their burst. QGG also incredibly low. Nice little parry comes out, but is there going to be a good enough follow-up? Not really. And I think he's just going to find himself in a very dangerous position. The zip heal, though, does buy a bit of time. Cuckoo's going down. There goes QGG. And FPX take that first round. Very nice start for them. So we're going to now be changing things up, and it's basically just the other way around this time. Who would have known? The two cons we see every battle is in the martial arts is what we see in the second round as well. I'd like to see some changes. I don't know what changes you can make, but I would like to see some changes. I'm getting real bored of Transformer stall in martial arts. I want like proper skill expression. I want like aggression. Because you find in solos they do the same thing. They pick comps that can stall, like the Feria and the Justina as like the counter to it, and it's just like full on stall. I love the ACOS offs.
Oh yeah, ACOS is going to be something that brings it out. And there's actually a conversation. Someone said like, "Oh, what if we had bands inside of the verses?" Like, that was oh snap, that would be insane.
That'd be so good.
You take out Transformers and just play soft target victories. Like that would be cool. That's why I love Zendu. You know, the burst potential for her, the movement, how she's not basically a resetted character. It gives her a lot of more of the that's why she's put in the limelight as being one of the top DPS characters here. At least besides Tianhai grabs, which is like 8,000 damage off a single slam down, or the double grab. Seeing how 17S still finds high ground was actually interesting here. I saw it from GG, I think, on their lower bracket or the upper bracket round from what I saw, where you end up seeing these guys taking the high ground in position against other units there, so that way they have just line of sight and pressuring off around pillars. But you can see JS1 not taking that riposte. 17S doesn't get that value, but I don't think it would have mattered in the end of the day. I mean, the amount of sustain coming from the F1 zipping as well. 2.0 from this from Exint, though. Doesn't connect it. He gets the follow-up Kami kick. This is going to be 17S's combo breaker. There's the Tianhai drop in from the flank, comes up in the face. Doesn't get the parry he was looking for on the army from the staff. And of course, having the stanchion comes off of the parry, there's going to be a chance right there for FPX to take this victory, potentially, if 17S doesn't go ahead and take it down. There it is. 17S finds it, and FPX just goes through with its hit ultimate. since it was used so early on, having that rage build comes off of here is success because having that second ultimate in the cycle rotation, especially once the Transformers are out of there, this gives the Takeda that much more value inside of this arena.
That was a damn good fight there for the side of YZG. All comes down to this. Luckily, some very interesting comps. I like the round 3 fights because we do get some more fun stuff. Zender Burst being very big. YCG though, sorry, FPX actually being the ones to opt away from the Shiol, which is the typical one. Instead going for the Temi. Want to be able to control line of sight that way, but Z11 gets immediately hit up by a parry. It's just going to jump into the Temi Storm where they can play defensive. And YZG, they don't have to fight them on their ground. No one was caught inside the Sandstorm, so they're quite happy to just peel away from that one, wait it out, and then reposition once it fades. Like so, as now Cyrus both got their burst lined up. There's a dazzle onto 2. Beautiful catch coming out as Cuckoo already taken down FPX's JS1. And with FPX now 2 members versus 3, Z11's trying to reposition using the Zender. Has been able to get away from the fight somewhat and found himself in a fight versus QGG, but needs to reposition with his teammate. Z11 sees an opportunity to maybe equalize out the score, but it's just too much pressure. He's being chased around, unable to move. They're both trying to turn onto QGG though, seeing if they can catch, and that's going to equalize out the score. YZG did not play defensive enough, but Z11 gets caught. They get a parry onto 17S as well. Going to be able to reposition himself, but that staff control here from Z11 is making life really hard for YZG. Down goes Z11, and finally YZG find a bit of control in this fight as Zint falls as well. And we have our finals, GG versus YZG.
And taking us down here, this is going to be with this composition lineup here. You can see how it's going to turn off here. The Hottie Inors appearing in that first phase fight with GG and having YZG's on the Hottie Inors, or with the Tianhai, Takeda, Kurumi for GG, and Hottie Inors appearing for YZG. Now, what's going to be the spotlight right now is the scene with his staff value, man. You seen the staff going crazy there. I like it. And then obviously seeing how it's coming off in GG's favor right now, too, to see how well and how fast can they go out here to execute this. Now, LXM finds himself in the 2.0 angle. He might get caught out here for the R&B, but you can see the Hottie element is coming into play from the pushback, having the knockbacks, trying to be a nuisance right now for LXM and trying to force out his ultimate, you know, trying to burn the armor and have everything done beforehand. But now it's going to be the spot, right? The 2.0 hold checks in the distance to that third eye, whether some players are be able to react to it here in the distance. You notice that there's going to be a chance here to see whether or not the combo breaker is invested, which it is. And then LXM is going to see his Kurumi having to force out the ultimate. 1.0 energy is here, right? It's going to be a chance to burn out the the F2 combo breaker. Taking this Nbpl is not so bad. It's not so bad, but the fact is they're doing that all inside of this Kurumi ultimate. Now that LXM has a Tianheim, he finds a chance here to try to find a body double grab. He finds it. They hold themselves into place, and he's trying to look for the teammates to confirm for a blue focus, and none of them add the commitment. And this is enough upsetting because since that QGG is in the Enor 1 ultimate, they pushed it back. There's no opportunity. The deformation, though, gives GG's LXM the necessary grab into that final round for this first kill. 17S nearly done in, and having the Tianhai ultimate to be done, you know the armor is still ready to go at 900, and he's finding the 1.0s. He's finding it out. 2.0 off of the send from LXM, pushes back, having the Hottie in mind, but I don't think you can do enough work to try to stop this off. Cuckoo getting caught by the riposte and still leaving this down to our 3v1 in 2.0s. Hold checks here. Hottie teleporter taken. You just gonna take this time to sustain here, or just take the fight? Just take the fight. Combo breaker is not available here for them, and that's gonna go 17S down. First fight into that final round, into the finals of the versus round.
GG are very good at finding their burst window. If they catch you, they will blow you up. They're very, very clean at that, consistently doing so. Swap intact though, going to the other side. This time GG on the bit more of a stall heavy comp. They still have some windows to find burst, but it's definitely more of a patience game and slowly win the battle of attrition over just find a burst and blow someone up. CGS very early Einor ultimate here actually. He's looking to find early power, early pick on, but obviously there is a Kurumi in play, so wanting to focus out the healer. CGS just repositioning over. Cuckoo heavily the target here for CGS, but he spent most of his ult kind of just running in circles, not really achieving too much here. Ult is going to drop finally, as YZG immediately trying to come in for a slam, trying to find that grab, not being given the opportunity. CGS is getting quite a lot of health thrown in onto him, but they have that zipping just to keep a bit of health up there and keep their health alive. Parry lands onto Yi. KGG still hunting for this zip. Unable to make the connection, so now just hunting with the through range shove. As YZG kind of re-established himself back on that Kurumi ult to get some of that armor back and get some healing in. But YZG playing this fairly patiently, to be honest.
Yeah, having a nice F1 though too. I know this comes off of that Takeda, and even him getting his zipping means that KGG's down. Yeah, and having all that lockdown though, I mean, kind of rough. And seeing how the drop down comes in, you didn't expect it, and all of a sudden you're on the ground. And now it's going to be the point in time where you see GG's taking this victory just with a full sweep. This is going to be going down here. It gives GG their 8 points as a round. You can see them W keying. You know it's over, man. You know they're laughing it off. This is over, man. Take him out. Take him out. You got to put the old yeller. And there is our victory. This is going to be given to GG. And taking a 2-0 against YZG in that final round. Just taking the 8 points, taking all that, you know, all the dub there, and just kind of carrying that. And like we said, like the average points and how low it is compared to it's been in the past. This is a really, like, we talked about it before Hit Brain, where we think solos needs to get a little bit higher threshold of points for the verses. In trios, this 8 points really kind of, it's formulated in a good spot, at least to seeing 8 kills, right? Potentially 8 kills in a round worth of points instead of just 2.
Yeah, it's genuinely surprising to see, you know, how it's gone down. I mean, like, kind of just coming back to it, like, week 1, YZG and GG absolutely ruled that first round. YZG won the first Battle Royale. GG won the first, YZG won the first martial arts. Battle Royale was GG. And then it went back and forth on them for a little bit, actually. YZG very consistent across the day. GG, same for them. So, again, we could just be looking at these two being like the top contenders for qualification, and then everyone else is just playing for 3rd and 4th. We'll have to see, though. It's a solid start. It's not like a massive amount of points. It's a lot more significant than what you would earn in solos. And we've definitely seen the 8 points you get from winning the martial arts tournament being a difference maker. And GG, it just means they're 8 points closer. They've got that slight advantage over everyone else going into the end of the day, where some of these teams, you know, your SR, they're walking out of a goose egg. You know, to not see SR in the finals would be a surprise, even with their performance they've been putting up for the last couple of weeks. Excuse me. They, you know, they're a team who we had expectation that would at least make finals. But we have a question for you guys at home. What team won game number 1? This should be an easy one. Was it AFPX? Was it BYZG? Was it CGG or DSR? Let us know in the Twitch chat, A, B, C, or D. Check your spots, because that's where you'll be notified if you are the victor. Make sure you have that UID ready as well, because that's where you'll get all your goodies. But yeah, I mean, obviously, it's hard to draw lots of conclusions from just one round of Battle Royale, but we have a lot of context from the last couple of weeks. SR have genuinely just looked dizzy the entire tournament. I don't know what's going on with them, but that is the world we found ourselves in, where, you know, GG, YCG have been very consistent. To see them here in the lower bracket is already a surprise in its own right. So, you know, I feel like they're pretty safely wanting to get themselves into that finals, and, you know, it's a great start to the tournament to do it that way.
Yeah, I mean, one of the things we mentioned too is just earlier too is how the Asian games stripped out a lot of the players that you'd normally see coming out of the regular stage, right? For instance, for SR, they lost Rico for now. You know, he's hands in the air, right? But he's out of the mix right now. So when we look at that, you also look at TE and how we have no, TXJ, no One Fong in there, right? So you're kind of losing a lot of the heavy forces in terms of the core composition, at least for this stage. Still having stage 2 to go ahead, bring it out there. But we're gonna look at the standings, right? 8 points, 4 points, 2 points each. That's what's given towards FPX and SS1, and then nothing for RW, SR, and IG, and TE. YZG taking 4 points is good enough to see where it leads, because 4 eliminations can happen. Some teams even go out with like 1 elimination in the BR, and you're like, man, that load. But a lot of the points coming out here for 8 gives GG such a superficial lead until we get further into the day when things start to average out, that maybe they have a better opportunity of just coasting it downhill, or coasting it uphill, I should say, rather than downhill. Now, I'm still kind of curious in seeing where that is. I mean, mainline composition checks are out here. We even saw it today in this first round of the verses, where the Zipping, Hottie, Dinor, they really just come out here. And we're gonna look at the highlight reel, because another composition that comes off is one that includes the Zendawu. And you can see how GG were able to bring out the Zendawu with the Shail in this versus. This variation kind of gives a very clean setup here, especially with the Shail there. allowing for her targets to, or her teammates not to take any sort of like indomitable pressure from anything like a potential transformer for a little bit. But then that reset value from Syra really comes into play, and that Shio shield throws where he just sets up the lockdowns and gives Zendu a little bit more, you know, position on that with the recast or with her arrow shots. And you can see that the Hadi, you know, zipping, you know, comes off here from FPX. But with the mind control of the, I call it the mind control of the Flying Knives, right? That's something that you kind of start wondering about whether or not they're going to be taking that throw, and then all of a sudden you take a back scare rush, and then you get uppercutted, and it might be over, right? That's some of the moves that ends up bringing this down. The fan usage here versus the dagger, it's something that, you know, it's something more of a personality for these teams, I feel like, because the dagger has something where if you end up having to use a horizontal, you get a guaranteed soul break for it, but it just depends if the teammates around them are able to confirm for a parry to deny it. The fan is just a quick 1-2 R&B from the distance. You can go ahead, you can drop in, like you said, from flanking from the sky. That way you can find those drop down blue focuses. Yeah, some of the other weapons have more value, like the spear is for the burst damage and the staff is for the juggle. And for a lot of the things you've seen from the staff and the spear is that with the spear you can still line up some nice juggles with it, with the flying knives as a secondary, as a sub DPS weapon to be there, even though it's a mainline DPS option, right? But the spear is there to kind of confirm a quick knockdown, guaranteeing the knockback as well, and then putting out the forces here. It just depends on what your skills are. I think one of the highlights and damaging skills inside of that arena has been that F2 Enor 1. That thing is dangerous. I mean, you can basically skate across the field for 15 to 25 meters, and then all of a sudden that person's knocked down, gold focus. You can see some of the players just understand that core value of where that Hadi or where the Enor 1 F2 comes off, and having to delay the riposte, right, to try to guarantee it, because if they used it, and if they use the riposte in their animation, that knockback is something that is a death's door position, right? They can lose the value. And we saw a lot of these potentials, like 1 or 2 missteps in that versus round, where some of the players are doing the riposte, and all of a sudden their teammate comes in to stagger it, and then it's over. No 900 damage spilled, even with it. You can also see some of these players, right, with the silence parry and seeing if that's in the build. It seems like they're actually taking an opportunity of just building out that rage, because like I said, you're in this close quarters arena. Units like Adi, units like Takeda, they love to be the first ones to take the ultimate initiative if they can, and seeing about whether they get their second wave of ultimates by the time that the minute marker reaches before the tome starts to spawn in.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, obviously, moving on now, heading back to the fact that we're going to be going into Battle Royale. We will have a couple of stats, I think. Oh no, we've done all the stats. It's not even that early in the morning. It's 10 o'clock in the morning now. Like, my brain should be awake and functioning, but apparently not. Yeah, obviously, moving on to Battle Royale, things do change a little bit. You know, a lot of what makes the martial arts kind of what it is the fact that the tournament, the battle start, everyone has the same armor level, everyone has the same weapons. It kind of just comes down to personal preference after that on like what weapons you choose and what you think suits the comp. But you know, when you get into the Battle Royale, there's Soul Jade suddenly come into play. You know, the unfair and uneven ult timers where you might not have your ultimate. The third parties can come in. You might not have the same gear level or rarity. You know, there's so many extra factors which change things up. Which means, you know, the game becomes a lot more not just about mechanical skill, which obviously still is a major point, but it becomes a lot more around the words are apparently falling out of my ears and not my mouth. I just don't know what's going on with me today. You know, the skill of the game isn't just mechanical, it's macro. It's understanding rotations, it's understanding, you know, when you're at certain thresholds, when you can take fights, when you can look to third party into fights, you know, when you should be avoiding fights and maybe just look playing towards the next kind of major objective, being a Realm of Yang or a Spirit Well, etc., etc. You know, there's a lot more factors that come into play, and I feel like we do have some teams who historically have done very well in martial arts, but then in the actual BR itself, because it's such a different beast and there's so many different moving parts, that's where a bit of a struggle can open up for them. Not saying we're going to particularly see that, but we will see a difference now where I feel like some teams who are struggling in the martial arts might be able to find an advantage here in the Battle Royale. Also, everyone's very capable. I find with NARAKA, it ebb and flows with people's performance. Sometimes it's just they caught off guard. Sometimes they're not, like, you know, they're not warmed up enough. It does kind of just ebb and flow, where sometimes people have amazing games and then they're maybe a little exhausted from that good game. So, you know, storylines are going to change. I know that we obviously only got 4 people going through to Sunday's grand finals. I do think there's a world, though, where I think GG and YGG are probably the safe bets right now. And I know that's not just like result-based analysis. It's GG and YZG have been genuinely very consistent, and they, out of everyone, if we're looking at this tournament as a whole and not the greater picture, they're the two teams who I'm surprised to see here in the lower bracket. If we're going greater, obviously SR is a bit of a head scratcher, but like you said, with Asian Games coming up, certain players aren't actually playing on their teams right now, so it can really upset the apple cart, just one player being missing and having someone cover in for them. But looks like we're getting ourselves geared up and ready to go in to our game number 2, our first battle royale today, heading over to Morris Isle. I think it's one of those ones as well where like more opens up, because this Iron Ore comp has been very, very potent in martial arts, and it's still an early picked comp here in the Battle Royale. Genuinely, in the Battle Royale, I don't think it's had anywhere near the level of success it has in martial arts. I think it's actually been outpaced by the Bunker comp, and also by this new comp, the one with the Yi, sorry. That comp has really been performing well.
Oh yeah, Yeshu, man. I'm telling you, man, he's a protagonist. At least for now, he's a protagonist. We had Kylan, protagonist. We had Shuran Lee, protagonist. You know, he had all these eras and seen about it. Batari, gone. But a lot of things that comes out for this is you end up seeing a lot of the players where they end up putting emphasis on how in the verses, you know, very key element, 2 elements that aren't in the verses, basically, that kind of deteriorates, you know, what you would expect is, or actually 3 elements. One is the fact that when a person goes down, there is no res, right, in the versus in the martial art duel competition. So you can't res your teammate when they go down, right? Which means that Kurumi semi-value comes down a lot. Second thing is that there's no range weapons, so you know you lose out in having that range pressure that some weapons like the cannon with certain elements to it, as well as like quick charge with the pistol and seeing how that comes off. I mean, some players use that micro choice of using a range weapon in small positions because they're A, away from the fight, and also B, if they have it, you know, they would use it, especially a high scaling rarity to rare purple. And the third thing is those jades. A lot of the players kind of putting themselves finding themselves basking into the usage of like certain jades that they get early on. Really OP jades, like you see with Kabloom, which gives you juggle capabilities, and just open them to the weapon variety that you would have, right? They only have 3 weapons they can choose. And between the weapons, Flying Eyes doesn't leave the composition store at all, right? Though having a second and third weapon, that's when we start seeing whether they just use it just for that choice of the juggles. And then having the drop down in terms of not having, the area denial, right? Just having those pillars and all that. You start with ults automatically, you know? And some teams go in there with ults. Some teams sometimes don't go in there with ults. You don't really necessarily see that. Some of the compositions even then, they don't even have value in the BR because they just don't flow so well in an open field battle. They can get targeted pretty quickly. So whenever the versus ends, you know, it just gives you a quick, it's more of like a wrestle, like a bait and tackle type situation where you can see what comes up there in terms of those like close quarter fights, and then afterwards, you know, you're not going to see the same composition. Some of them, yeah, we have seen it, Hadi nor zipping, as well as that Miza Dewut Tumult. Though when you see it in the open VR, you see how much more those compositions are prevalent than something like the Kurumi in the mix nowadays, considering that Kurumi has lost a lot of value for the majority. The other thing too is what we've seen from, you mentioned from WBG, that Valda composition. I'm a fan of the V1, you know, now that it's been buffed. And it gives you the guaranteed, you know, the wave and all that stuff. And there's actually like 3 spears that are thrown out there. And the 3 spears, man, I'm telling you, bro, it's nasty if you give it the right lineup. I hope to see some other compositions are built up around it, because on the V1 Valda, her biggest counter is a Weishan. Her biggest counter is technically to Mulch. And both of those compositions are one of the top composition picks there in the BR. So it's kind of rough to see her outing, though. If she has a unit, like let's say Yorihime, the burst potential there could be something that's significant, especially in trios. We saw her with the Cannonball composition with the Fairy Shen at some point with Weishan for the Yorihime, but even after her changes, when the teams tried trying her out, she just gets super soft picked. Like she gets super, like, you know, picked apart piece by piece, layer by layer. So whenever there's a chance here in seeing how the Yorihime turns out, I really think she has somewhere in the meta, at least to see if that comes up, because her weaken heal is a really, really, really underrated value, considering that every single one of the slashes, even the extra slashes on V2, it guarantees weaken heal stacking up to 75% on 3 hits, which means zipping choice pick might be undervalued if she can find those slashes. and the fact that she can teleport with those blades. But I digress. I'm a Yoda stan right now, and Valda as well. I just want to see more of those two characters if they find a way to shift into the meta, especially with those recent changes and buffs.
Please give me some more Valda. I am desperate to see more Valda, but you know, there's a world where we may see some. I'm still like, Valda's great, especially if it's V1. V1 like makes my day every time we get it. And so far, I think every time I've done trios, I've had it at least once this season. So Valda V1, kind of back, kind of not. Not the best performing character on the patch. But I do think one of the things I talked about this with Duncan, I think, a little bit. I think a lot of the issue we have sometimes with meta is not necessarily that like a unit is bad or is broken, but I do think our players are very stubborn to move away, or at least like the mass majority of those players. I think the teams who always stand out to me are the ones who are willing to try something new, try something to change up the kind of like the priorities within the league. Because you know, we've had seasons where I actually think Monk hasn't been the S tier pick, but the players still treat it like an S tier pick because it's the one they're the most practiced on. It's the comp that they feel the most comfortable with. I think right now Monk is actually in a very good spot. That's not what I'm trying to say, but what I do think is you know, I think there's a lot of room for flexibility and moving stuff around, but the players are a bit slow to adapt or adopt that. I think Yi kind of really proved that when we saw it as one of our mirror matchups at the end of the day. I think that was week 2, where you know the expectation was to be a Monk comp or the Einor comp, but no, it was the Yi comp as the best performing on the day, and all the players got forced to play that in the mirror matchup at the end of the day. I do genuinely think there's a lot of really good stuff being slept on. And I think we need some cooks. We need more cooks in the region, in the league, to kind of, you know, find answers and find things that break the meta and force people to change. Because this season, it feels like more and more people are starting to dip their toe into off meta. We've seen things like the Zai show up. Obviously, there's like Shayol comps kicking about. There's the Yi comp kicking about. I mean, I wouldn't say the Yi comp's off meta anymore, but we've definitely seen people dipping their toe into changing things up.
I forgot about the Zai composition that showed up this season in the stage. Yeah, that's actually another one I kind of want to see coming in. Man, make that 5, right? 5 variations. Because it was kind of a composition of seeing where the first 3 phases have been shifting and then seeing what the final one has been brought out. And it's, I mean, all the 5 compositions, the differences between the Weishan and having all like, you know, shuffleboard, they've been all successful. I mean, someone to come off of here. It's just, you can't lose a predominant pick, you know, for the first 2 phases, especially the first 3. But maybe some split picks might open that door up. So usually whenever we see the chance of seeing a split pick on a phase where that character doesn't get banned. So just a heads up for anyone who's first time, right, to kind of go into this new season. How it works is that if a character gets chosen twice, right, in a phase, or like if they're a composition, like let's say the Hog for the first phase, you see the Hadi Inor is being chosen, that cannot be chosen in the furthermore big bans, right, from rounds phase 2 through 4, right? And if a character is chosen only once, so if the Hadi gets only chosen once and then someone else, the other team decides to bring out a Nakos, for instance, then that doesn't ban either one of those characters and a triple pick can happen. And those are really the rarest sightings sometimes of seeing the triple picks, because a triple pick composition, meaning that 3 teams using the same exact composition with the same units, shows that their value is there, but doesn't mean that they're going to find success. Sometimes those other compositions are there to counter that triple pick. And considering that if you end up having a triple pick of the Hadi Inor Ping, then there's going to be value found in your Zendawu composition, or even finding more value with the Octosire Viper, since they can tear them down in that area, in the area of interests. Like if we end up going down here in Morris Isle, for instance, we're at Morris Isle Dawn, you'd end up having this match choice selection to be where the players end up popping around Zest Winery, they end up going to Sunwing's Rest. Remember, there's no Fireflies, right? Besides caves in the Council Courtyard and Ephemeros, but in those locations on the map, you'd end up having the spotlight of whether some certain heroes can have that early game aggression, take the money, buy the armors, go right back down towards Realm Yang, and just be prepared. I don't know what's going on with these face masks though. I'm kind of curious. I was looking at it, I was like, is that a face mask on his, or just the glare, like for YC? And nope, YG, as well as seeing about it, they both got it. Regardless though, What I would really want to see about understanding is if we end up having a change in terms of timelines, if anything changes along the board, it would just be something that comes off the durations. We had that change. That was a significant change that happened in this year, or even to last year, when the ultimate duration changes from 30 seconds for most ultimates down to 25, and in 25-second ultimates down to like 22, sometimes 21, and then having those to be something to think about. A lot of the duration ultimates really just came down to where the fight just doesn't last as long as it usually does with certain characters, and just having that burst. And since these new characters on the road, I'm looking at you, Anasa, someone that can do huge burst potential in a short amount of time. Those are really the units that you end up seeing a value into, and I think that's just something that's going to shape the meta to deny Transformers from ever existing. Short burst heroes like Zendawu, and as well as seeing about it with Yeshu, that allow for them to find angles and having just quick succession blasts to go off and then go right back into the fight if necessary.
Well, I'm led to believe that we might have a technical delay. That's why we're not into hero select yet. Yeah. So hopefully it won't be too long before we get into the game. Normally these technical delays are kind of just a one-time thing. You know what? I give NARAKA a lot of glazing actually for their esport, because I think these guys are crushing it. It's been such a great, genuinely the highlight of the last 4 years of my life, to be honest. NARAKA, I've really enjoyed being involved in it. I have done broadcasting as a commentator for 10 years now.
Congrats, man.
Over that 10 years, have casted another particular game. I don't know if I should be naming names, so I'm going to avoid that on air. I'm pretty sure anyone who knows me knows what that game is anyway. I have delays every day, every show day. There was a point where I was doing 5 show days a week covering this game back in 2020. And without fail, I would have a delay every goddamn day, every show. NARAKA, I think across my career, maybe 6 delays. Across 4 years of me commentating on this tournament, about 4 delays, 4 to 6 delays. That's pretty good.
Yeah,
these guys have they have everything locked down. Annoyingly, though, when we do get delays, they can be somewhat lengthy because it's normally actually something serious has gone wrong, like a computer has decided to explode itself. But here we are. It is now unexploded. And we are getting ourselves locked and loaded to go into our hero select for round 1. So YZG and IG are going to be up first. I'm going to make a bold guess here of what's going to get picked up as their first pick. I think it might just be the Einor comp. That seems to be everyone's go-to.
I think another thing too, and this has happened yesterday for the upper bracket round 2, where we ended up seeing in the first round for round 2 no Wei Shan comp in round 4 or phase 4 with the Wei Yeshu specifically. So I'm curious if that's intentional from those certain teams from yesterday in terms of upper bracket round 2, but we're gonna see if there's any sort of splits here. The real biggest limelight is on the Akko Sire Viper. I've seen if the Tessa takes over the Akko's position, and if that allows a split, obviously that would be something that would end up in phase 2 at least. But for the first round phase here for YCG, they're gonna hit the zipping, they're gonna hit the audio on the IG, so you already know where it's gonna go down. Right? This is gonna be a guaranteed ban. This is gonna come down this way. But when we get past this stage, in terms of this phase, it's just whether or not we get the chance on seeing a split of the Temmie Zendawu and the Tim Mulch. I mean, if the Tianhai comes out there, no swaps from that composition. It's just whether or not someone wants to use Akko Sire Viper now, so this is GG, or if it's just coming down towards it. They don't want to lose their chances. This is a composition, by the way, that's like one of the top pick choices here, at least for MVPs as well, for being chosen so much. That's why we've seen it from the mono pick from the mirror comp round. We go into third phase, we get our chances here. There's the Akos from RW. Will FPX match that and see that the choice picks comes alongside of it?
Looks like it's going to be the case. All the Tessa variant instead of the Arcos. So obviously big reason and big drive for this is you get the charm at 60% rage, which means early you can find a potential fight. You have that ult advantage if you throw that down. So not overly surprised. It looks like we're going to be seeing the Yeet as our final lock-in here. Oh, no. FPX actually locking in for the Justina variant. So I did talk about a bit of variance and a bit of teams kind of dipping their toes into different stuff. This is kind of case in point on that. We are seeing, especially in these last 2 rounds, where we do move away from the quote-unquote meta comps. we do see some level of variance between them. Yeah, seeing some level of variance between them, which has caused us to have comps with slightly different layouts. The Tessa, or in the other case, the Justina. I like it.
I wonder if it's going to be V2 for the issue. Because we lost a lot of damage on V2 for issue. But the thing about the V2 versus V1 is that V2 with the meter and everything, you have it immediate. The cannon is OD. I sometimes had a gripe watching upper bracket where like someone didn't use the spear in the cannon, like with V2 variation, which kind of, you know, it's just mainly because it's just sustained. Because you go for DPS, you go for control, but a lot of things is that those variations of having the scythe array, having the cannon. If you have teammates, you want to use the cannon. If you have the scythe, it's only for you to group enemies up together usually, but that's not really the case of when you have teammates there, unless you just want that CC control, and then you switch back to cannon to get the guaranteed. I mean, that's the real setter upper. The spear though is still something that's available on that V2 variation, where you can end up having the meter or not, and ending up getting a pierce and getting a huge amount of sustain. But on top of that, V1, having the dragon, having this dragon dance or this unspecialized blitz, allowing you to have that recast to be guaranteeing you an insta heal and being in pink ultimate focus means that you are able to mitigate a lot of the damage that comes off from the focus pressures of Shael shield throw, the Enor in case of him impaling you. Technically, even in terms of having that to mulch, if he decides to launch himself into your face with a wisp throw in his face, you know, to kind of launch you down. And then honestly, it's just also the insta cast on the spears that gives your teammates enough chances to line up with the 2.0 off of flying knives, anything with a lot of vertical range. And then you guys can juggle the heck out, you know. But we're going to start this off here. Skill selections here have been pretty similar to what we've seen. A lot more F2 for the Viper Ning than I usually like to see, but that's okay. The Sans has its uses as well, majority of the time, to kind of guarantee no one gets away. But if they have a Wei Shan, you know, you can deny him. But if you really just want to take someone down, like a soft target on the ground, that's where the F2 comes up. Our drops here, pretty much standardized. As you can see, SR taking to Shipwreck Expanse, having RW on the top of that hill as well. But then the Invictus Gaming and FPX are taking towards Zest Winery. This is really for the boxes. This is predictably for the troves as well alongside of it, where they are more congested inside and also on the outskirts. But for IG, they have to like a lot of moves since they have Ballista play, not really necessarily needing it. It's really to see whether or not FPX takes their route with them on the belt. TE and GG taking on the west side of Celestra, really has themselves isolated, and even to the east and having it down towards, I think, Golden Tortoise or maybe Breezy Maze, having all that loot there available pulls the punches for those teams to just go right back into those fights at Celestra. But ladies and gentlemen, we're going to start off here game 2. It's going to be our first BR round, 1 out of 4 before we go to the mirror comp round in game 6. And seeing about more style midday and seeing what this first round begins, Hitbrain. So let's just start this off here, as it seems in the east is where we see SS1 actually taking their chances here up against YCG.
Yeah, seeing it open up nice and start here. QTG catching in onto Lue. Some brief knockback onto him. They are going to get onto Fu as well. YCG, though, getting heavily caught out on the edge there. The terrain also kind of another factor you don't have to play around with massively on the martial arts is you've just got the pillars, but you can get caught on rock edges and you can get caught on bits and bobs, which do just cause you a bit of grief. Have been able to disengage and heal up. Fu very low though. QGG is just going to look to chase in, but I think he's out of grapples. Yes, he is. So this is all going to come down to movement. He's just going to disengage, re-engage with his team and see if they can get some extra damage in. A blue armor swap came out though. So they are about to get some backup as Fu jumps into the fray. And here comes the ultimate out from QGG. He's going to look to put that pressure down onto SS1's members. Over could just be the one getting caught. No, he's turning his attention back towards Fu. Fu trying to break away from this one. Caught up by just all of the pressure put down here by QGG. Nice freeze comes out into the slam down. But down, remember, this could get a bit dicey. Over being hunted here by QGG. Again, no grapples to work with. So as he secures that kill, he's just going to grab himself whatever goodies he can. As now finds himself in a 2 versus 1 here. Quick reposition with the F. Armor going a little bit low, but Cuckoo is going to step up and try and save the day. Freeze comes out from Fu. Lue gets caught up, and he's now going to go for the transform with the Yu Shen here. See if he can catch on to these members, but YZG holding this one. SS1 bringing over as well. This fight is very extended.
You know, it's crazy too because Liyue is like once the Wei-Shan ultimate comes out, seeing a hottie come back in the mix is actually a breath of fresh air for them to go still to instill some more pressure. YCG finding it off of Fu. And then still pulling this down here. Liyue is not going to have it down, but looks like QGG went back here to pick something up, and it looks like he bought a Moonbane. I see that in his inventory on that purchase spree, so he took the time to find that, but decided not to cast it, thinking that this fight's going to last a little bit more of a while. I'm not going to cast his Moonbane, save it for later, and you can see why. Taking out SS1's retreat here and taking it to their advantage and taking a little bit more, you know, that gold pressure lead that they have, and then take this next kill and then hopefully potentially just take that armor purchase. I'm just looking at the gold right now. We're at 13,000, so not yet, but this is a really good setup here with 4 eliminations. YCG are taking the lead, and you can see the elimination spread as SS1 took 2 there, 3 for IG in the distance, T as well as for RW. You know, you can see how that Celestial fight turned out, and you can also see how that Zest Winery went to the favor of IG. As for TE though, they are stacked up and they're at the Immortal Temple, and the purple armor just left right there for YC to take up for that loot. Which they actually all have purple armor, and they got purple jades to boot. Which kind of curious to see what the. I'm curious on what purple jades, because one's attack, 2 of them are melee resistance right now. That could be anything, obviously. I just want to see what that's going to turn out there later on. But we switch on over here to IG, and they're taking the notion to go straight north towards Suddenly's Rest on the reset.
I'm pretty sure SS1 thought he ran that back, so they're going to have to get some Dark Tide coins together and get a Rebirth Charm off. Not overly too hard for them to do, because it's very early in the game, but it's going to slow down and potentially hamper their ability to get a Realm Yang, or at least the first Realm Yang. So it slows their scaling down massively. We'll have to see, although they should have timed out by now, so maybe the salty run back was the disengage afterwards. No, they did. Okay, so they lost their Shiol. So they're going to have to do a pick-up on that a little bit later, but that's just going to slow SS1 start down. YZG, though, starting strong. Obviously got the 8 points from the Battle Royale at the start of the day. Oh, no, sorry, 4 points from the Battle Royale at the start of the day, tying them with GG. Then get 4 kills on first drop, tying themselves now to GG, 8 points apiece. Fantastic start to the day there for YZG. They're going to be very happy with this one. And just, you know, a step closer towards those grand finals on Sunday. It's all they're playing for right now. Top 4 is the ultimate goal. The quicker you can get there, the quicker you can kind of cement yourself by just slowly accruing more and more points and making sure that you stay ahead of those at the bottom of the table. Eyes now on SR versus RW. Both these teams on the lower end of the bracket and are looking to qualify. RW with a kill here, though, will be able to take over IG. SR, they need to get all 3. They need to keep this game going. They need to secure a higher spot so they can also climb into that top 4 spot. You can see Yuan's Dazzle has now timed out. The ultimate has finished popped. And SR on the forward footing, chasing onto AB.
Oh, who's on the ballista, bro? Who's taking the shot? You know what's crazy too is considering that this comes off of this is going to be up to Youth from RW to find that and pushing the team further into Crow's Nest. Gives a little bit more space. And it's interesting too, the Wei-Shan ultimate, thinking that this Viper might have popped it out, but she didn't. And look at the AB, man, making this look easy. Combo breakers are going to be invested for the pairs, so the silence is going to be guaranteed, which means no chance on the recast. And that V1 Viper and the Akos, just a clean sweep here. Taking 1 player out of the mix is going to be their Yeshu, and taking out that means that with that star going down, 1 member there, we're going to have a lot of money to think about here, at least to see about 6,000, 7,000 Dark Tide coins. A purchase on something like a weapon might be something that works later on. But if they want to hoard that money, try to see what they can get purchased on later on for reses in case a third party shows up. SS1, though, seen on the reset, man. We know what happened earlier, you know, over to the east. And seeing how Moses Haven is where we saw that fight end up. This is now we're going to see Food trying to get money enough with Liyue to get over back. 12,000 Dark Tide coins. We need 400 more. And at least for Food right now, it's got a lot of boxes here just to pick up, and seeing how Celestial's been just picked dry here since TE were here, this is going to be where it's going to be a rough outing setting, and specifically considering Artisan's Grove is taken. But I saw over here by what seems to be by Breezy Maze in the Moonlit Courtyard, actually taking a spot right now on Blue. And Blue is one of the new players here, right? We know how he turns out in terms of the roster choice picks, but what's rough is that inside of the Breezy Maze, you only got so many ways to get out here before your opponent just sees you again.
Yeah, this is a rough one here for SR. They're on their revive already, so we could see another player going down. Another revival token is going to have to get picked up. Blue catches onto Youth here. Can he do some miracle work? Don't think he can when multiple members are crashing in. SR already down a player. Youth has got a little bit low, actually. Inside the corruption means this is going to tick up fairly quick. SR hold the phone. They're able to get 1. They do answer out, though, with a catch on, and Zhao now needs to 1 versus 2. AB is going to be potting up here. Zhao's not going to play interrupt onto that one, so he's just going to have to drop down onto the low ground. It's going to try and catch onto Yuan here. Scale rushes up, tries to play interrupt onto AB, doesn't want to give that window for the revive over, and that is him going down. SR are out of the lobby. As Roma Yang 1 spawns up, that is rough.
It is rough. Yeah, reset's going to be rough there, and we're going to see TEYC finding Cuckoo with a 1.0 grab. No, he doesn't look for it, and that's it. Cuckoo goes down there immediately before you know it. YCG taking a loss really early on, and losing that Zipping is not healthy, and you can see that TE Jades Sky Punch being brought out here, especially for YC. And that really is going to be putting out the hottie where the Enor can't get any form of support here, especially for the Nbpl. Hold on a second. Finds it down, having the combo breaker to be used. I think YC used it a little bit preemptive. He finds an R&B blue focus though. This is Purple Nunnies, and whether or not we're going to see a whole R&B, we're going to see a nice parry there. YC is getting a little bit dangerously low. The combo breaker earlier might be a little bit of a spotlight. There's the hits on the clinks. Goes for R&B. Could have been a parry there too, considering from QGG had that read. And having that opportunity right now to see XCN go down here for this 1v2. I mean, you can see it from this angle. The uppercut's good. QGG goes down, and his R&B comes off. This is going to give TE the victory. This is going to be our golden weapon. And also the results giving GG the victory. IG not taking any sort of forms of aggression in there. You're going to see a soft step Gecko foot being picked up with the gold katana. So this is going to be the Jade selections there for TE. But they've had some pretty good Jades going into this Ramyang, especially that Sky Punch being on the fist plates. And having the scaling there. RW, though, out of the zone, barely, over here inside of Ventai Temple. And having enough, hopefully, vitalities to burn them through. I'm looking at your Jades. I want to see what we got. Because if RW has some baller Jades inside of their inventory, this is something to think about for the future. But we're back at Mohist.
Yeah, and moving into like mosh pit territory at this point. Teams with depletion, teams with resurrections, able to take a fight. Bird's Might. Good way to score some earlier points for some of these teams is IG have found SS1. SS1 not a Vermilion Birdsmite team, they are a Draco Storm team. So in the combat, they actually do have a slight advantage. But if this combat does go south for them, they don't have that safety net that IG do have. So it could potentially be a little bit scary. And it feels like with the fact that they've seen the Draco Storm get procced, IG are a little hesitant to overcommit here, knowing that this is potentially a rough fight for them. And it's not a team who are 100% committed to the fight. But I say that, Fu catches onto Han here. Han does step away. They look for the freeze. Not able to make the first connection off. There's the next one. Han is going to get absolutely blasted here. Still have that revive to work with, so they've got something. Han pops the ultimate. It's just going to ping out to safety. Fu gets knocked into the zone. Goes for the dash. Does make the connection down to Kiki, but a cube comes out and they're able to reposition away. In comes YZG, though. In come more and more of the teams. SS1 have already lost over here. Lin's been able to do a lot of work off the back of that one. Vermilion Birdsmite still sitting in the pocket of IG. For another 49 seconds, they're feeling comfortable as YCG been able to cleanse one of their players as they continue to hunt here onto Kiki. SS1, that Draco Storm, such a nice combat bonus, but it's just not been enough. They're going to force to use the transform on the Yue Shen here for Lue, as he's just going to play the disengage. Is TE able to take down Youth off in the distance as well, though, the musket shot. And the mosh pit is well and truly under fire right now.
This is insane, though, seeing how this turnaround comes off for Invictus going down. At least for FPX, losing that Ramyang, though, means that the Solum has to be yoinked as fast as they can. The third parties are just around the corner, and you can see how much FPX Z11 has it down for that Viper Ultimate, holding it, having that Syra heal come off to full Valley for Exon. And it's kind of the spotlight right now for YGG. Back off. We took the money, we took the gold, and look at FPX. I mean, they got at least 34,000, 35,000 Dark coins. No more to the fines purchase, right? But they could find those second armors, the purple rarities to get that going for the intermediates, and then still scaling around there if they don't have the weapon rarity to pop out. And if they decide upon it, they can just jade out and see what they can get. Potential pickups like Group Heal, or even having advanced into that and still lurking into it. They still want the hunt. I mean, their soul blooms are at 40 seconds on that Yango. So this is going to be a real big timeline right now to seeing who they want to isolate, because the Enor one's a problem. He has ult, and you got to have the Zipping who has ult. Everyone's going to have a valued position here to have their turnaround, but the Ballista shot might even get a little bit of a stretch if they can find it, but it seems that they don't even have a chance here to make it happen. QGG finds that Impale, hoping to see whether or not the Viper Ultimate comes up in play. We're out of range of the Ballista. Z11, though, doesn't take the time here. He can't commit it, and his team's going to go down potentially completely, since that Zipping heals is saying just too much.
FPX, I think they actually really greeded by chasing for the kill. They had enough Dark coins for rebuff charms. They could have just played it safe, found a comfortable place to go out, fade away. But instead, they're giving kills over to YZG. Going to go up to 8 kills in 4 seconds time as Zint fades. There they go. Another kill goes over to YZG and FPX. They are able to break away and get those rebirth charms off, but Z11 has to throw it into the zone to do so. And the big scary thing about this is they now have to go back towards where YZG are to go get their gear back. So it is it's a rough one there for FPX. The greed may come around onto them, but TE inside the zone here, being a bit heavily zoned out. It's just Yuan for RW left alive, and they are just going to dump themselves into the zone. 6 kills isn't a bad start for RW, but I feel like they would have liked to have done a lot more with this game. But TE playing the gatekeeper here. As Yuan, I don't know if they've been spotted. I think they've been able to get away with it and jump away to safety. Nice.
Good value. Got that, man. I want to see the Jades. What we got now, man? They got purple fist blades now. So take a look over here. TE's gear has been upgraded. So far, Sops up Gecko Foot and the Sky Punch on YC. Having Fire Arrow, Circle Lock, Soothing Boon, Rampage, Tempest Kick into the Tai Chi Fan for XCM. We're going to see Fire Arrow, Circle Lock, Sunwing Shot, as well as a Rebel Bomb Shot and an Aerial Rend on New Wave. I mean, I'm like, it's okay. I mean, this is all stat boost than anything else, but just kind of seeing with this first Yang victory, they'll guarantee a purple, guarantee a gold Jade. Hopefully see anything upgrades from there, but this is pretty much good to see if they end up having the money to save for that Mortal Defiance if it hasn't been purchased already later on.
How did you learn the Soul Jades, man? Like,
just I pattern recognition it. I had
what, just through like the characters, the Chinese characters? That's crazy.
Yeah, so
I don't think I could do that.
It's okay, man. No. Sooner or later, you'll be like, wait a second, take the time, boom, and you're like, whoa. It's a lot though in terms of like having the full scan 18 Js, right? Like 18 Js, ooh, if they have it all in the end game. But we gotta start this off here. GG putting up stuff here for Invictus Gaming. I know that this is an angle for the double grab and denied. And the Hottie Teleporter puts him off here for Kiki, where Kiki might even just look for a swipe on the Hottie, and there he goes. Play stupid games, win stupid prizes, and that slam down is going to be guaranteed here. But the teleporter, that's his get out of jail free card, man. He just goes away, and LXM just trying to find the high point position on the Zendawu recast.
It's a great play here from LXM. Does get a grab, unfortunately, no slam to follow up, but absolutely brutal start to the fight there. GG. I mean, they for years have been the Monk comp. A very different version of GG from back when Monk was like traditional Transformers, but Monk has always been one of this org's best comps. So parry comes out off there, LXM with this great sword, just applying a lot of sweeping pressure onto the members of IG. Hand incredibly low. LXM is being forced low himself. No bell available, so this could just be the end of him. He's trying to break away, trying to get the heal off, but Kiki's on the chase. Dodges away on the ranged attacks, but there he finally falls. They're able to take him down. And it looks like Yuyi also getting caught off the back of this one, though, but they haven't been able to answer back in kind. 2 members of IG have been picked up, and GG being able to get himself some healing. Kiki now committing the ultimate, and he's going to look to try and take out CGS and equalize out the score between the 2 teams. But CGS has the armor. Yuyi just going to disengage away. CGS catching in on Kiki's ultimate. It's basically timed out. There it is. GG. Take the Rama Yang. Very, very nice from them there.
Yeah. Yeah, the problem too, he wanted to cancel ultimate in order for him to get that combo breaker up. Wasn't up in time. We're going to have a Thunderstorm picked up here with the Kaleidoscope, Parasol, Windy Trinity, as it stands to be with the gold armor, of course. And seeing how TE works it off against FPX. A lot of things comes off for FPX's Exin, and seeing how he's been locking into here. I mean, if he gets caught up to at least. I mean, YC has only 1 grapple in the tank. And he has time to space out here. But we're switching over here to Gamma Mine. Looks to be that this is going to be a spot right now for YCG to find a Spear Throw on SS1's Leeway. And Leeway is going to be out of there, man. He got Weishan ult too. What are we doing? QGG. I'm seeing red right now. This is the eyes right now for QGG. And the problem is that he takes this fight. I don't know. The team may or may not have a group heal, at least for 17S. We'll have to see. But he can't take all this hit. Like, he's got to go ahead and take the white heal here, as well as Leeway having on that reset as a Weishan. And yet he still heads to the zone. He can't get the eliminations here. Crest is one especially, but since Fu is going to be the only other player remaining and not even having any money close to it, I'm afraid there's not even any rework charms here, Hitprint. I think they've all been purchased out. We've seen a lot of players individually, like 22,000 Dark-Tide coins, and get their team back up. And this is exactly the case right there and there. And SS1's Fu been spotted out. Victus Gaming found him out there in the distance, and they're still pushing them up.
Yeah, feeling comfortable to chase on to this one. Lin catch in here. There goes FPX in the middle of all of this action as SS1 going to be losing Fu. He has got the Justina dashes, but they're just going to take him back towards the zone. And IG, once they land their grapples, should be able to play rundown onto Fu. But Fu has actually got a lot of distance coming in as SS1's Lue will fall. YZG gifted yet another kill. That's number 10 for them, I believe, at this point. Yeah, very strong start. And we're starting to see some people really get ahead of everyone else in the standings. I mean, you look at YCG 10 kills, TE 10 kills, GG with those 6 kills, but because they won the first martial arts tournament, they're keeping very competitive with everyone else. And yeah, a top 3 have already started to emerge with 10 minutes left on this first Battle Royale.
And 2 of them are the Zenda Wu. Look at that. Tumult. And who else? Tianhai. If they end up taking the MVP this round, we have a smaller chance of getting the Hottie North Ping from being the mirror comp. And I'm excited about that. But on the GG, Tuna's being proc. They got more to the finals on somebody. Seeing that Tuna on LXM, he's going to have the Phoenix Blast on CGS with a Hepa detach and the Aerial Dash with the Alchemy and the Tuna as well. And the Thunderstorm and Juggernaut being stacked up on Yubi. Now, he's already on 1 stack right now. Basically, he wants to just play Juggernaut the entire way. I feel like if he runs Attack Shades alongside of it, he'd go crazy with it. Meanwhile, Aurora Burst on YC with the Rupture Gale with the Soft Gecko Foot, the Rampage has been upgraded. A Thunderstorm on XTM we saw from earlier, a Sign Fang, and also in jabbing. Keep that in mind in terms of how that turns out, because jabbing in this composition is nasty with the TN high grabs. Though Velocity Untold and QGG, we're going to have the Fire Arrow, Cycle Lock, and the Quick Charge on the call on Cuckoo, Rupture Gale, Blistering Edge, Palm Lightning, Divine Flight on 17S. Has a lot of that range pressure onto those Jades as well, and having a Flying Eyes right would be a huge boon if he has an upgraded rarity to purple at least. And then having the chase down here over by Sun Cave, you can see that IG just taking their chances here at seeing TE with that Roar Burst, and like, I don't know, do we take the fight? They got a big Jade right there, and this is the only time right now. I got 1 minute and 10 seconds, 70 seconds on the clock to decide if I'm taking this fight, and hopefully no third party like YCG in the distance could potentially look to take the Yoinkage. And that could be a potential downfall here, especially with that Spear being in play.
Oh. Looks like with the Aurora Burst here, just trying to play zone. 2 of our top teams finding each other here. IG obviously not got long left on this depletion, but still had a very good game. YC is going to transform now. Looks at the opening. Lin also going to transform. Spirit well up. Right now it is TE who remain in control of the capture, but I mean it's a very minor control they have for themselves. As Kiki's doing a fantastic job of dodging away, but YC get absolutely shredded by the ranged attacks here. He's gonna have to drop transform fairly soon, and that's actually IG who've been able to control the area. Can they get the cap off in time? They haven't got that much longer left on their depletion. 2 of their players are very easy to catch, and in comes GG. They're just going to pressure up. That might be the undoing here for IG. Grab comes through. Lin is getting blasted by flying knives. Slam down. Finished up. And that is their 1 player without depletion, as YZG 17S also caught in the slam, is able to break away thanks to the ultimate Sandstorm coming out. And I've not seen a fight over a Spirit Well in a hot minute.
Yeah.
But the teams are full sending it. GG are losing control of the area. As they finally lose their transformer and get knocked back off. YZG are trying their attempts at pushing forwards onto this one. Just looks like everyone wants this Spirit Well.
Yeah, false sense of security is my favorite strat, especially what GG pulled off there and taking off IG. Then saw all of a sudden everyone wants to take their spot, and just like that, TE are exactly on the spot from everyone's else's position. And you can see the pickups here are crazy for XCM to get that. Like I said, that jabbing and also the Cyan Fang on the staff is also really good for the launch ups, knockups. TE though are actually IG's Kiki taking no kill to the enemies and taking that spotlight. TE are going to be pushing this down. Unfortunately, not capping set Spirit Well, taking Yang depletion. Unfortunate. Now the flag's in the hands of GG. So all the teams right now under Yang depletion, sooner or later dropping the flag. Best play you can do right now, especially not being the target pile, but the ultimate over by the Jade Pond. This is pretty much a spotlight right now to see whether Yui is going to go down, having no ultimate on the Zenda Wu, have the recast going to be available, and the jabbing shot. Boom, there it is, headshot, right? There's going to be another spot right now for the jabbing again after the head to detach. It's just cake right now. TE has every single CC controlled Jade in terms of animation lockdown, having the opportunity to silence, having the opportunity for quick 800 damage on the jabbing, and then finding it in just for a short amount of time. Like you can see YC not having ultimate might be a little upset if he doesn't find his R&B here, and having everyone pressured him down from YCG's side. has to pop the ultimate. Gotta do it. Even with the Tumult ultimate down, the Zendawu is now up on ultimate duty, and XCM is just gonna look to lock this down. Must just got some distance from LXM. We don't worry about that. We want to see anyone in the zone, and then once they try to peek out here, get caught into insta grab. YC took an opportunity though to leap in there, seeing about the hottie teleporter. Might be looking for any escapees. The launch on the Zendawu are good, and that's a guaranteed grab. And there's gonna be it for QGG.
Beautiful grab there from the side of YC, but he's immediately finished up upon landing. 17S doing some fantastic work there. They did catch onto the Sandstorm onto 17S, but he's just going to be able to cube away. Doesn't want to get hit up any more than this. There's 5 players left in the lobby. It's really all to play for. No one has a full roster right now. It's very messy, and the Bane's Breath is also in play. Total bloodbath. Oh, 17S just clearing it in the nick of time, but he gets bopped back. YZG losing a fair amount of HP. They're going to be able to reset, just get some healing in, keep themselves in the fight, in the game, as LXM just throwing those cannon shots out. Golden Paracel also in play, and everybody is making their way over to the Soul Altar to try and capture it here. The Spirit Well, sorry, to try and capture it here. Looks like LXM has transformed though, so he can be the one to progress with it. No one else is actually all that interested. I think they'd rather just push on for the kills and build up those timers. ZXM Zem is caught. There we go. So a lot of work onto him, but I'm just going to back away for a second. It just looks like it's the full disengage from TE, while LXM, he is just solo capturing and no one's contesting.
Yeah, this is going to be interesting because he gets a buff for this one. So gets Draco Storm, which is a good still sustained buff here. Let's see if he goes in. He's got an immediate sense of urgency, right? Hopefully he's got the RMB. Boom, gets a clinked off. Okay, that's okay. We go for round 2. Cannon shots come off of the F2 Zendawu for the Talon Strike. Doesn't connect. We see XCM. We take XCM out. As long as it doesn't come down towards... I was going to say, as long as it doesn't come down towards Niue finding a nice riposte there. Though the combo breaker is burned out, LXM is still not the focus of the lobby. They're still looking at the Zendawu, they're looking at the Tumult. This is actually real easy for LXM. Look at that. The clip clop comes off of that carousel. It goes again, tries to potentially get the kill. It gets the soul bloom potential on the tap dodge. It's going to give it the 17S. Having the teleporter to be ready. XCM not giving the elimination, not willing to. And seeing how it comes off in the 3rd place. And now for this position on 13 eliminations, is whether or not YCG can come off here and not lose that position on the kill elimination on the leaderboard. Because they'll get placement points and they'll surpass LXM, or they'll surpass TE. But if LXM finds a single grab,
he's found that single grab. He's looking for the second. He's just going to keep them in the zone. Nice slam down onto Cuckoo. No follow-up. He is losing a lot of HP, but the battle for first, GG's LXM could be the hero here. That Draco Storm, absolutely huge. Finally drops his ult, and there's the bell. No more tools to work with. Can he get towards an armor swap? No, he can't. YZG take the first realm of Yang, but LXM... he kind of got away with murder there. That was beautiful from him. He stole 2 kills as well when it was a 2 versus 2 versus 1, and he was the one.
He's the guy. The guy. He's it. You know, the crazy thing is, since GG is able to take themselves out of there, I mean, that position right now with 8 points from the martial art versus, and so in this round, pretty good notion. Considering though that TE takes his victory, or taking a chance here to see about YCG taking the victory, TE took the 2nd place overall leaderboard check-wise. But beyond that, one other thing is just slow roll. You know, for this round, not a lot of not a lot of showcasing on the issue that round. They got eliminated pretty early on, especially on the scrap offs that have been happening at Mohaven. Even the Viper compositions were gotten eliminated pretty early. Having the Zendawu, having Hottie Nor's ping, making it to the final ends of this earth, and seeing about that Yang Sparrow not being claimed, kind of put a dull on things, especially for TE's position, where they weren't able to get a buff, an armor, upgrade, all of that, even the tome to think about. And even with that not being in play, that could also be a double-edged sword. You know, the Summoning Essence is good as his lifesteal effect comes up for the players dealing damage to get healed back. But if, let's say that one player gets targeted out, sometimes the Yang Spearwell might be a cursing, you know, because if a team decides to pick up that Yang Spearwell, the Soul Bloom, everyone gets a refresh, everyone gets ult refreshed, and their armor as well in health. And that's something that really comes apart in terms of the choice pick composition of like the flow charting of where to take someone out and who to target in really close pocketed positions. This downhill terrain, you know, downhill terrain is something to think about, but we're going to terrain on over towards the predictions. Oh, I did that. Also, listen, how many players chose Zendawu in game 2? Is it A1, B2, C3, or D4? Everyone in the chat, make sure you type it very, you know, vary the timing, right? But That's going to be for one winner that gets added by NARAKA BLADEPOINT in the chat. But yeah, kind of seeing how those fights ended up here. I mean, we saw from the Sun Cave how the Viper name compositions were going out against the Hadi Norse Pings. That didn't really work out in the favor for like IG, for instance. And then also seeing how SR was getting knocked out pretty early, especially on the back ends of where RW were putting them down in the breezy maze. Almost losing RW, mind you. RW almost died out there in the zone slightly, but they still have enough time to get to the bedside temple. They were just calculating it as long as they were able to get that +1 to +2. And beyond that, gold economy was really in the strays where all the Reaper charms were invested a lot of time early. You kind of take a notion on that. That's where we saw post second Realm Yang, where teams just didn't find the opportunity of getting those resets, knowing it's not even a possibility anymore.
Well, I think the biggest issue was they kind of salty ran it back quite a few teams in that one. I mean, our first fight was SS1, and I can't remember who they were fighting, but regardless, they dropped in on top of each other. There was a salty run back, and it forced them to then lose a player. Yeah, and they lost the player, and then they had to go rebirth charm that player. So you were right, we did get through rebirth charms very quick. But, I mean, it led to a very, very explosive game, and it felt like, you know, it was mostly just, it was high tempo from the get-go. Everyone is playing at maximum aggression, knowing that these early points might be the difference between making it to those grand finals on Sunday and to sitting out for an entire month after today. YZG do walk away in first place, though. 12 kills, giving them 16 points at the end of that game. TE were just behind them on 14 points, and then GE just behind that. But here's our overall kind of damage share and kills. A lot of those kills are 17S. Really solid performance on the Hadi.
Hadi works, man. It's so much more value too, seeing a Hadi that's able to take the slashes to his own play. Even though he has the value of being able to deflight and being able to like be disengage his flight and go into the ground unit for him, he takes so much more, spacing wise, and able to push people back, and even launching for free blue focuses. Now we get our scoreboard, right? 20 points for YZG, taking it to the MVP as well with that second place win on Versus. 20 points is, it's there, right? And the 18 points for GG, 14 points for TE, but then we see the drop. 7 points for RW, 7 for IG, 6 for FPX. That's 1 for 4, 1 for SR going down early. So we just still have the spotlight where we still bring out the next round, where we end up going to Holler Rock, if I'm not mistaken. And if anything comes off of this, Vidoria is something to think about as well for the Volpines, case in point. But we'll go ahead. We'll look into a highlight reel. This is that first fight we're talking about. SS1 up against YZG in this first fight outside of the Lotus Haven.
This is actually the exact fight I think we were talking about at the beginning of the game. Just the total salty run back from SS1. That put SS1 on basically the back foot for the rest of the game. And YZG, they've always been, back even when they were KLA back in the day, they've always just been a very, very consistent team and organization. Like, they pick players who are good at just always performing, and it's not like just like a mediocre consistency. They're always a solid consistency. Like, they always get a couple of MVPs on the day. They'll get decent points even when they lose out on those MVP opportunities. Like, they still put in the numbers and the work. And this fight, honestly, my heart goes out to GG because that was close. That was almost a gorgeous turnaround. I still don't understand how that Spirit Well went uncontested and he got, so close to taking it all. But ultimately, YZG were able to shut it down and take themselves the MVP for this Battle Royale one. And no surprises, the Hadi gliding in to claim that one. 17S. 6 kills, I believe, on him. Really, really solid performance. And 20k damage coming in. We'll see where that damage was spread from. It was mostly the fan, interestingly. 7,900 gold damage, not gold, damage done with the fan.
And the thing too is having that Rupture Gale pretty early was good too for his cannon value. There actually, it wasn't even early. It was actually after second round when they started stacking that up. Blistering Edge, I mean, there might have been a different timeline for him to use a Blistering Edge, but that fan of gold rarity, spamming the RB, right clicks and all that was something that he ends up earning. 17S's first MVP, by the way, this season. So for YZG, they only take a dub, they take an accolade right there to start it up and hopefully stacking up. And Beyond that, we kind of look over past this. Since this round is going to be done, we see in 20 points is the threshold for first place. 7 points is the semi-threshold for fourth place right now in terms of just going past that. But a lot of the players are now just going to start reeling into the second round. Hope to see what Haloroth brings out. If the Isha comes off against the Shaiol, if the Justina might have value. We didn't see a lot of works around there. You saw in that first fight where SS1 potentially had it, right? Where they can get those free resets and all that, and yet still not having enough to break free from the control that one presents. And also the zipping, see, she can tap dodge, she can iframe through a lot of her cast, finding a lot of more motion than what a lot of players are really prepared for, and having that lockdown to where she just becomes a nuisance. And then by that time, you're already running through your ultimate duration, you're already running through your rage bar. And for a lot of things, just a lot of time to be wasted.
I will admit though, that's one of the we don't see that many of the Ainur comps actually MVP. It's one that consistently puts up okay points, but like in the battle royale, it's actually, I think it's like second place in most average points earned, if I remember right. Number one is actually a weird one. It's I've forgotten what comp it was now. I looked at it earlier, but it's not Monk or Ainur. It's one of our like kind of third priority pick comps. Takes it. I think it's actually the Viper comp with the Syra. I can't remember. Regardless, the average kind of like placement points. It's not those. I don't know who the hell it is. Basically, average points.
Yeah.
Is it the Weichong? Yeah,
I think so. I'll check it out.
I think we'll check it out in a second. Yeah, but it's one of those comps where I actually feel like the Ainur comp. I don't know if I see the value in Battle Royale as much as I do in the martial arts tournament. Not saying it's bad, not saying it's not like at least an A tier comp, but I do feel like it does get outclassed once third parties come in, because it's in an isolated 1v1 versus another team. It's kind of okay to understand, right, this is when we use the cube, this is when we use our zip. Like, it's very reliant on like the sequence of events going off in the right order. Like they need to, press ults in the right sequence. If they're forced to ult, at the wrong position, at the wrong time, the fight kind of falls apart for that comp. And when you've got these CC comps rocking up, when you've got like the Monk comp coming in with the picks, it's actually very hard to navigate that fight when there's lots of people in play to do that. Ainur's value is in these big clustered fights is he actually is the one who gets the most value because he's just chaos. Like he just runs around hitting everybody up, really scattering the fight. But without the Ainur, it's very easy to find that the picks onto them. So I'm surprised to see it do so well, but I think that game was also completely chaotic, so maybe that suits them.
Yeah, and no break. We're going right into game 3.
Hell yeah! Well, we had a mini break in the delay. So
delay. Yeah, they're like, okay, guys, we can't break time now. We gotta go. And I'm like, all right, I'm here. I'm sitting down, and I'm looking at the maps. Yo, look at that, black and white too. Wow. Very avant-garde. I'll stop. Listen, this is coming down towards YGG, though. They're taking a lot of value here as a team, just kind of taking that first victory, taking the motion. But I'm pretty sure their phases right now is they're going to be pushed to the bottom. So since they were in the first phase selection, if I'm not mistaken, that means now they're going to be in phase 4, which means, see, in the case in point, that Weishan comp and which variation they decide to roll with. But I'm excited to see what turns out here for the stats is seen on end for, there's any changes on the Haloroth. I mean, the Salvation Podium fights are still a predominant lead of gear, right? If you get that gold weapon, you can kind of kite around. It's just a matter of a tuning towards what you'd want. Like some people will take the Salvation Podium, not necessarily for the puzzle, because they know it's only a limited amount of time before some players or some teams roll their way towards that way. So they take the kills, they take the gold, and then just walk away from it. So that way they don't force themselves in a weird reset position. They'd rather take the escape either to Emberhawk, where they know they can trail down towards the end of the dunes, which is the money town for Haloroth, or they can make their way towards the Fortress of Kaviani just to see about that looting path if it's available to them. And if not, they move down southeast, right, towards the city of Tong, even more so taking a curve over towards the Cinnabar Valley. And some of these teams can do that. Like I know for a fact, GG will take a chance up into the north if they had it. They'd love taking the Imperial Village. They love taking it, and spawning over by the Lotus Village. But if they decide to or the Ice Fang and Gammon as well, right? But if they decide to take a little chance in switching up their drops, it just depends if the teams that are prepared to take that fight against GG just get debated, because that usually does happen. And a lot of these teams just aren't prepared for that, and they just have to make do with what they got without the initial fight.
Well, it's really on for a lot of our teams a position where they need to rethink and reassess this game at number 2 on the Battle Royale. SR, I'm looking at you. You are circling the drain as a team right now. And, I've said it a lot, and I'm going to say it. I'm going to continue to say it until this season is done. SR are chasing that golden road. They haven't dropped a single international tournament, a single domestic tournament all year long. They're defending world champions, although that doesn't actually count towards this year's golden road. It's the upcoming worlds is the one they need to chase for that. And we've never in NARAKA history had a team achieve the golden road. And the golden road is harder than it ever used to be because of the fact we used to just have season 1, 2 worlds. We now have MSC. We now have the Asian Games. There's multiple tournaments that show up for these players, and they have a lot of stuff to do to prove themselves worthy. SR are 3 steps away. This tournament, Asian Games, and Worlds. They're halfway there right now. Let's see if they can keep it going.
I mean, one thing about the Asian Games too is like it's you know, with the the value of the countries going up, and China just has their ballards. You know, they said they had the best competition, right? They have Wenfang, TXJ, Rico, all in boom right there, right? And that's just like a nasty setup. For everyone else, they just have to watch by and see what's going to happen there, because I mean that would be an insane setup there for a. Well, who knows who knows how they turn out, but insane value for the future for the roster checks on the teams. But regardless of that, how do you notice it being first round selections? You know how it goes. But next round, seeing about the Zendawu and the Tumultuous and the Tianhai. I'm thinking about you, FBX. I'm thinking about you, RW. Are you gonna bring up the Akos? No, they're gonna stick to the Zendawu, because this is a point in time where this is where we see a little bit of splits, and a lot of the players can end up splitting their choices, and it's still yet to happen, at least today so far. Our third phase, though, this is where we get a little bit antsy. Whether they get a split of the Akos Tessa, or we get, just a mono of the two. And seeing how the Tessa's there for SR, hold for impact for SS1 here. Tessa as well, so they're gonna get that double comp pick. So this Tessa, seeing the ban on the Tessa specifically. And, if you notice in the phase 4, you notice the ban on the Viper and the Syra, and if there was an Akos and a Tessa split, then you notice that there's one or the other in the compositions. You just kind of be ready for it. But since there's gonna be a Tessa here in the ban list, both YCG and IG are going to take an opportunity here and rocking out the Shunhuan Li, at least for YCG, which was going to be with the Justina potentially. I don't want to.
No, okay.
They ain't gonna made it. No. You can't make it.
No, we've seen it. That's the scary thing, is we did actually see it. I think last week. But no, we got a bit more standard here for the side of IG. I haven't really seen much of the Yi today. Did have a game on it in the first game, but it again off screen, didn't really see much. It has been interesting as well, because when we had our Yi mirror matchup, we saw variants in which ult to take. So I feel like right now we're not on the nerfed Yi, so you can still run kind of either or. It kind of came down to personal preference. I think in mirror matchup, if you're running weapon form, you're trolling, because you're just going to be clinking off each other with a cannon. But yeah, I like the dragon. I think the burst and dragon's great. Also, just visually more exciting, isn't it? Big dragon shooting out and grabbing someone.
Yeah, V2 is like the cannon. It's visual clutter, but it's AOE clutter. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
everyone gets caught in the grenade throw with the RPG. You just get everything that got dropped into your face, and then everyone gets lifted again with your teammates in the back. But the V1, you can do it, shoot it from a distance. You can guarantee a huge animation lock timeline, and you can also recast it if you miss. If you end up missing somehow in some way, right? But in a group team fight, that recast can also reposition you if you're in a bad spot, because the recast in general, right, is, or when you do it initially, it's pink ultimate focus. If anything pressure holding you, you can throw it to protect yourself, and if they tap dodge it and they're like, "Yo, get him!" Jump him. You can recast it from a safe distance away, at least a couple of meters there, to 30 meters, to even up to a maximum 70 something meters, right? But inside of V2, the damage spike, it's just the timeline of things. If they want to use the spear missile pounce, if they want the piercing from the spear off of V1, versus the value that the AoE control comes off of the V2 with the unspecialized blitz, or with the specialized blitz on the cannon mode. Our skills, though, are kind of similar here. SS1 taking the F2 for the Viper. That's the only determination here. V2 is actually something else gotta talk about for Shunhuan Li. I don't know if you have anything to talk about that, but I'm actually really excited to see how that V2 has been something in this season. Because I think the main reason, we're going to see V2 for Yeshu here, though, for IG, but the reason I'm excited to see how V2 is being used here for Shunhuan is V1 is something that can get negated from distance, right? Like someone from the distance can tap dodge it. They can potentially just use wall to range to their advantage. But V2, you're so up in their face. You're reapplying the vulnerability every single strike. But if you're taking a fight point blank value and you have a Justina, for instance, and you find a vulnerability, the strike itself is going to give a guaranteed for proccing not just once but the second time when you tap dodge and you throw it over and over, that you're still ultimate focus immune and you're in their face. Like, there's no like grabs, you're tap dodging a lot of moves that you're avoiding, and you can also just go in an omnidirectional direction with the moves, with the throwing the blades, and you can just time it in your own sake. But I'm looking at GG taking City of Tong with RW, crazy. That's the spotlight. TE and YCG at Imperial Village, FPX IG at the Ignis Mound, and then SR and SS1 at the Salvation Podium. So pretty much Game 3 is going to have 4 pocketed fights, and this is going to be kind of spicy considering how all 4 teams are right next to each other. All 8 teams are right next to one another.
It's going to be an absolute banger, I think. This game, a lot of action breaking out once again. Interesting to see, because GG obviously were a team who always dropped Imperial. That was kind of like, that was what they were known for. They switched it up last year and started using Tang as a more common drop. And it's really opened up other teams to go to Imperial. YZG going to be their team. But right now, our eyes on the FPX versus IG fight. We've already seen a parry land through as JS1 caught inside the building still. With that pole sword, it's going to be a big zone controller. Flying knife though from Kiki. Doing a lot of work as IG catching in. FPX have already lost the player. IG continue to advance forwards now. They are so close to a top 4 spot. Another kill will put them in there at least briefly, as there it is. Enough for them to tie up with RW. But RW also getting kills off screen as well. So all of that work IG did is been somewhat neutralized as SR chasing here onto SS1, seeing if they can catch them nice and early underneath the part of the puzzle, trying to get that one going. We saw a Fox go out there, well, a Charm go out there from Tessa. Didn't actually hit onto anybody, I don't think. SR still able to get themselves a single kill there. NY7 catches off with the F just to play a bit escape here. Fu's going down, and SS1 catching themselves here. A bad fight as SR are going to be able to take them down, and this is just going to guarantee the gold weapon start for SR. Finally, a bit of life from these guys.
Yeah, you know it's crazy too. The silence, man. NY7, I'm giving you applause, man. He silences the Sire, the enemy Sire, to deny her from popping out Ultimate. I know him at this game. He's like, yo, I want the fight right now. I want the fight right now. And I hear the A shoes on Ultimate right now. He's popping out. He's looking for the Pierce. You see this guy coming down there. And there it is, coming off NY7. Combo break your Ultimate, though, if he needs to break it off. But there's their Ray. Wait a second. Comes again here to back off with a Sire Ultimate, gets sustained, getting launched by the cannon, and getting fully focused fire. And I don't know, I mean, this tree is kind of a sus moment because Wei Shan Ultimate's available, the stun is not guaranteed, and NY7 just gets eliminated just like that. The Wei Shan launch down comes into play. Now, obviously for Han, the horizontal connects with the Sire Combo Breaker's up. Han ate that Thorny Roller. I didn't want to talk about it, but they can still take an isolated position on this and hopefully get Rico out here.
Yeah, Zhao playing away. He does catch a parry onto Han. Thorny Roller's coming around, and it takes Zhao down. Oh, a heartbreaker. Dang. I wonder if NY7 is going to have a chance to solve the puzzle. Not NY7. No, it looks like SR have just broken away. They're not going to get the puzzle. And unfortunately, SS1, they stalled out SR well enough that it gave IG the ability to come in third party, bit better geared up, and with ultimates, able to solve the puzzle for themselves, and they're going to grab themselves the goodies. But SR, you know, regardless of the fact they went down there, they got those 3 kills. Finally, a little bit of life in this team, but this now needs to be a great recovery from this point outwards.
Yeah, it's great to see since the Salvation Podium gold rarity weapon picks up here. Han, he is going to get, drumroll please, can we see gold long sword? Crazy, that's whip sword, by the way. They're going to convert that real fast. And having the amount of gold right now, Dark Tide coins are up to around 38,000 or 39,000 Dark Tide coins. So this is at least to, I mean, hoping to see if they get 2 armors there to Lin, to Kiki. And then on top of that, Issue is going to be going down here now for the value that the team gets off of that gold lead, which is also the gear check. But off the TE, they are also on board with this, with gold, the purple halberds, purple armor, at least for XCM. Some purple jades out there to see whether or not that's going to be something of value or just a stat stick, at least for now. And at least from the Imperial Village, their lineup is now to go straight towards the quarry, right? That's going to be their rotation. If not, they just try to find any sort of heart seekers. RW, over here by the Moonfall Pass are still kind of lurking around here with those 3 eliminations they earned early on. And we saw it off screen, but now we're going to have to see what this Zendawu composition, at least with this team, and how much more value they kind of decide upon finding. Doing quest lines, doing the macro side of things, just doing everything, the proper rotations past this area, gives them a guaranteed spot to go over towards, if not done already, from the end of the dunes, which is south of the zone right now. And still having this idea about whether or not Moonbanes are still in play, if someone has it, or even more so, just seeing about where we are up next to the Ramyang. And even here, you can see where SS1 is by the Jin Armory, by the Thorny Roller outskirts. They are on hard reset by the Fortress of Kaviani and making a rotation, which judgment might be beheld. I think they might be going ahead and getting caught into a crossfire with another team here soon.
Well, we are going to see them just briefly reposition back in. SS1 obviously losing a player. Actually, all 3 players on drop to SR. But we've got Ramyang spawning up in 2 minutes time, so I think a lot of the action is now just going to die down. It's going to be last minute kind of gear grabbing and making sure that you are stocked up on resources for this fight. You know, if you can get Soul Jade expansions and just even if an extra blue Soul Jade is something. So we'll see what they try and do, where they go from there, but I think it is just a bit of a waiting game. SR, I mean, they're not like under geared, but you are looking at teams where some of these teams are rocking like purple armor across every member and purple weapons. These guys are blues across the board, so they can take the Ramyang, but there may be a world where it's a little bit more dicey for them, so they may just play a safer one. Spirit Well is nowhere near them. I don't think the Spirit Well's actually spawned in yet, that's why. So they're going to be probably just playing this as a loot angle and just wait out the other teams.
Bailing out the West, though. I saw all those teams over there. I don't know what's happening in the West, man. A lot of teams just like conglomerated in that area, but IG having that gold weapon, I don't think we want him to be the one in the front line, but he would be the first one I would assume that has the scaling, considering he's on that V2 variation once you start seeing the fight. Scattershot, air overlord on Kiki. That's it. I mean, mitigation across this board. I'm not certain. Actually, no, not mitigation. 2 HPJs on Lin, but ballistic shots in range here. And you can see Exon's going to be the first one to go through that, taking a blow to the head, but from GG. And having EpiX go towards the Snowy Forest line, still have a lot of time, man. I'm still thinking about whether or not Yeshu has one thing up his sleeve here. Is if he goes up against the Hadi or Zipping, dang, they can't. Never mind. They're going to be going against Tumult Zendawu on the outskirts, and that's going to be the Tumult Ultimate in play with the Tianhai. And Han getting a whole aerial denial of those range shots on the cannon. He can't shoot in here, man. He can't shoot anywhere in here or out here, and that's going to be Kiki's demise.
Well, going to see them look for a grab angle here. Nice catch on the Han, actually, off the bat. Going to make sure that Han goes down. Slam in. No regrab angle available. Oh, it was close. It was very, very close, but Han, that's the golden weapon just gone for him. That's a rough, rough one for them.
I think now in the hands of a Tianhai, you know the scaling how it goes. Now you know how the next fight's coming off here. It's going to be T up against what seems to be a chase on from GG, and I think LXM burning that counter breaker might cut him his losses too soon. GG is going to see it down here with the F2 recast. CGS looking towards YC. Enor 1 in response. It's going to be interesting. I was trying to calculate this and how often they want to kind of do this sooner or later, but there's going to be the kill potential here from LXM going down. There is over one more kill. LXM, there he is. And there's a spear throw. The Nbpl, it's guaranteed. And this is going to be a knockback to push him past, but the zipping on this point gets lightning marked and yet still avoided. The F1 gives her a little bit of room to breathe, and yet still having this Enor 1, having free real estate on your targets, is going to showcase that CG or is going to CJS is actually going to be right there and then getting caught by the neutral uppercut, getting caught by the Kabloom into the F2 recast on the wall, guaranteeing that elimination spread. And we still seen this is just not even the tip of the iceberg, man. We still got more to see. They're going to be getting themselves with a switch dazzle, interestingly enough, gold fan. And now we're going to go off over towards Cinnabar Valley, where RW took their victory in the Ramyang, dropped to 6 eliminations. And just seeing if we can get a chance on, I don't know, a replay. Thanks, Prod. And we're going to see that coming off here with AB's ultimate on Tianhai.
Yeah, we'll see AB fishing for that grab. Wow. That, like, he didn't hit a single bit there, but nope. Just the blasting onto Zhao. There it is. Just grab finally comes in. Zhao slammed through. That is brutal for him. AB does get hit by the dazzle, but the work was done already. Doesn't even get any follow-up thrown into him as SR just folding under that pressure. Do have the Viper stun as well. See if maybe they can find the catch. They did actually catch onto AB a little bit there. As Blue, yeah, he's going down. And yeah, that was just unreasonable for SR. They got absolutely destroyed before the fight could even really start. Very rough on for them.
I was thinking about it. I was like, yo, RW are kind of silent killers right now. You know, taking themselves out there in that realm. And I think even further and more here, man, because look at this. QGG, we didn't do it right. No. 2-on-1 in trios, man. Sometimes you do it, sometimes you just miss it, and all of a sudden you got a whole transformer into play. But look at that one here, looking at Youth having to pop both their ultimates. Oh, this is an elimination tip that's just going insane.
At least YCG had the birds, Mike. So it's not end of the world for them, but blasting through there. Kuku's trying to play escape. Not even really wanting to hang around there, but RW on the chase. AB quite low. YCG 17S is going to get a bit off. The bell comes down and they're able to secure themselves the kill. TE also fighting it up. And a big thing to note here is this is mainly Birdmite teams fighting in the area. S is one of the first of the depletion teams to show up. So a lot of the Soul Blooms, are like kind of quote-unquote freebies, have actually been burned. And TE, they still got a minute left on their depletion, so... not on their depletion, sorry, on their revival, so... They don't have to really... They can disengage, they can engage and just send it. Does look like SS1 are looking for the dazzle angle. They're not going to make the connection onto Kuku. Kuku's still got some backup as YCG come forward. They're able to get one. There's the pop on the Bird's Might. Lue, though, getting chunked out heavily here. Charm goes through. Lue's able to dodge away from that one, but he does get hit up by the parry. 17S finds the follow-up onto Lue and finishes him up. TE still in the fray as well off the back of all of this as SS1 down a player. That's the only player they got cleansed as well so far. The other two still being hunted, but we are seeing Bird's Might pop in. And it looks like they're denying Soul Blooms. GG stepped back to grab that. Actually, GG have Soul Bloom depletion, so they need their Soul Blooms. GG able to get at least one cleanse then off that, as they're now still hunting onto FPX.
Top two, considering I know that Yu was trying to pick up that soul, and I think someone yoinked it in the middle of all that, maybe unintentional. And this is going to be a 40-second deficit right now. Yang depletion still in effect to see if they get the Reaper charms, but on the other side of this area, over by the core, we can see the SR having an approach here with his Viper ultimate and hopefully guarantee a stun. Exen goes into play and he's caught. He couldn't even knife frame if he wanted to. The silence was probably into effect. Z11 is going to be in the zone though, and this is going to be probably FPX's demise here, even with 5 eliminations and having 2 of their players down and just 1 left remaining. And hopefully to see if whether or not there's RW to come out here and just put a spot, you know, put a limelight on that R&B drop down. Let's see if that happens. The Palm Lightning comes off, and NY7's looking up the loot up. Man, it's loot goblin, no problem, no questions asked. And all of a sudden, you can see on the other side of this, not even too far away, where this fight consistently keeps going downhill. And this is going to be going down towards QGG, getting caught by the 1.0 and getting eliminated here. The Soul Bloom picked up here. Shunwan Lee trying to do whatever he can here. Cuckoo's going to try to see about spacing up because look at TE in the distance. They're coming right back from the back end. They know exactly where these guys are turning out. They know exactly what can turn off of here for the ultimate cast if it needs to be done, but having this many eliminations in their pocket, it's just cake. And you know this Tesla ultimate is going to guarantee from this distance. XCM is silenced. He can't I-frame through. He is going to hurt. Takes a teleporter, perfectly set up here from YC. And indeed, having this team to keep this stand with a zipping on standby for that ult.
They actually need to delete Cube. It's such a ridiculous ability. SR lined it up really nice as a third party. He presses the button and it undoes everything SR did. SR still got 1 player on depletion. They're going to probably have to go for a rebirth charm angle on that. Might be a little bit too late to secure there, especially with the no ult zone in play. Everyone's just disengaged away as SS1. They were also able to get a rebirth charm off. I believe it was actually Lue, the person who went down. I know he's got the rebirth charms. He needs to go use them. But he's running towards SR. That's potentially a bit of a freebie. Oh, Blue's gone down. Can they rebirth charm him back in time? I think this is the perfect spot right next to his shop. There we go.
Hey, I don't even know if YCG's going to take out Lue here. I don't even know if SR... Yeah, they got the Reaper charm for YCG's QG, but the problem is right now for Cuckoo, he's like, oh, I want to take this 1v1. I'm like, sure about that? I mean, F2 class comes off of this. Just whether or not we're going to get further into the Rummy Yank. Can Lue find it? Yes, no, maybe so. goes in, takes the fight.
He goes in alone.
It's okay. It's okay. You know why? Because he goes out here, he's on the ink depletion. He'll be skating around and just hoping to see about just playing for placement. Because depending on how many rebirth charms we talked about earlier, we don't really need. We know how this story is going to end, y'all. So, having this to be said, you can see that it's going to come down between RW and SS1. But in the other fight, TE versus GG, there's a full-scale fight. Everyone here is just like, should we just delay? And I'm thinking, maybe not. We have a spotlight right now to see GG in the same predicament. Wait a second.
What is going on?
Individual
I've seen
players,
this a couple
man.
of times, but not often.
Yeah, this is like this is like a unicorn, man. Two happenstance in two moments like that. That's crazy. In the same realm, in the same round. Like what?
I mean, I guess we lost like a couple of teams in the last like depletion fights, and it's been a pretty aggressive one. Yeah, we lost IG and FPX, and a lot of teams are stripped of a lot of their power right now. I mean, the RW one, was it RW? No, the IG one. No, they're already out. Whoever's SS1, it's the Viper. They have rebirth charms, if I remember right. I'm pretty sure they picked up rebirth charms, and they were just trying to find a place to revive. So they're going to get depletion, yes, but then they're going to probably go pick up the rest of their team, and then their team will hopefully find a way to save them. But I don't know if there's many rebirth charms left in the lobby at this point, because we've had very, very rebirth intensive games. There's Yuyi, last player left for their team, free spawns, and is immediately seen. So I think GG are just going to fade away here. Not being as good of a team, a game for them. Oh no, sorry, it's not. They're not the last player, but they're not giving a kill over.
Yeah, they can't. I mean, they saw the body going down there, so this is going to be at least with the gears in hand. And actually, J-Check. I know TE has a lot going off of this on the Roman Yangs and all that stuff. And another thing too, right? Besides the Reaper charms that are in the shop too, if they decide to take a chance in running past the spear wheels that have been claimed, that's just a memory bank thing, right? They having the team's awareness on that and looking at that direction. You're gonna see out here for it, and I'm pretty sure it's gonna be Wildwind Spout into Cavaloon to Benthic for XCM, having Switch Dazzle, having the Rupture Gale into the Fire Circle, or not that, Rebel Bomb Shot, and the Shaolin Staff Arrow Dash. That's on their hottie. So he'll be the one person that ends up having a spot where, I mean, Hong Sword in this mix of a lobby on a hottie is kind of insane. Then we're going to switch on over here with the Tuna on an AB, having Paul Lightning for Yuan with the Advanced Heal. Having, if I'm not mistaken, having an Armor Pierce on Youth as well is pretty cool, especially considering he has Slow Shot, Sling Wing Shot. So if he ends up getting a pop on somebody on a Whisk Throw, that is literal deletion. Like, dude, no matter what, if they get caught by the Whisk Throw, the lobby's gonna look at them anyways. They're gonna die sooner than anything off of no armor. Then the 1v1 of Destiny happens here. Combo breaker with the ultimate. And this is a knife framing goal with TJS, or what are we doing? Ooh, Kessel's ultimate. Liwei trying to do is a little bit shifty here, but he is not gonna have the opportunity. The Impale is gonna be good. And that will be Liwei going down here for SS1 here. Don't take damage aside here. The wall is his demise. The buttery rocks. 30,000 Tarktai coins nearly in the CGS's favor here to get this elimination and keep the team placement wise, right? I was talking about it before. 5, though, in the hands of GG. And just having the sustain here probably was just supplies and just staying in the zone as close as he can at least.
Well, then teams make their way over. 13 people left in the lobby at this point. Most of them full teams other than GG. They're the only team who are unfortunately down to a 1 player. But we did see a scenario in the last game where GG came second. Even with the 1 player, they're able to secure kills, 2 kills to speak of. That might not be the case this time, I think, because CJS is he's quite happily accepting his fate and will be fading out of this game. So that will take us down to 4 teams for this next phase, for the last 10 minutes of the game. YZG just right now made a very, very strong recovery, because then they had a bit of a mistake early. Lost a couple of players, been able to pick everyone up. Everyone's geared up and ready to go. But right now, it's RW who are leading on the kill front. TE very close behind them. And TE have been consistently on fire today. 2 games in a row, we've seen some fantastic stuff come out for them. But also these guys, big to watch team here. SR, 5 kills in. The team who have been domestically smashing and internationally smashing everything they touched recently. Let's see, they've got the CC comp if they can make a recovery in the tail end of this game.
Yeah, it's another thing too, is that Corey set up the tone here for TE, I think, in the most positive way possible, like outcome, right? Because having all that position to take over, having the reset, and then coming right back in after other fights have been occurring, like they took out IG basically, right, by being by the distance, right? RW were able to come off of those fights alone, as well as Victor's. But with 4 teams remaining here, this is going to leave us into the second round to see about whether or not the second round Yang winners come out with those gold weapons and scaling up with those Jades. And you can see how much the presence is there for that Yang Spearwell and how that zone is going to start to collapse here. And there it goes. We start. YZG taking ourselves into the southwest corner of, south of the Falcon's Perch, more so by the Achilles Gate. And kind of noticing that RW taking this uncontested, but the thing is, this is edge of the zone material right now. Whether or not RW wanted to delay the Yang Spearwell, I don't know. I think they want to, yeah, they are going to delay it. I feel like that's going to be the best play here, to kind of have as much mechanization. But if they want to instant clear, that's okay. They want to get as many teams as possible, take them out with the Yang depletion, or be enforcing their hand, right, for the next 3 minutes. And then on top of that, there's a flag. Now, YZG, you're going to be a target in the lobby for this flag, man. Because they go, well, I want your flag. I'm like, okay, listen, I'll be a standpoint here. Cuckoo, if he takes a fire with target lock, specifically that target lock is going to be his death sentence if he's not careful enough. The Reva bomb shot is there too to kind of confirm for it from YC's end if he ends up popping off on that. And in RW, you're just going to play aura farming. I don't know. I mean, you're at top of the Achilles crest, just standing there, just looking over their shoulders, because they're going to let these teams duke it out.
Oh, SR closing in. No one actually wants to pick the flag up. They know that the moment you pick it up, tension turns onto you, but everyone else is also rotating away. SR quite happy just to hold it down for a second, but nope, no one's going for the flag. Very bizarre.
Yeah.
Instead, it looks like it's going to have to just be for the kill angle, though. Nope, T, they circle back around. They grab the flag, yeah. I'm very confused by that whole sequence of play. Like, yeah. YZG just giving up the flag with not really any resistance. They just kind of dropped it as soon as people postured at them. Everyone else then posturing around the flag and then just walking away from it and giving it for free. I'm not sure what the decision there was, but that was the decision that was made.
You know, interesting point here. You see how RW is hiding in this bush, right? Remember what I talked about from earlier? It's a double-edged sword for that Yang Spearwell. They can't take a fight because they know that if they take a fight, they're going to target the one person with the Sungmi's essence. And then they want to get that full reset, right? So it's really smart for RW not to take any sort of aggression here. They want to wait for these teams to take it, and then they can go in afterwards. And even more so at the tail end of their buff running out. But that flag is also another thing where we saw where YCG dropped it. I think it's really just, they don't want to take the chances. They wanted to wait. They're still waiting for the Yang Spearwell team to come up here. And you can see Yuan. Look at this guy. Oh, taken out. No hands with the range shots. And it's crazy. Ironically enough, it's crazy because he's a Tumulch that went down, and he died to range damage. And unbelievable.
That's crazy. They took him out with the dual pistols, SR. Able to get the Soul Bloom as well, but they don't have long left on this depletion, so a trigger needs to be pulled fairly soon. Zem is going to just dash into the zone here for the team for TE and get those guys cleansed up. It's going to be quite risky, though. Is the coffin open this? Oh, okay, there we go. Okay. Cleanse his team. Nice.
Needed that.
Taking a lot of damage. If he gets caught on the way in, looks like his team are kind of making sure that it's a safe walk back in for him. That was risky, but it paid off well there for the side of TE, and now it means that SR and YZG are our two teams with depletion on right now, so they're going to have to fight. RW are about to lose their buff, though, so a window could potentially open up. I believe NY7 just took a Bane's Breath to the face, so that's him in danger. AB is going to transform, but now SR have their number here with all of the crowd control, the dazzles, the lockdowns. AB, he is going to get smoked by the dazzle, cooked out, taken down. Who's going to get the Soul Gloom? And SR stepped up to try and get it. I don't know if they were able to, though. Have a look at the scoreboard. Yes, they were. YCG looking for the freeze. SR. NY7?
Yeah, I don't know.
He was trying to be nice. He was trying to leave the Soul Bloom for his team.
Yeah, well, he also was trying to look for supplies. I felt like I was looking at one Vitality, but then all of a sudden he realized too late he was in it, and QGG goes down here. This might be a silent ending to the game. TE taking that Yang Spearwell and taking that cleanse from XCM's efforts really set them up here for another MVP. I mean, this is kind of rough too. You can see YGG going down here. You can see RW just like, all right, well, listen, I just popped my ultimate here, and even SR are just gonna play for placement here with that, considering they still have one player left, Syra.
Yeah, not sure about this. It was a very weird final circle that kind of broke out here, but it is now just TE. Dotting I's, crossing T's. They're going to look for a 14 kill victory. There it is, 13 over to them. Should quickly tie it up with the 14th kill onto Youth. Unless Youth has some serious shenanigans up his pocket. He doesn't. Down he goes, and RW. Take that, oh sorry, TE, take that game.
You know why is he laughing? Because he's using the Rev. He's using dual flintlocks, the most unused weapon in the game, period, right now. But I guess he's trying to find out, man. I mean, it's a rate of fire thing, but it's also like where you can compare it to crossbow for that, just a little bit higher damaging per shot, and having the Rebel bomb shot as well. I mean, that's something that you can kind of utilize as long as there's no slashes coming your way. And like you said, that final round was, I don't know. I mean, I feel like that can also be studied in a good direction. Just seeing what would happen under low hours, like YZG having that Yank flag and no one taking the opportunity to kind of chase him down. RW knowing that they're going to be the target of the lobby at some point, not just because of their Transformer comp, and also because they took that Yank Spearwell and the lobby was looking for them. They couldn't find them.
Yeah.
Some units can take that full advantage of that Yank Spearwell, like Enor, but to Temi and to Zendawu and the Tianhai, I feel like that's just something that someone's going to get blown up there once they have to get caught out. And to Comma Breaker aside, Temi just couldn't do it. He couldn't find the opportunity of breaking off, and if he gets silenced, there's nothing left for him. Obviously, when we go into the next round here into Padoria, to Morning Dew, things could be switched out. You can see, look at that swagger. Look at that man. He's
vibing, bro.
Oh, he's like, I love my life. I love it. Today is a great day, guys. Great day.
It's a fantastic round for them. Massive points scored there for the side of TE, and they had a great game too as well. Like their first battle royale on Morris Isle, fantastic. They became third. They got some serious points on the board. They now just put even more points on the board. This is TE comfortably setting themselves up for that playoff spot. I think YZG have also played fairly well there. GG probably a bit more shaky, but I think this game being shaky is offset by the fact that they won the martial arts tournament at the start of the day. But that safety net, I'd now say, is popped, so they're going to have to look towards changing up their game plan for 4 onwards. But we're halfway through the day, and I think we got 3 standout teams. I wouldn't say everything's set in stone, but these guys are cementing themselves as the front runners. And it kind of, at this point, halfway through, feels like everyone else is just playing for 4th to try and make it into that grand finals. But, you know, things can change. NARAKA always has these moments where everything gets just very, very different and everyone's getting forced into different positions. So we could see a world where things do decentralize and get a bit more I don't know if I said decentralized, but you know what I mean. Like things will change, and we could see, you know, a totally different selection of teams actually at the top of the table at the end of the day.
Yeah, it's gonna be an exciting time. I think it's just, you know, where the average points are gonna lead into it for us. GG, TE, I mean, those are guys that just come out of the gate swinging and you can't do anything about it. But what's going to be interesting on 4th position is also just where everyone comes out against those 3. I mean, YGG pretty much have everything down and dusted, but 18 points in this game, giving TE that threshold is like nearly half the points of what we saw from game 1 for, you know, for YGG to have overall. So taking 18 points this game pretty much keeps them closer to first place than anything else. So as for RW at 12 points that game, 8 for SR and YZG, and keeping going down. The stats alongside of this showing not as much damage that we saw from the last game, but that was just due to the, I guess I would say the word and the word selection in my mind, but like they didn't decide upon selecting fights, you know, with that Yang Spearwell depletion in effect. So that's why we're seeing this damage spike now like at 20,000 or so. And they didn't want to have to take any aggression, and they didn't take it. They just took for those final eliminations and even survivability, right? The Viper Tesla combinations were just being spammed down in the distance, and they just come up and sweep off in the zone. And then we go off. We're gonna go ahead and try to see about what's next here in terms of it. TE comes off against this with 32 points overall, 28 points for YGG, GG for 23 and 19. But 12 for IG in that 5th place position, FPX with 11 and 9 for SR, SS1 for 6. So probably by the end of today, maybe 70 points might be the peak here, since there's 3 rounds left to go. And 70 points would be something that TE can hold. And then having the average in 4th place, it might be around 40 points, 45 to 50 points, I'd say, to see about where that leads into today's final standings.
Well, we'll have to see how the rest of the teams can go on. Hopefully you can't hear my fire alarm that's decided to go off. I think my house might be on fire. Yeah, I mean, obviously things can definitely change around. I think you look at like the likes of IG, they're not too far behind IW. Same for FPX. I mean, honestly, ARW aren't even that far behind GG anymore after there's been a somewhat disappointing game from GG. So things can definitely change around, but I think it's safe, or comfortable to say, but at least the top three have got themselves a fair amount of groundwork done. And if they can just basically play, you know, treading water, they should easily make top four. You know, one more explosive game probably almost seals the deal for them, but as long as they're scoring an average amount of points from now on, they should be in a pretty comfortable position going forwards. But having a look at the replay here, TE, I mean, you were on the money because they have definitely been kind of slightly silent assassins in the lobby. The focus has very much been on the bottom and the top of the table, where these guys have just kind of sat comfortably in that like third, fourth spot, and then had made it just come alive in this game here, and just the final moments look really, really solid for them. TE, a formidable threat, and it feels weird because we haven't really said that for a while about this team, but here they are, on fire.
Slow rolling there, man. Seems like he saw like roll slowly on a double tap dodge. It's tough. And knowing how this MVP is gonna go, it's gonna go towards Adi's way. And having that to be said, so I mean, this is TE, man. I mean, even though they're not at the full strength right now, YC, he's making it happen. At least I don't know if he's gonna be a mainline top three, but if he comes out here with XCM, you know it's gonna be popping off. It's just whether or not they are gonna be getting one Fong and TXJ next stage and having him as a slotted in fourth. But we got our MVP here. And we're bringing it out. Non-stop motion. You know we're going down here for that hottie. And it was at 14,000 damage. Now, he did have, like I said, he had the flintlocks. He even had Iron Lotus Bloom with the River Bomb Shot, which I would have loved to see. it. But beyond that, having the capabilities with Flying Eyes at 4,000 damage, you can see how this dual flintlock game is coming out. And being like a ranger here would be insane work, because he also had Rupture Gale if he decided to use that, if he had it. Finding out if he had a cannon. But the repair roll is really the biggest boon here. Having the ability to carry potentially 6 repair chests, having 36 grapples in his hands, and still be able to find motion with a sustain. I mean, Rip Up Bomb Shot, AoE stagger, right? It comes off of towards having Rip Up Bomb Shot if he's able to come out of connecting those shots, but then having the Iron Lotus Bloom implodes all those stacks. And for everyone to kind of find that out, you'd have to be really right in front of their face. But we're going to go front facing with one of our players, getting an interview going on. We'll be back with this break afterwards and get on to round 4. So we'll see you guys then.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to our post-game interview. I'm your host, Jingjing, and our player is standing with us. So let's say hello to our audience first. 谢谢和观众朋友们打个招呼吧。
大家好，我是 YG 17S。
Welcome 17S to our post-game interview. And I think your performance is really good for today's competition. And I want to know, do you think that it's really heavy? You have really heavy pressure in our lower bracket? 那首先觉得今天自己状态怎么样？自己团队？
今天打中规中矩吧，还可以。
那你觉得败者组压力大吗？
压力确实有点大，因为光看这几个队的 ID， 我都感觉像在打决赛一样。
Okay, I think our team's performance is just so-so, but maybe we can have a better performance for the later competition. And I think the pressure is really heavy for today's competition because every team is very strong. Okay, so let's move on to the next part, answer for treasures. So today's question is, did YZG defeat RW? 那么今天这道问题非常简单啊 ，YZG 有没有打败我们 RW? Okay, so let's go back to our games. So I think that you are the only team to use the hero combination with Justina Gu and Yue Shan and Xun Huanli. So how do you think about this hero combination strength? 那么我们也知道你们队伍YZG啊是唯一一支用我们冰女加月山加李寻欢的这么一个阵容，那觉得这个阵容强度如何？
强度的话，它也不是特别强，因为它只是一个4阵。但是它这个阵容就是它每个英雄都比较适配我们3个人，所以我们就玩这套阵容。
So I think this hero combination is not really strong for the current patch, but it's really suitable for our team so that we can have a good performance in the match. Okay, so I think our player is ready, so let's start counting. 那么也请用英文3、2、1给我们倒计时吧。
3, 2, 1.
Screenshot. Okay, so let's find out the correct answer. 请我们公布一下正确答案。
正确答案是 A.
Yes, the correct answer is A. Congratulations to our lucky one. Okay, for the last question, I would like to know how did YZG improve the team's cooperation? Because in the pre-interview, QJJ has mentioned that their status is not really good for the sprint split. 那么，因为我们那个赛前采访啊，钱坤坤也提到说，感觉春季赛 YZG 的状态不是特别的好。那我想问一下，你们是如何提升一下团队的磨合度呀？
就是春季赛主要的问题就是太自信了，太傲了玩的。然后
谁比较傲？
我比较傲吧。然后现在的话，就是大家都比较上态度嘛，都比较更投入一点去训练啊什么的，其他的就没有了。
Okay, so I think because that in the spring split, maybe our team have not exercise and practice. The time is less, and I think for myself, I'm so pride so that we don't have a good performance in the spring split. But for the fall split, we have just adjust our status and we practice a lot so that we can have a good performance in the fall split. 那么也感谢是下次来到我们的赛后采访，也希望你们下3把比赛可以越打越好。
谢谢。
And thanks for joining today's interview and hope YZG can have a good performance in the later 3 games. Let's take a break and we will be back later.
辅形态嘛。
People always ask me the same thing. How does someone who stood at the very top end up picking a rookie like me?
Hey, relax. I didn't bring you here to fill a seat. You're a pro too, remember?
Ladies and gentlemen, the god himself, Yi Shu, returns to the final stage with his rookie, Leon. Standing in their way is this season's undefeated champion squad. Will the legend rise again, or will the Kings hold their crown? Let's find out. The match starts now.
Buy me some time. Hold on.
On it.
Don't rush it. Same old tricks. You've been eating the same combo for days. Still haven't figured it out? Training mode is almost over. Want to keep going? Good opener. Don't just memorize combos. Your opponent is not a training dummy. Oh, hold on. Let me reply to this message.
Can't even stay retired, huh? What? You want to go through all that again?
Just keeping the kid company. Taking it easy.
Out of everyone you picked, N?
Yeah, like what I saw.
There she is. Come on. This kid has more holes in his game than I can count. You really want to run with him?
What's the rush? This game is not as simple as you think.
Leon is down. Yi Shu is on his own.
Hey, can you hold?
Yeah.
Nice break.
Yi Shu's squad looks like they're in real trouble here. Luck is not on their side today.
What if I make that mistake in the finals? What if my bad call costs us the championship? Would you regret picking me?
This was never a one-man game. Regret won't undo what already happened. Instead of getting stuck on a mistake, figure out what you'll do next time. Chances don't wait. So stay in the moment. Focus on right now.
Right now.
There's an opening! Lord Grim with the kaleidoscope parasol! And Leon fires back with metal fusion! Echoes is down! Wait, Viper Ning! The final blow connects! Leon's HP hits...
I'm sorry. We almost had a perfect ending.
Whether our ending is perfect or not, that's for us to decide.
Can I really?
Don't worry. This was never a one-man game.
Lord Grim activates his ultimate! The kaleidoscope parasol shifts into spear form! Dragon soars the heavens! He dodged it, Every dash spent, and he dodged it! That angle was impossible! There was nowhere to go! And Lord Grimm's ultimate missed! No, wait! It's the Rising Dragon! It's over! Your champions, NRK! The retired legend suits up one more time and proves he never lost it!
I could play this game for another 10 years and never get tired of it.
Never count out the old dog, and never underestimate the fire in a young heart.
Maybe someday, the sound of my fingers on the keyboard will echo loud enough.
新兴电子竞技俱乐部来电。
喂，我叶修啊，休息1年，该回来了吧？最近联盟搞联动，我来千机伞去永劫无间玩玩。看你玩这游戏挺有天赋的，要不要跟我学操作，一起打职业？
打职业？
我吗？
想打职业，光有操作可不够。职业教科书第1课，知己知彼，角色和武器的机制都得先摸透。先来新手刀房体验一下千机伞。你看，点击鼠标右键，就能在伞、斧、盾3种形态间切换。这千机伞很好玩的。伞是默认形态，轻灵迅捷，适合近身搏斗。刚上手的话，可以先从它开始练起。盾形态就不一样了，和对手同时出招时，它不会拼刀，而是借势蓄力，再接一记左剑蓄力，打出银线穿锋。用得好，对面的进攻也是你的机会。斧形态嘛，讲究的就是不给对面喘气，可以先左蓄一记狂龙，再次点击左键，来一招金连，这第2招还能连续循环。装上千机伞魂玉，最后还能补上一枪。
这压枪可有点难。
至于千机伞魂玉神技，就是伞形态的压箱底了，蓄力到2段，招式会产生变化。怎么样，都学会了吧？开场指导赛看看实力。还得练呢。要想成为职业选手，对队友的技能招式也要精通。来吧，新手刀房。
这里除了我，还有什么是新手？
房间名称也是。这次抖动，连续位移，方向还随你调整。用这方法聚怪，轻松开火车呀！当然，位移过程中可以随时停下，上调反击，走准位的话，机会这不就来了？影分身，位移后会留下分身，对面判断错一次，你就多一次反打机会。对手要是直接撞上来，还会和分身拼刀，陷入僵直。至于这点时间够你做什么，不用我教了吧？小技能看完了，接下来才是伞人真正的打法。千机伞嘛，玩的就是千变万化。伞人快打期间，点右键，战矛、战连、枪炮依次切换，各有各的打法。简单说啊，3种新形态都会积攒伪连式，攒满了就能放出对应的打制技能。打制技能一旦命中，伪连式就会清空。普通蓄力招式的泰升攻击命中，则能直接把它充满。实战中要把握好节奏，这样伞人的变化 才能真正的让对手防不胜防。
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the NARAKA BLADEPOINT Pro League. My name is Severio alongside with HitBrain. We're going to bring ourselves back to the halfway point since we had a little bit of a momentous break. So I hope you guys had everything going on. Took a little bit of time for yourself, walk around, have a drink of water. But time back to sweat hours. So we're going to go ahead into round 4, Bedouin Morning Dew. Having our scoreboard to be checking out here from the first 3 rounds. We've seen it what the value is. And at least for right now, the top 3 teams between TE, between YCG, and between GG. And having this to be a position to be in before the finals this Sunday, top 4 only proceeds to make it through. Anyone in the below 4 will have no finals to play into, and we'll have to wait that extra month. You know, considering next month being Asian Games. So from everyone leading up until now, they have until stage 2, which brings a slew of changes. They are yet to be announced. Hopefully, to see some of that with the new map being in play with Wanchu.
Yeah, I mean, sweat hours is probably the perfect way to really describe it, because those at the top are actually sweating. They are playing so well. Like, this is, you know, this is pure, like, we're just getting to finals, screw everyone else, we're playing our game, everyone else has to play to our tempo. And those at the bottom are now probably sweating with nerves, because this is starting to get a bit dicey. We're halfway through the day, and 3 games left, and that could genuinely be the last 3 games that NARAKA play professionally for a month. It's a rough ask for some of these guys to really bring it back. But the big thing to note is no one is out yet. I feel like everyone is within reaching distance. I feel like no one's qualified yet either, which is a big one. But by the end of this game, depending on the outcome, we might start to see some people shift into, I wouldn't say fully untouchable status, but they are now atop a mountain, which is going to be very hard to scale and knock them down. So it's, as time goes on, it obviously gets harder and harder for those teams at the top to be knocked off, which then means there's less spaces lower down towards the middle of the table for those to actually make that qualification spot. Because we can only take 4 of the 8 teams playing today, so half the people are knocked out. And yeah, it really is moving into desperation territory for some of those teams. Obviously, big stories being around SR, but I feel like there's plenty of other good teams. I feel like SS1 have been this team that have just shown us so much life today, and then they fumble it, and then they have life, and then they fumble it again. Like, they've been so on and off in their performance where, like, I always forget, because SS1 are actually a really good team, but it's unfortunately their inconsistency is probably their biggest downfall and could be causing them a bit of a demise here.
Yeah, their first round and BR rounds on round 2, when they took that fight against YCG, and they were consistent against the board against them. They had an opportunity to kind of back it up and then, you know, see about that next, you know, Romy Yang and seeing getting rid of that, but losing that costs a lot. And it was insane seeing, it was actually really insane seeing, I think IG were taken into demise off of that Yang's, and it's being denied over by the Feather Lake, yeah. So they end up taking that realm and being denied by the Zendawu, Temi, Tianhai, and you saw how much effort, you know, they went towards eliminating the targets, to the point where you think about it, if they get the kill on the Ye Shu, then they don't have to worry about someone in the distance just providing area cover fire, and they did that so flawless. They did it quickly. They did it without any sort of effort, you know, at all, with one tumultual in the Tianhai, getting past that, getting the money off of the bodies, and just moving past that Romy Yang spottage. They went straight to the spear well and moving forward. I am curious in seeing on what the shifts are going to be looking like. That test round really just turned up. I think that the Viper testers were able to kind of convert into that, you know, taking the pickpockets, but the final fight, the final stretch, they're exhumed, you know, being in the zone, being so close to the zone as well. So like everyone was ready for them out, and especially TE, seeing how they were able to kind of keep them at bay. And RW getting eliminated as it stands to be pretty fast. They are going to be the first phase pick. I don't know if they're going to double pick the Zendawu composition if they want to, though some teams could take that potential since they go from phase 2, find success with it, and take it to phase 1. But splitting the Hadi North Ping and giving it a 3-piece potential, low probability, but still a high chance if it does happen.
What's interesting, the more we watch this season unfold and the kind of meta form, the more I'm convinced the Viper comp is actually one of the best comps in the game. It's just countered by Hardy. Yeah. And they're champing at the bit for when that guy gets nerfed. When that guy is just unplayable again, at that point, I think you'll actually see a massive shift of like the Viper rocket up to like probably first pickable as an answer. I genuinely think Hardy getting nerfed changes the entire meta, like dramatically. He's unfortunately one of these characters, and I've had this rant with I think both creatives and with Duncan, and I'm going to continue to have this rant. I think Hardy's design is fundamentally broken in the sense where you can't balance him. He's either really, really annoying and oppressive to play into, or he's unplayable. I think, unfortunately, because it's not like the numbers here is his problem. It's what his kit does. It's what the cube does. So
yeah,
it's unfortunate. He's just one of those characters who's like, he either has to be dead in the water or his comp is the best on the patch. He lives in one of those two states and there's no middle ground. The only way you can work around it is like a rework on him to make him, you know, a bit more playable. But I don't know what you'd do if that was the case. But guess what? While I was rambling, the same two comps were picked in round 1 and 2. No surprises there. Oh no, there's Zender. Yeah, okay, no, Zender is picked in the monk comp as well. Yeah, I'm an idiot. We are going to see again another version of the Tessa. I think it's very based on the fact we're not on Firefly maps. Is why we're seeing the Tessa. I think if we were on Firefly maps, we'd probably see the ACOS, because ACOS is fantastic at picking a target and saying they die. This whole team is just going to CC lock them.
Yeah, it's crazy too, because, you know, it comes down to also the fact that, like, with the Equals wall being able to, like, deny some range and all that sometimes, right? So you can end up seeing how that turns out, but they're really worried about the chains. We are going to have finally a variation with the Zai composition in here. And having the Zai with the Shail, I like it. I like it a lot. And I almost forgot about it going to the cast today, but having now towards issue on towards with XCM, I'm curious in seeing if he picks V1. We saw V2 last round, but it didn't survive. It didn't survive at all. So it's kind of a point right now to see if that thing's going to be making its rounds. I am curious, though, and seeing about with the Hottie changes you're hoping for. I think one thing is the fact that he can use, anyone actually on the team can use a teleporter in part with even being silenced. That could change. That can easily be a change. I mean, maybe not. Maybe the coding maybe not allow it. But the other thing too that they could do is make it reverted to a pseudo, not say pseudo, but like what's it called? Wu Chen V3 when it had its 2 portals would be an interesting change up instead of like, because now Wu Chen is having the 2 ultimates, one to take the whole entire team out, one to swap, you know, or not swap, one to just be a solo ultimate basically. But if they were to instead put cube or point A and point B have to be placed manually, that would be a proper side. I think that would be a good idea to kind of see, like, you have to reposition towards point B to go to point A in the sky, as long as he places it in a good spot. And I think that would be an interesting change. We're theory crafting here. Devs, you better listen.
I love theory crafting. I love theory crafting, what we could do with characters. The big one for me is always like the Valda theory crafting and figuring out how do we make Valda V1 playable. We took the step by giving her an extra spear. That was always one of my critiques, was like, she got the tidal wave. Oh, that's awesome. Oh, a single spear, whatever. Like,
yeah, she throws it. She's done. Her old son. So them adding
now she gets 2, so it's a bit better.
She gets 3. She gets 3 spears, right? So she gets 3
3
spears
now?
to throw.
I thought it was 2.
Yes, sir.
Oh, banger. 3. Okay, it's definitely a lot more playable. I know in her like her health shield form it's 3. But I didn't realize they adjusted the V1 to match it as well. I thought they gave 1 extra spear. I still think that ult needs a bit of love. It's very easy to tap dodge, and you know.
It's a raw setup ult though. Like, not just Wombo in the sense of like Viper. Viper's not the only person you can pair with her, right? Because you have to use her in this composition of love, right? But it's the fact that she can end up not even just getting tap touch, but she can be range denied, right? Zenda Wu Wall, bro. That could alone be her denial. Like, that could be enough.
I stand by the best Valda comp I ever saw was the Tessa Viper Valda, where the Valda would ult first, the Viper, or the Tessa would then ult through that, then the Viper would ult as everyone drops down and the charm hits, and then the second charm would come down, and it was absolutely brutal. We saw it once in competitive. They hit the entire team, the entire lobby, sorry, shall I say, because the entire lobby decided to collapse on one Realm of Yang portal. And everyone said, that was disgusting. We don't want to do that again. So the whole lobby focused them out. They all ignored each other. It was very funny. But I would love to see that comp once again. It was one of my favorite comps I've ever seen in competitive. And it was smart. It worked and it functioned well. But, you know, we've rambled a lot about my favorite. She's not in the game. And I don't think we're going to see her today. We have seen V1. but I think it's too high stakes right now. Everyone is going to stick to pretty much the 4 standard comps that we know. And 4th is a little bit more flexible, seeing as Zai getting flexed in this game. But we're over to TE, who have found themselves SS1. SS1 had a rough drop fight versus SR. No, versus YZG in the previous game. So we'll see whether or not they can have a bit of a recovery on this drop fight. As we're going to cut over to SR and GG going toe-to-toe. Blue already heavily chunked out. He is not long for this world. Down he goes. LXM's able to finish him up. CGS is traded out, though, so it's a 1-for-1 so far. Actually, it's a 2-for-1. LXM is the last man standing for GG. Whipsword into NY7. Does do a bit of work. He's not going to let them get the pickup up. Oh, he was able to find the damage. There it is. Whip hits. And GG, all 3 go down. Nice start for SR, jumping up into 5th place.
It was crazy to me. He's like, he had the solo, he had the ultimate, he still didn't want to cast it out there, which is okay. I kind of wonder about that, but switching on the Azov peak though, FPX taking their eliminations on IG, and it's actually something I'm talking about SS1. They took a loss at Imperial Camp on the upper bracket round 2, where they just straight up lost off drop, but they won their fight. In this, as you can see on eliminations on the left side of the board. So, but 3 kills, bang, right? YG again, just like we saw from from upper bracket round 2, get a Bullpine's Essence. You know, so they are pretty uncontested there, taking the fight against RW there, who have lost 2 of their members. They're still looking for the res. Cuckoo taking it as a Viper Ning, so this is pretty great. Especially considering that Cuckoo's in the same, they're in the same phase to allow that Viper Ning to be in place. So not only that, YZG also had a phenomenal game to see about with the Viper here, so maybe this is their game. Maybe they just keep the lead going, right? Keeping the top of the board, you know, cutoff points. RW though, all the way out here, interestingly enough, over by the Tranquil Square or Tranquil Courtyard. And the thing about this spot is, like, this is way out in the northeast. Like, I'm talking about like passing Verdant Chasm, passing Woodhaven. Like, you're way out there. So there, for them, the floating platform would be something to think about if it's in the zone for them to reset on. Just for gear and a reset, because considering they lost their first fight. And as for GG, taking it over towards the Honor Temple, they are over towards Twilight's Pass as a whole. And Twilight's Pass is going to be something where hopefully this composition starts to stack up. Zai is one of those units that you end up seeing casting up here with having the scaling for both her F2 and her ultimate on the recast. And having another, like not the recast, but like having an ultimate, having the ensnared build up. And just building up that F2 damage spike. But sometimes some teams run a Zai for the F1 because they're so afraid about getting caught out. And if you take the offensive approach, that's just because you have the safety net of mitigation. Meanwhile, we just witnessed JS1 commit murder with the disenchant in front of the face of the Syra. And you can see QGG is going to go for spamming on here and hoping to see that the Enor 1 getting fully focused out. But the teleporter is a get out of jail free card, man. He's out.
Yeah, able to get away nice and quickly. But QGG getting heavily chunked out here. YCG still feeling comfortable. Burning the Volpine Essence here would really suck for them. They definitely don't want that to be the case. They would rather have that as a as a tool to use while they're inside the Realm of Yang.
It's kind of crazy too, considering the Enor 1 ultimate not being here is, I don't know, man. At Farius Pavilion, you can end up going to the bottom floor and be safe. Let's see what they do against the Enor 1 ultimate, because they have only one way out here, and the zone is going to be pushing them south. And as for Cuckoo, he's just scaling them through the stairwells. Spear throw is not thrown yet. We're thinking about it. We're contemplating it. Oh, yeah, let's get the Syra combo breaker, man. He ain't going to have no value there. JS1 can't just even get a spear throw if he wanted to. He's looking at 17S and thinking about the second Tesla ultimate, if it's going to come up here soon. You know what, the slash is confirmed. There it is. Confirms off the JS1 as well as seeing about that Nbpl. Let's see if he gets a chance in breaking off of that Viper ultimate. The pop is going to happen here. Z11 gets caught. I'm just thinking about the drop down blue focus. It comes off of there. It gets clinked, and that elimination is still had. YGG are picking up their 3rd elimination and hoping to lock down a scene if they can stop Z11 here from the F2 cast to space himself apart. And looks like he may even have a chance. He finds a riposte. And this could be it coming down there. That Volpine's Essence, unfortunately. And still having F2 up here in case the XN wants to really confess for this.
That's rough, though, for Kiki. And no silence, so it's a long cooldown on the F when you don't have the silence variant. Cuckoo does get heavily hit back. But losing that Volpine Essence, definitely a rough one for them. It does guarantee them this fight is a win. So it's not completely curtains on the likes of YZG. But that means they're going to be 1 tool down for the Realm of Yang. And they burn that Volpine Essence real damn quick. That was painful for them.
long term, man. Even for the first rum, I don't think they would take a rum fight. They go Spirit Well and they can still contest for it, but losing Volt Plans early on means the only team that knows about it is them. So between that, YZG, 5 eliminations in the spread, 3 kill eliminations between FPX, SR, and SS1, and only 1 kill so far for IG, or for GG, I should say. As for IG, they're looking a little bit vicariously over towards where GG is, and seen towards the ancient stockade, especially for the floating platforms and passing by there. They'll just make their ways on these super far outskirts and seeing if anyone is in the vicinity. But slow roll right now. We're in a little bit of a low period. Looking at the map here, you can see how towards the northeast of Imperium, one Rumyang there for SR and RW to take an approach on, as well as for TE. No one in the southeast, but over the southwest is where SS1 by Mystic Blade can take their chances there. GG by the southwest corner of Imperium, and then having a South Peak be a real hot pot between the YCG and seeing whether or not. I mean, I'm looking at FPX's exit. He's all the way in South Peak, and his team are at Tincture Woods. Potentially 2v2 right now, but Han is going to be closing in here, and so is Exon. So we're going to have to see how that aggression happens, hopefully, soon.
Well, not right now. GG grabbing himself a couple of goodies. Here you go. Quick cut over to the FPX IG fight. Does look like FPX actually having a bit of a bad start off the back of this one. Trying to drop down Lint with the staff. Doesn't make a connection. IG still feeling comfortable to play up and aggressive here. Obviously, every point is going to matter. Tried to jump down and try and see if he can connect on to JS1, but JS1 is able to break away. Nice little clang onto the pair of them. Strips through that armor. Those flying knives doing so much work. But Lin, quick dodge back, dodge forwards, into the charm. This is curtains on Z11. There is no way they're getting away from double bits of crowd control. Meanwhile, inside the realm of Yan, we got YZG taking on GG.
Yeah, this is going to be a weird spot right now, man. Where is that ultimate cast from the Tesla? It's avoided. Cuckoo is going to be looking at this, maybe, and seeing about an angle here from an R&B. Sees the Shy ultimate being procced off. Got the F2, did not take as much damage, and the Tesla ultimate connects there. CGS finds his Zai ultimate, gets his 1-2 off. We're looking for the ensnare to cover his team. 2 double enchant means that this is going to be a guaranteed deletion on at least on one of these targets sooner or later. But the Shy, oh, wait a second, triple stack. That's a lot of implosion damage, and the Syra ultimate is used just right. Having that Viper ultimate here, we're going to have to decide upon releasing that at some point, because the Weishan ultimate is going to be something that's going to deny that, man. And this is a problem right now for Cuckoo. He can't get any value here if he wanted to. He can space them, but the team can't get enough sustain here. Soft targets, and regardless of that, that Weishan is going to be a threat.
It's such a shame, because if he had Volpine Essence, he would so be in this fight. But he can't find a winner to get that ult off. The Meteor makes the connection there from CJS and finishes him up. And they lose their Viper with ultimate still up and available, unable to make the connection there. Another charm comes through, does hit onto just the one. Think they were able to touch the urn though in time, and that is YCG going down to GG. Nice and clean. Fantastic target focus, and honestly, it all could boil down to not having the Volpine Essence to keep your Viper alive. That was a bit of a heartbreaker there for them. GG. So good at finding the bursts.
You know, I got to shout out to CJS using the glide on that pillar. You saw how he's floating in midair with that scare rush. It's really great, really great. The other thing too, these guys picked up Group Heal, man. Group Heal. One of the S tier plus Jades, you know. They can find an advanced Jade or advanced heal maybe in the shop later on. They can go crazy in this composition. And also a gold parasol, a kaleidoscope parasol. So they are going to be stacking up there. IG taking their, you know, Spirit Well here, having at least a little bit of a gear upgrades and keeping themselves a purple rarity. They are not too far from the other teams and past the ancient stockade. They can take the catapult moving east or west, I should say, and just hoping to see about a drop down. Usually Viper's the first person to go in there if she wants to kind of, you know, scope it around and having a Viper ultimate drop down on them. But only if their team is really to commit towards that and be right behind her. As for SS1, over by the Twilight's Pass by the Honor Temple, again, like you've seen from before, they're going to take the Bounty Scrolls and stay spawned in, post that first rum timing, and then having everyone to kind of start lurking around here with 21 or 23 players left on the board. We're going to get a replay. We're going to see about that other rum meeting that RW were able to claim victory onto against SR.
RW jumping forward, MY7 takes a big chunk there. To have the Zender to work with as well. Could be a lot of burst that comes out of this version of the monk comp when you've got monk grab slams, you've got Zender burst as well, and Youth about to lose his transform. De-transform in there and immediately only onto blue armor, so be fairly quick to cut through if they can find. But they do have the zip healing. Sandstorm gets thrown out, and that's actually RW losing Youth there to the side of blue. Blue's able to pick him up, but quick cube away to safety. Does need to be careful. Doesn't want to drop him down into that sandstorm. Could be very nasty if that was the case. There's RW. Man advantage here right now over SR. SR able to reposition briefly there, looking for the knockback. As Youth has to just dash away to safety briefly, has a scale rush lined up and available, doesn't make a connection onto anybody. As Zhao just dodging around the damage coming in, but that staff is going to finish him up nice and quick, and it literally just boils down to one very, very weak member of SR being NY7, and down he goes.
Boils down to a blistering edge. I'll stop. Listen, one thing is next here. A lot of fights at the Ascension 4. For some reason here, you can even see it, that CJS is like, wait. My teammate's not going to be caught, right? Okay, we're good. And Yuan going to head spread out here, but you can see the conglomeration on seeing how the ultimate's going to come off the Zendawoos and seeing whether or not this LSM's going to have any sort of value on the Weishan. One launch into the Zendawu ult means he's going to get restaggered on there. You can see that Blue's going to take some blows off in the back line. For SS1 right now, though, you're going to lose one member. We're going to lose GG, and we're going to lose RW's Yuan. In the mix of this all, you know, it's Yang depletion at 40 seconds right now for Blue. He's going to try to look for this kill, potentially even pick up the Soul Bloom in the distance and taking it down. We're out of the Yang depletion point. We got 6 eliminations. We got a lot of money. We just got to start moving here. XCM, though, looking for the cannon shots. 30 seconds left to go on TE's board to try to make sure that the Yeshu has enough value here. But the Tumult just said, no more fighting. No more, right? And of course, you know, there's going to be a shot right now for XCM, man. It's about to be the War Doctor, but he's going crazy with the spear, right? Boom, there it is, comes off of that, and hoping to see if he comes into spotlight for the Ray, because this connection right here would be insane on the corner of the tree line. Doesn't have ultimate any longer. Has the horizontal though, has that Soul Bloom picked up, 13 seconds on that board, but you can see YZG are still struggle busting to get themselves on the Yang depletion and getting rid of it. Syra ultimate aside here, locking all the players in one spot right now. The shield throw is going to be guaranteed on knockback, and we have that Viper still on ultimate standby, and there it is, the perfect proc for YC to try to go ahead and take a corner, and no one staying close until he finds 2.
Well, 15 seconds left here for YZG's Cuckoo. They need to at least make a connection to build up that rage, but that timer finally hitting a couple in. There's the parry. Cuckoo adding about 10 seconds to their time there, but this is such a tall ask for them. They've been able to add a bit of time, but they are not really able to hold on for much. Nice work there with the whip sword. Once again, catching on to LXM. Time is slowly ticking up, but also ticking down. Cuckoo's out. AB's able to secure the kill off the back of that one. Nice pick up there for the side of RW. Puts them up to 4 kills now in this game. And puts them into 4th place in the standings overall. YCG being down 2 players is very, very detrimental to them. 6 kills is it. Looks like it's just the rebirth charm angle though here for QGG. Going to pick up the rest of the team inside the zone, although FPX are also collapsing in on the area. This could get very dicey. Oh no, the Heartbreaker's hit. QGG is going to try and break away from this one, but they are caught. FPX just gifted a freebie, and now they're hunting onto 17S, who has been able to somewhat hide inside a building, but I don't know if they have the resources to stay alive here for long.
Yeah, strange. You're trying to find the third.
They got a single pot.
There's to be continued, right? Having all that to be said too is like, okay, the bell's gonna be coming up here soon, right? Nope. And now for the meanwhile, that's just 1 hour in that Rummy Yang. They're taking their aggression against RW. Enor 1 in response to Tianhai, and he's leaving towards him. I like this. I like seeing the Tianhai taking the aggression against him. Look at the amount of damage he's gonna take because he sits still here. Teammate's gonna follow Blue focuses, right, to try to get the Enor on, and he realized that, so he's gonna just play mosquito game, which is okay. Fly around. Leeway still has 1 leap though, and I'm thinking whether or not he wants to play feint. If he wants to go off the corner and seeing how the hottie's going to the sky, he's gonna get himself on the high ground. Armor is gonna be at 100% though, so he's still kind of half health white, but still able to go off with a 900. And there's the RB. This is actually in this disadvantage right now for SS1. If they can find some nice parries, some nice riposte, this would be a no-time fight. But Fu finding out the horizontal goes after the follow-up of the Kami kick. The R&B span comes off again, and Yuan takes the teleporter. He's out of there. That reset has already been had, and that arrow shot from Fu to try to force him out for Yuan gives him marks so the team can see exactly where that Zip King's position is. And that recast, right, pushes him out here for Fu to hit that last hottie cube.
All right, well away. It's not back briefly here. Trying to see if he can find some opening here with a fan, but AB is on his pocket. Nobody's gone down yet. And health bars seem to be somewhat equal between the group of them. Youth has actually been able to break away and get himself a pot off to get some armor back, but oh, it's going a bit of right here for the side of AB. He's getting heavily stripped up. They need to try and find some level of protection for him. Lue is also going to get hit up here. Youth doing a lot of work to Fu and Lue there. Dodges away, doesn't get hit by the stand, but oh, Youth! He's so low, he couldn't ult in time. A heartbreak there for RW, but they've been able to equalize it out. They've been able to turn it back around. Fu tried to find a cheeky shot there with the flying knives, but Yuan, with the dual flintlocks, able to finish that one up. As RW cash in on another 3 kills and get himself yet another Roma Yang.
Yeah, picking himself a Dragon War as well with a gold dagger and having a summoning slot. So these guys have everything going right for them. In terms of that Mystic Might too, just kind of make sure they have vision on this. We're gonna go to the shop, man. Where is my Mortal Defiance, says Yuan. Since they have only a few Jades here, especially with that Blistering Edge, is carrying them in the DPS department, the Yuan purchase spree is gonna have to either happen, or it's just gonna be a singular purchase for 1 or 2 items. For slots right now, that's the first thing. He's still got 40,000 Dartite coins. He's probably going to hand it over to somebody else to see if they want to pick this up. It's going to be a Jade Slam. I like it. Seeing how this is going to come out here, Tai Chi Fan going to be picked up, as well as looking at the Aero Dash on towards AB, and then having a summoning slow shot still there. 2 of them in the board for the teams and the members. I know zone tick damage is happening right now, but like, the zone's right there. We're still okay. We got 2 vitalities, maybe 1 to save if we want to go down a route. Mortal Defiance for CJS has the Cap Bloom as well, having Universal Slash on Yui with the Cap Bloom as well, and having a Sky Punch with the Sin Cleaver. You're going to see a chance right there for that group heal, or actually seeing about the Starfall, especially for that Yaishan, which doesn't get you much usage. And then we're still having other fights. We got SS1 up against IG, and it looks like it's going to be a rough outing here for that either way.
Not the right. Hit up there by the charm. Kiki got their eyes on him. He needs to be careful. Hits by the charm. CC is just going to continue to lock him down. He basically just wastes his entire ultimate there, as Fu will fall. Lin is able to get that. And this is one of the comps, but it's just an absolutely astro hard counter to Monk comps is this one. They could just absolutely lock it down, make the Monk completely useless. And just like that, 2 members of SF1 have already fallen nice and quick. GG, though, coming in with a 3rd party. Quick reposition with a Meteor Slam onto Lin. And IG have just had to give up that one. One of the big weaknesses of the CC comp is how ult-reliant it is. And if you do get a good 3rd party off, you can just deny them because they have no tools to work with. So, strong, but it does have its obvious counters. And GG, honestly, in a very good 3rd party team as well here.
That's another thing, too, seeing how the Tessa's making it her rounds. I mean, Akko's F2 skill without ults is still enough, that's enough CC pressure of having a ranged terrorist dagger, and to stop anyone in their tracks. And seeing Tessa, sometimes I want to see F2, but I also want to see some changes to it to make sure if it has more, than just the one option. However, replay and play for CG, or for GG, I should say. CJS is taking a full Tessa ult to the face, and guess what? Shail said, hey, don't worry about it, man. And that's going to be the point where CJS takes a little bit of damage. Double Clip Clop comes off from the Pyrosoul. We don't worry about it. But that was an insane Shail shield throw to obliterate IG's Lin and Kiki in just a blink of an eye. And before you know it, triple Tesla, doesn't matter with the 400 healing there. That's not enough. Dude, that was an insane shield throw. I'm not getting in front. And GG has themselves and taking the Baker's dozen amount of kills, right, at 13. And so when we look at this, over by the catapult, they still have a great position just to make sure if they can go straight further into that Yang depletion zone, or if not, just take the fight at the Spirit Well, the Yang Spirit Well specifically.
Alrighty, well. It is now 9 minutes left on the clock. We've still got 4 teams left in the game. And actually, I think for the first time ever today, we're at a point where we're into endgame and every team in there has their entire team ready and with them.
Right.
So
you're right.
It's actually a very different final circle potentially from what we've seen before. However, RW are getting a lot of range attacks thrown into them. AB got absolutely decimated. A lot of health knocked off him there. And I don't know how much more he's got in the resource department, because he's had to burn a lot of pots to get his armor back off that. As everyone fighting over this Spirit Well. No one else wants to get depletion. We've seen so many teams fall victim to that. But GG, first to give it up. They're just going to run away, say it's not worth it. There's too many big transformer teams and people with big tools that are going to really shut us down here. RW definitely having a slightly harder time holding on, as they are getting jumped onto by multiple people. But it does look like they've been able to nestle control of the Spirit Well. They've transformed youth. And yeah, this is a nice and easy cap. Everyone else is going to get depletion here. They're actually briefly staggering it. It's going to drop that transform, make sure they get whatever goodies they can off it, and GG were able to run away quite quickly and grab themselves the flag. So there is an angle for them here if LXM stops getting grappled for them to turn their attention towards getting the cap off. As the FPX, though, trying their hardest to stop this from just going through and giving GG a freebie.
I'm wondering if the clip flop is going to work against LXM's favor. It's really open to blue, focused into parry riposte, and he backs off immediately because this random cannon shots is too much to handle. It's interesting seeing these dual flintlocks, so I'm gonna see how that comes out here. You know, AB is gonna be gaining himself as a hottie with the ranged weapon having that position, but you can see on the left side that XTM is looking at YC as a threat to go ahead and go down, so he's pushing his teammate further back line, and there's the reset. There is gonna be the hand off, and GG no longer taking that risk now. They're no longer the team on the incompletion. RW being the wielders again on the Spear Wheel, but this time you can see the flow of battle is not against them. You saw how in the last round it worked against them as a 10 Mies into Wu. With the Tian Hai, and this time it's not something they can really feel risk of because that Enor Wan, man, I'm telling you, that guy is a staple, the hottie staple. Does it being the battery, right? And there's a lot of things that comes off of this for her. If she ends up coming down towards it, the team can save her. And obviously, when it comes off the FPX's position, I mean, they don't have as a lot of good gear as you might think, but all they need is one quick succession, 1-2 punch on somebody, and hopefully, if it's coming down to a random check on like a Enor 1 F2 that gets knocked down, and that way they can find completion here. No repair chest in the hands of JS1, which is really tough on the resource front because right now, right in the next 6 minutes, they only got a third of that left to go in surviving this match.
Yeah, it's going to be a hard one. Yeah, to pull that trigger. GG and RW both don't have to engage. They can let the other teams find each other and pick a fight, but the other teams want to drag them into the mess. They do not want to secure Soul Blooms only to get third, fourth partied and then shut down. So if there's going to be a fight, they want everyone involved and they want it to be chaos. LXM, ultimate ready to go. Interesting, we've not seen a single one of our Yeez take Dragon today, actually. It was a much bigger thing last week. There's, FPX. I don't know what hit them there, but they all lost a lot of health very quickly. I think that was a big cannon shot. Maybe Rupture Gale and Burn in there, but that hurt. Oh, it might be the Bane's Breath, actually. Yeah, big thing was laying down hurts people.
I thought it was a Shio shield throw for a second. I was like, whose ult has been popped? No one popped ult, man. That universal slash though was kind of nasty with the gold dual blades. But Moonbane right now, it just burned a minute of our time, Jake. It's over, bro. We've been a minute over, man, and they're already losing it. And I don't think they can take another fight here, especially with all these guys just waiting it out. And avoidance, good checks. Still got 5 seconds left to go before this Moonbane is donezoed, and F2 knockdown into the Moonbane would have been a nasty play coming off there from it. But unfortunately, YC's taking a lot of pressure here for that Yang Spear. Well, actually, regular Spear, I should say. And this is going to provide a little bit of salvation for a lot of these teams.
Yeah, this is going to give at least an opportunity to fight. They're going to have to send it. 1 minute left. But RW also playing nuisance and just trying to see. But, nice parry comes out. Luckily, it was only onto a blue weapon, so nothing too major was lost in that parry. Zem adding to that timer by just hitting those hits off. But not really able to make anything significantly stick. TE, low health member there. Didn't see which one it was, but that health bar was low. Been able to jump down. Youth actually is down. They've taken out RW's Youth. Nue also got heavily chunked out in the middle of all of that. So suddenly 2 people have lost players. 2 teams have lost players. And the cap goes through. It was GG who snuck in last minute and were able to secure that one for themselves. They even get themselves a kill onto Jint. GG, this is their lobby. They're in demanding control right now. Up to 15 kills. The next highest is RW, but they're down a player. JS1 falls back. TE Zem is trying to get this kill onto him, but he's not able to make the connection. He's not able to finish it up, but he gets battered back into the zone. And GG are just cashing in off kills off the side. Zem able to get 1. AB getting another as FPX are knocked out of the lobby. 6 players left in this game, but GG the only one with a full roster, a full powerhouse available to them. AB's gone aerial with the ultimate, but the range shots coming in from the musket. And CGS is just playing Duck Hunter, trying to shoot him out of the sky. There's the shot with the pistol from LXM. Aim Trader paying off as CJS and the rest of GG can wrap this one up nice and neatly. I think that was a 20 bomb at the end of that.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yeah, the smiles on their faces, man. 20 bomb of the day. So this comes off for GG and having that Zai pick on that Weishan pick. And even then, just seeing the power between the hot Enors and pings versus these Weishan variations and seeing where it's coming out on top. So really exciting time to see how this meta has been shifting over with that fourth phase. Such a real, like, it's funny. It's like oh, you gotta upgrade. You know, you gotta be a you can't be phase 1, you can't be phase 2 yet. So you're gonna test your worth. And it's also that response timing of just where the value is on the percentage win rates on those top 2 until now. I mean, so far, I mean, 2 MVPs on the Hadi nor Ping has shown out. And this is the first round so far today where we don't have that MVP today. It's going to be towards that composition. And I'm kind of curious, but if they decide to bring it again next round and do the same, maybe if not the same, but even better, they bring more points on the line, because round 2 didn't have as much as round 3 in terms of points. And even then, same thing there. This is the highest MVP scoreline so far yet. If GG decided to bring this composition back, they can potentially, and if they MVP with a high score, they can potentially make the mirror comp round theirs, right, with this competition. Yeah. So that's an exciting time to see if that even happens.
I'll be so there for that.
I'll be rubbing my hands with ZBs.
It's not the team, but it's not the comp that wins the most. I think it's like overall points, isn't it? So it's how many points you score on that comp, and then how many that comp does. Yeah, it'd be awesome to see GG force everyone onto a comp that maybe they're not as familiar with, but we'll have to see. We'll have to see where they lock in going forwards and how much it changes. What makes, I think, this 4th pick powerful, because obviously 1st pick is great because you get like the best comp on the patch, or arguably the best comp on the patch. 4th pick is where the flexibility is born in trios. Like, everyone agrees with this, like, Uation variant is the 4th comp, but what they don't know is what the 3rd in that comp is. And what we don't know, and what you guys should know, is the answer to what team had the most kills in Game 4. This is a fairly easy one. Was it AYZG, BGG, CRW, or DFPX? ABC or D, guys, in Twitch chat. Check the Whisper box, because that's where you'll be notified if you get the victory there and you're chosen. I don't know why I say get the victory. If you're chosen, I guess it's a victory in its own right. You get some goodies. Yeah, it is. But yeah, like, I think the flexibility in this 4th pick, meaning that, like, it's hard to prepare. Like, you know how to prepare for an Idol comp because it's exactly the same 3 units being played every time. And then the question is okay, where do we sort of shift our focus? How do we adjust our game plan? But you still have a rough idea of, like, the bare bones outline of how this comp works. But when you're playing into the Uation comp, like, sure, that 3rd kind of fulfills a somewhat similar role, but they all do something unique and different enough that it changes it up. Where, like, the Zai does one thing versus the Yi does another thing, versus, like, we've seen Justina variants in this comp as well. Like, there's so many different ways in which you can play it, which means prepping for it, and when you're running into it, it's not like, right, we've got to watch out for the Yi. It's like, which one is this actually coming at us? Oh, it's the Zai variant. But there's the answer to your question for everyone at home. It was GG. 20 kills, a 24-point game for them. And again, no one's cemented into top 4. This has put them in a position where they're going to be hard to shake out on top 4 now. They're going to have 2 goose eggs, and people are going to have to play real good around them for it.
You know, it's the spotlight, too, to see whether that is going to be the chance in the kills. I got to see the damage. Yeah, I was going to say, what's the damage at? Yo, he just joined all the kills. He's a kill stealer. I'm calling you out, Alex. No, he's at 12, though, and he's on the kill participation board 95% of the time at 18. And the thing about it is, I mean, you can see where the damage from the Shio V1 came out. When targets are near each other, they die. So you notice that when it comes down to it, it gives Zai a perfect opportunity to rush right back in there. And even more so, if done right, Zai groups the enemies together, Shio can shield throw right afterwards and guarantee the grouping of the implosion. Oh my god, I see the vision, right? This is where we're going to see 47 points on the board for GG, TE for 38, 34 for YZG, RW for 29. The drop, boom. 11-point difference right there between them, IG, FPX, SR, SS1. So the drop there is, I said, what was it 40 points or so for the cutoff for the top 4? It's looking to be like 30. Probably like 30, maybe 32 around that range, because that's a rough number 18 at that point for the 5th place. But we're going to go ahead. We're going to knock this down here for it, having everyone to make certainty of these highlights of what happened. BLADEPOINT's Essence, we didn't get to see the pop. That's okay, though. We do see, though, GG getting a pop onto Cuckoo here, and that glide I was talking about. Now, the way you do it is you have to use a purple focus run, and then you find yourself on the wall once you initialize that run, and then you can scare rush, and it will push you around the corner, which gives you a lot more open availability around the sides. It's been in the game since the purple focus was introduced. Just very few people would find usage there. It seems like that was a good position to kind of showcase that.
I think the biggest issue is the chasm is now growing. Going back to the tables briefly.
Oh yeah.
4th and 5th, 11 points like you were saying. That could continue to grow. It's really on these middle teams to kind of consolidate and make sure that they are able to hold on. Otherwise, Game 6 is just going to be a sad final game for them. All to play for going into Game 5. Going back to Morris Isle, actually. Back to Old Faithful for this one. But GG here. Cashing in on their second victory of the day. They won the martial arts at the beginning. Then closing it out here in Game 4 with an absolutely colossal 20 kill game. The Yue Shen is going to be our MVP. You said kill stole. I said kill secure. 14,000 damage, 12 kills going over to them. They had a Mortal Defiance in the pocket as well in case things got really nasty. And the Parasol actually doing the most damage for them.
Yeah, I feel like he was getting more damage than that. And Crazy Greatsword's up there, but the clip clop, right? The horizontal 1.0 horizontal on the Parasol form. That thing is nasty if you get a connection, because it also knocks them back up. And if it's done right, you can literally lift someone off of it. And the thing about the Parasol that makes it such a unique weapon is the close gap, right? You notice that some weapons end up kind of like when you're cushioning RMB dash, where you're kind of moving forward with holding it out. It's something that the Parasol can do really well on two forms, that being the shield form and as well as with the umbrella, the Parasol form itself. Axe form, you don't get as much rotation around there, but you can still do a massive amount of work. It's just that you're not using a pole sword, you're not using a great sword there. You might as well just throw the game, right? No, stop. In trios, it's very different because in terms of the pole sword or the axe form, is that the blue focuses are really wide and swing, even with the purple focus variation on the 1.0 horizontal. But on the Kaleidoscope Parasol's clip clop on the Parasol form, you end up having this like the kick stance when you like on the hits and all that stuff. And you end up keeping them in place. You also lift them, and it's really short distance. The only difference is that it's imagine like a pitter patter for the staff with the 1.0 horizontal, where they're tapping the ground 8 times. That, but in place instead of having to move forward. You don't risk the move of giving your opponent a little bit of extra range to close the distance to you with a jump parry, so they can't magnetize that attack towards you. You keep it in place, you keep it in one spot, and that's really important in trios because you don't want to keep someone pushing them further away. That's why you don't see Jade's like overcomer being used, because you're sending one person one next area to the next city, you know, with the overcomer, and you don't need that. You want to make sure to keep them right in the spot where you can also follow up with the blue focus, and you don't have to move. And it also just does that for you. But beyond that, that weapon is a really good surprise, and seeing how it's turning out in trios a little bit more often. I know that with some players love to use it in solos a lot because the shield form really strong. In trios, I think shield form can be a little bit of a nuisance, but it can be managed because of skills being available. And a lot of the players might not even use shield form because another thing about it is that you end up having the blue focus to be thrown out there, and someone's always ready for the parry at some point. And seeing how we don't have to get in here, we don't have to really worry about that. It's just about the guys in the back line that you just don't know about that are dropping in from below or from the top.
Absolutely. Well, obviously Game 5 coming up momentarily, and we'll see, because SR, like I said, circle in the drain. I don't see how they're going to put it together. They're going to need like 220 bombs here. It's going to have to be a big closer for these guys to make it to finals. And this, I think, will be the first time this year where SR haven't made it to one of like the tri-weekly finals. They have been a forerunner. They've been the kind of like the Cerberus at the gate for a lot of these teams here at the NBPL, and to see them, you know, not make it to a finals would be crazy. I mean, having a look, they didn't win the first finals last season, but they did win the second finals. But they were definitely there at the first finals. So yeah, it's 2 games to go, and I think stakes are as high as they can get really at this point. Like, 4 teams are not making it through, and it's crazy, but some of these teams not making it through are ones where they're kind of almost staples of our bi-weeklies into now what we call tri-weekly finals.
Yeah, and even then, like when we lost Wolves, right, in terms of last week we lost them out completely, and I'm like, man, this is a tough alliance as well.
Yeah. And
having that to be said, I mean, these roster changes are going out of the works of like just try to find who works best with who, or contracts and otherwise. But beyond that too, we have our spotlight right now for GG to kind of make sure that this is not a problem. They can stay up. They are significantly in the lead for what it is, and taking that first place position, taking the mantle that TE and YZG were kind of combating for with these in the last round. But this is the question. They're in phase 3. They did really well that round. The opportunity there to mono pick that round again to choose that composition is in their hands, and they can decide upon doing that. It's just, are we going to do that inside of Morris Isle? Do we have Zai to find value on? Because if we take a cave fight, against another team, GG is a team to take ZK fights. Like, they're the ones who initialized and being there in the first place. If Castle Courtyard is that option, or maybe a Ephemeros, but we haven't even seen them drop over there in a minute. In a $150. So one other opportunity is to see if they just break out of that mold. And that's that whole thing I talked about at the very beginning of the day, Jake. I said, well, certain teams, can they find the adaptability that, you know, makes them so that they don't get caught lacking in terms of scoreboard? Because we've seen it before, and we're seeing it right now with some of the members here. Even though with SR having not Rico, or not Rico not being in there, still other teams with SS1, as for instance, or even FPX.
I think one of the things which has led to GG's recovery, because I've cast your mind back a couple of years ago, GG were like the team in Nbpl. For a long time, they'd always be in a podium place, but never at the top of the podium. Always second, always third. And they'd chased that glory for years. And, you know, I'd always said they were always the bridesmaid, never the bride. And then they just had this year where all of the stars aligned. They had this absolutely gorgeous roster, which isn't the roster we've got right now, but it is a lot of. CGS and LXM were part of it. And for the life of me, I can't remember who the third was. But regardless, GG were able to put in an amazing year. They won all of the domestic titles.
3-3-0.
And, you know, the season after, everything stayed the same. It was the same roster. It was the same team. But everyone had read their play. They knew that they dropped Imperial Village. They knew that they dropped at Secret Tunnel. And everyone would just play to grief them in their early game. Obviously, the game was very different then, and we'd see more teams make it through to the final circle. We'd have larger lobbies anyway. And GG were very good at cashing in final circles. And the one thing they've kept from that day, and from those days, sorry, is their ability to play final circles. I think in a final circle situation, if GG have all three members, 9 times out of 10, they're going first or second there. They look so strong in final circles every time. Their issue for a while was their early and mid game. This has now had a dramatic improvement because they're a little bit more flexible in where they do their drops, how they take their fights, how they play the game has just improved massively. So it's always very interesting to see what GG cook up, but getting through now into the first selection and second selection, nothing's changed there. I think until Hardy gets nerfed, I don't think we're going to see any changes there. Let's see what GG wrap up here. Looks like they're going CC comp away from their Xi comp, so no repeat on that.
Pain. Sorrow, grief. Yeah,
oh, it's the Justina one.
Finally, I wanted to see if they're going to bring it out. Justina's going to be a good option here. And then it's also going to open the door and seeing what the players on the Facebook are going to bring out. I mean, they bring out Justina with the Weishan. That'd be kind of interesting and seeing if that coalescence, you know, it out. But I'm thinking we might get a Yeshu at least once. But if anything, we might run into the Shio Zai for at least one of these teams if they want to take the partition of doing so. So, bring me to fourth phase. Let me see what's up. FPX is also on this burner right now in terms of scoreboard, but we don't want to talk about it yet, but we have to, right? It's elephant in the room for the scoreboard check. So more traditional here from RW maybe, and seeing if they want to bring something with the Weishan. Shio is going to be next here. Zai is going to be RW's opportunity. They're going to try to imitate what GG had in their success from last round, except Hallroth. And at least for FPX, drumroll please, they're going to try to do the exact same thing and see if they can come out. Now, mind you, still an opportunity to seeing if FPX or RW come out on top as MVP on this round with this composition. And in which case, if it's a high enough score lead past the score points of rounds 2 and 3's MVPs of the Hadi nor Ziping, they would still be able to kind of counter it out with MVP count of higher placement scores. And we're going to be our final round before the Mirror Comp round begins over in Starry Night. But right now, we're back to Morrisal. We're at midday time.
One of these two teams could change the course of what the final game looks like over on Holoroth. Are we going to see a Zai mirror match? I personally would absolutely love it if that was the case, but we shall see. We shall see what they decide to lock in. Well, how they lock in on this game. I will say RW, typically a team who've actually been doing fairly well. Today has not been their day. Obviously, speaking of not being their day, this hasn't been SR's season so far. And like you're saying, yes, the Asian Games has caused a bit of a interruption to some of these players and has forced them to, all these teams to have to run people to cover for them. So it's not been quite as high stakes from them. But does mean, regardless of what happens here, if SR make it to finals for Sunday or if they're knocked out here, I think they're going to have a lot of work coming up when they get back from our break. Because boy, oh boy, do they not want to be in a position where they are just playing catch up for the rest of the season, and you know they want to make finals. They want to win this tournament and keep that golden road going. We'll have a look at the loadouts here. It's the Silence F1 on Yuyi. See what Zem runs as his Viper loadout. V2 F1 as well. Okay.
I got the sounds going on there. Even though it says F2, we'll have to see. You know, but yeah, that's F1 sounds in the icon.
Sorry, F2 V1. My bad. Got my modeled up.
Because they ran the F2, like all Zendoos always run the talent strike for the F2 because it's, I mean, in trios, your gold focus on the recast as well, so you're doing a massive amount of damage. Doing recast, you're immune to still the blue focuses, if that makes any sense, like the stagger knockback.
Yeah.
But I saw F1 and I'm like, I doubt it. I doubt the Combat Breaker is available. Sometimes it might work out. It's the same thing with Zai, like I was mentioning from last round, to see if that would be a way out. But they're using the Meteor, they're using the F2. They want to make sure that they have a lot of... Yeah, and then in the lift as well, right? You get the lift for free. Shayo can just throw shield throw at them and just allow you to guarantee a follow-up on the gold focus strike. It's nasty work. This is going to be our drop stuff. Since TE and SR are at the point of contention right now, they are going to be at the spotlight of Super Expanse, SS1 and GG by Game of Mine. YGG and FPX are over by this S1 somewhat, you know, but FPX more so in Artisan's Grove. And Invictus Gaming and RW are all into Sunwing's Rest, and this is the gold trove, like the frequency is being increased. They have to take the loot spawn here, where if they don't have to sustain, I mean, those poison streams are going to kick in here. This is midday. So one spotlight right now for game 5 is if this is going to be a round where we might have a potential for that mirror compact to be the Zyg. It just depends. RW and FPX are going to have to do some mild work here and hoping to get the first 3 eliminations and just start snowballing the heck out.
Well, here we go. Loading through into our game number 5. Our last game, it's not a mirror matchup. So we have a bit of viability and variability in the comps. I see 17S go for the scale rush. Misses it off there briefly. Does get chased onto a little bit by JS1. Just going to reposition now. As his team playing this fight slow and steady. Zimp gets a big hit there from the focus attack though. YZG have lost a play already. Goes for another focus but gets eaten up by the parry. And 17S goes down. FPX. That's 3 on the board for one of our Zycomps there. Nice way to open the game.
This is good. I like seeing the SS1 though getting double eliminations on GG. And I think that's actually going to be... That's like already over there, man. That's over by the Game of Mine, man. Let me get a replay. Let me see what happened. No, but that's a quick succession on the kills on this. And this is purple armor purchase as well. Since they have money in town, they have all the boxes to still loot out. TE against SR. Double, triple elimination. So you can see how fast it comes down to the Zai, or not the Zai, towards the Tessa having that ultimate online early on. Initial starting range is a big thing I was going to mention about earlier today about how with no Fireflies, having 40% off, you know, even though it's 40% in the preparation glyph for it, it's technically like 43 to 44 depending on your build, where you'd end up having rage over time when you're spawning in. So dealing a little bit of damage here and there, having that ultimate soon, when the grouping is set up in standard and everyone is just staggered upon hell, you can throw the Tesla ultimate and guarantee not only a heal back for yourself if you took chip damage, but also just that lift. And that guarantees the entire effect of when we see a silence from the Viper or we see a shotgun burst from her F2. Where if we end up going ahead, we're looking at SS1, they're at the Sun Cave. They looted it out of their minds, considering they took that first fight against it with GG and A1. This is also where they are going to have a pretty nice nifty path here. So they're going to pass by Sun Cave, maybe even by Crow's Nest, and hoping to see about Jade's out there. But more so just kind of working off this hard zipping slowly but surely. And then GG on that reset, LXM, we saw what happened earlier. You can see CJS is going to regroup with his teammate, finds a blue armor here. And this is going to be a slow roll again. It's interesting, right? I said Crow's Nest, and you know who's nearby. Like we were just talking about SS1. So this is a route that they could end up taking and taking this team out completely.
Oh my word, LXM just getting purple flying knives. One of the best trios weapons just handed to him on a purple platter. Lovely little pick up there for them. Random thing to find in your loot. QGG. Purple pole sword's wonderful. Grey armor, not so hot. Obviously, they are fresh off a respawn from losing their drop fight. But definitely going to want to put some better armor together ASAP. 25 minutes on the clock, about 3 minutes until the Realm Yang spawn up. People still have revives, those who haven't lost their drop fights. SR looking at you, that's pretty rough, guys. Remember, SR in 8th place right now. They're the defending domestic champions. And right now, they might not even make it through to this tri-weekly final unless this is a huge performance for them. And losing that drop fight, probably not the best way to start this off.
Yeah, but this fight is finding a horizontal throw out here. He gets caught with the uppercut, and this pulse sword is going to come into play. Look at this, man. Boom. And even with the Viper ultimate, or even with the semi-wall, iframe, is there enough time for the iframe? He gets, I think he got the stun. No. 17S was still iframe through the entire duration of that transformation, and this is going to be hell on the wheels right now if 17S can potentially get a grab, because the walls, I mean, you can see CJS is slippery sloping down there just to make sure he can keep himself out of line of sight. The freeze is good. Doesn't do much here, though. The stagger is guaranteed from the Zendawu, and a 17S just high ground positions. You got to look for it. One grab potential, miss. Second grab potential, missed again. And there is no value on this multi ultimate as well, since it was used early on. And now it's going to be the turnaround, that Syra ultimate. The turnaround meaning that if they get one elimination, that solo can come out in the wonders. And seeing how this is going to turn off, R&B hold checks, gets a clink. There's a 1-2 coming for Kuku, providing support, staggers. GG's LX7 find the elimination. 17S, that one soul bloom I was talking about, necessary. Silence is up in 2 seconds here. Yui's going to make sure that Tamos has nothing to go ahead and avoid. Having the silence guarantees. 2.0 is going to go ahead and confirm. Even with the clink off here, GG Yui, as well as his teammates alone, are going to be going ahead and just getting him off. He's got combo breaker available now that the silence is done.
There it is. GG continue their devastating streak, and for YZG, this is a heartbreaker for them. They do not want to be going out on a goose egg. They get one, so it's not a goose egg, but damn, knocked out of the game. First team out of the gate, and that just gave a bit of a breathing room to the likes of FPX, who are only, what, 15 points behind?
Yeah.
Doesn't mean that, like, they're guaranteed to catch up this game, but it gives an opportunity for them to put some points up and get a little bit closer to keep Game 6 dreams alive here. But it's a lot of work that FPX are going to have to put in to get that. I mean, SR need 15 points to catch up by a significant amount, and then they would look for Game 6 as their victory. But again, talking all hypotheticals here, but losing your third place team draws a hard line in the sand for 35 points is roughly where you're aiming to be towards for Game 6.
Yeah, the median and the range right there too. Seeing if it goes out to 35 at the cutoff point right now, or at least for YZG taking the loss, and pretty much seeing how SS1. I mean, or not SS1, FPX taking their 5th elimination. So when this Rum Yang comes through, I am crossing fingers. So much so that they go up against the Temis and the Wu. I really do. I think that's going to be a competition that they'll take full value against. Even though the Tesla Vipers aren't going to go into Rum Yang, at least I hope not. But if they do, they can, because the Syra right value is in there. That competition could take a role in either in the positive direction or negative. The Silence can just straight up deny Wei Shan. If the Zai isn't fast enough to F2 out of there, it's also not the fact that she's using F2. It's also the fact that Tesla exists. And Tesla can hit the Zai through her F2 so easily to guarantee the enchant that if she lines it up, she can find a 2-for-1. Mifui, you know, they're done. Now, RW, having inside of this Rum Yang, this is one of the comps on the 4th phase, 3 eliminations. So really hoping that we see RW take a fight against it. And it looks like they're up against TE. And TE have been stacking up pretty good here. 2 purple weapons so far and 1 purple armor. But they are still healthy enough to make sure they go through here. Look like a Reva bomb shot and a Benthic descent on AB specifically. So let's see how that turns out here in this first round fight.
Well, everyone starts by going aerial. Coming down fairly soon here. Obviously, this is one of the comps we've got our eyes on, because it could potentially be a decider after that previous GG game. Hits the Meteor immediately. Ults to get the recast up and available. Nice dodge away on the urn there. Doesn't get hit up by the charm. It's going to now play cover for the rest of the team. They're all slowly trying to group them up with the chains. That Dazzle has just been a complete menace. Caught against the pillar as well. I believe they all dodged away from that, but again, the Chain Scythe doing so much work there. Youth doing fantastic. Looking to catch in. They've got the double knock-up in. Can they follow up with the Chains? No, the Chain Scythe doesn't quite hit onto everyone they want. Zem able to find himself a knock-up. Getting a lot of damage off there. Another charm should be coming through, but they're going to use themselves the Yue Shen transform to kind of cover those who get caught out by the charm. Youth is going to get himself heavily chunked out, but he's still in this fight. They've still got the Viper ultimate available as well.
What's crazy is that he got dechanted, and he was able to jump to avoid that silence, which burns time right now. 18 seconds on that Viper silence come right back up. He can't throw the ultimate. Now he can. Seeing the YC goes out there, the deformation is good to go ahead, and we silence nothing. And this Viper ultimate, ooh, eats the parry, doesn't take the damage. At least not as much as you might think about. The silence, no stun, no nothing. LMB confirms off the uppercut. This is a grapple bump combination right there. Boom. And a 1.0 horizontal, enough to kill the Kami kick follow. That's enough right there, folks. That's going to be TE going down. And RW, man, I mean, what's crazy enough about this is that this is them picking up, what, their 5th elimination as a result, 6th elimination, I think the final kill, potentially. Just got to work against and hoping that the Sire does not have Common Breaker up again.
They might time them out here. 10 seconds. Ooh. There it is. Oh, that was damn close.
Yeah, that's good. That's good RB. Good lord.
We do see that SR got their Yang, so 3 kills on the board for them. Another step towards where they need to be. Still a lot of work to do. But RW also winning this Yang. Another good step forward to the Zai enjoyers, myself included. I don't like to be biased, but like, I'm cheering on for our Zai comps because I just don't want to see an Einor mirror.
Yeah.
Man. What?
No, I've seen enough of those high Einor pings, man. I don't need it. I don't need it, man.
As a mirror match, it is miserable to watch. We'll have a look at SR, though, versus GG. I swear it's always SR GG inside the Yangs.
It's a pattern. You know, it's crazy, too, because teleporter, gone. I mean, this is going to be the case where the Hottie or the Inner one can then pop ultimate, close the distance with a Spirit Throw, finds a soft target, decides to go ahead, find the Syra, trying to burn her ultimate, and then walk back from her. You know, that's the biggest investment here, and to see if he can get it. Finds Yui. Gets frozen, not a problem here. And it's interesting too because we know that this composition from SR with the Justina was something that they wanted to kind of bring out, but it worked against them in this favor because see, the Justina ultimate here is something that once you invest in dash, there's still not enough value to get to come back into it if there's only one target there and your teammates are split. And if your teammates are split as a Justina, kind of losing value there. This is one of those few times where you find it, but a riposte like that, you never really want to find it out until it's too late because all of a sudden, you know, you just get dropped in there. And you can see it coming down from CG side. Or from a CGS's angle. 2.0 comes off. 1 for 1, 2 for 2. Tap dodge parry comes off. And NY7, he's scaled with the attack buff. He can just go in for a quick blue focus here if he needed to get the kill confirmed, but he's going to instead play it safe and get that reset.
That was still a little bit dicey for SR this victory. You know, they lost a player, they almost lost another, but we do see GG and SR once again running it back. Going toe to toe. Xiao does get hit up by the lock though. It looks like we're going to be seeing a big old dazzle coming out. Trying to make the connection to multiple people. NY7 needs to be careful. Does get himself the catch off there. Doesn't get any kill. Caught by the freeze. NY7, that's going to burn through most of the Einor ultimate. It's going to time out now. But almost secured the kill. Does get a kill onto Yuyi there from the side of GG. The run it back fight does somewhat work out. And it looks like FPX are about to come fresh off respawn and look for a third party into this. SR have used all of their ultimates at this point, so it's kind of a freebie. You could see the end of GG, though. DGS is down. LXM getting caught off here as FPX are coming in on that third party. F-Slam comes through. That's a kill for the side of FPX, knocking GG out of the lobby. And now they're going to turn their attention towards SR, who have no ultimates available to them. And FPX feeling comfortable just to keep chasing. Blue gets hit there. Use the Hardy Cube away, but that's now on cooldown. Can FPX actually find a little bit more? Or they're just going to have to keep going? I mean, they have to keep going because they've got the depletion on. As SR are just being hunted by the whole lobby right now.
Crazy that IG is making their way too here because they have that Yang depletion or the Vermilion Bird Smite, so they could play it hella dangerous. Off of FPX, still with 50 seconds left on the count. JS1 trying to find a high ground. He's at 50% on his rage bar. If he finds a kill somehow here, these guys are just going to play hot potato with him in Sky with an NY7. That solo has to go towards his way, at least, to see if JS1 can get it going and having that ultimate ready for this group fight that's happening outside of the skirts of Islet Crater. Because listen, I mean, IG going to go down for 2 eliminations. And T are up to 7 right now. They're getting rid of that Yang depletion completely. 14 seconds left to spare. Very close. Big last coming from XEM. My man's in it, man. 7 eliminations on this team, and his team is going crazy right now with the gold lead. At least at 30,000 Darktide coins. But RW are at 9 eliminations right now, being the kill leaders in this lobby. And gear-wise, I mean, even without the triple purple armor, they still have enough to go off and bind when if they find the necessary timing to do it. You know, the shot being there and all that. Leeway that finds a res here, with Fu being still alive at the north side of the village of Sunwing's S. But the problem about this is they don't got money. They do have money on their build, as you guys can see that you saw the money passively building up there, but I don't think they have any Reaper charts to be available. The bell's been struck too, so they have vision on them, I think, at least soon.
Let's see if they pull the trigger and actually take them out. We'll have to see if PX getting the pickups. Rebirth charms coming through, and they need to get out quick. I mean, it's a fairly early circle, so it's not like end of the world, but you don't want to be burning too many resources. They're a little bit low on the old resource front, so just going to make their way over. It looks like RW didn't pull that trigger. Playing it nice and chill, but fun thing to note. Our 2 kill leads right now are the Zycomps.
Yeah, I know.
9 and 7.
I'm trying to hold. I'm waiting.
Honestly, I'm dreaming of this. Well, looks like we might have another chance to get a bit higher here for RW. They are the kill lead in the lobby. They're going to find themselves in a fight versus IG. Invictus Gaming going to open up there with the transform. Looking for a grab. Unable to make that first connection, and they are slowly just taking a little bit of poke, looking for grabs, but they're using the pillar very nicely here. They're just waiting it out. Lin not really able to do too much here. Does go for the grab, doesn't get the angle off. And this is going to be the end of the Monk transform, and that gives RW a window where they can now play. They're just going to quickly pot up, make sure that they're at max health for this next fight. Sandstorm's about to fade away as well. The chain scythe through the wall, catching on there from you. Golden weapons as well, so this is a golden chain scythe. It is going to be chunking anyone who steps near, but they're going to throw out the Zender. Kiki eats a parry, but the Zender protection does keep him alive for a second. A miss on the Meteor there from Youth, but Kiki finally goes down. RW able to get it with the Yue Shen. Pressure for starting to mount up. No Temi, so no catches through the Temi Wisps to play off as Youth now turns his attention towards someone else. Going for a scale rush angle. Is he going to make the connection? Han eats a parry, but they don't scale rush in on for the follow-up. They're going to just rely on the team for that one. Youth is about to get that Meteor back up and available. Doesn't need it. The Whip Sword finds the lockdown. There's the Meteor for the reposition from Youth. Han will be falling. And our Zycomp, it's kind of popping off here, man.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You know what I noticed, too, is that Meteor was able to iframe to the Zenda shot, which is really undervalued there. Picking up a Rupture Gale Orb on top of that with the Armor Pierce, bro. Oh, my. You know, the Gold Halberd is enough, too. So now that they have more gold, more of the finds can be purchased here. We have to see if Youth is going to be able to purchase this out or it's already been done in. Advanced Heal also for AB, by the way. I was going to mention that Cablin, what we saw earlier. Thinking about it, here's going to be the Shade purchases. It's going to be Stamina Strike, an Engraving, so that Whip Sword might change. He is going to convert it. He needs to get that Engraving in play, and that's insane pickup right there for his composition. The weapon selections as well. I mean, think about it. The Engraving, the Cablin knockup as well. Having all that in mind with the Pole Sword to charge up behind you, like, someone's going to get lifted and then go down in a split second. So everything comes off of that. Seeing how we're going to have a Rampage on Zhao with the Blistering Edge. You're going to see a Stanchious Sky Pillar there for blue for the Zipping. Stanchious Sky Pillar might be good too. The Mortal Defiance immediately purchased from Z11. That's why they couldn't get that from earlier for RW. So now that we have that, Fire Arrows Target Lock, having it with Rev Up Bomb Shot. I mean, right now for FPX, they also all are having this lead in terms of the kills still. Well, we say they'll have our Yang depletion is to think about, man. Like, what is in the fray for IG, man? Because if they spawn at the Daily Meadow, they got a lot of teams north of them. And it ain't even a Soul Altar here. It's only in the zone at Islet Crater, so they have to go further north towards Sunning Address or right in the pickpocket of action, or just straight into the zone, which is towards Servants' Grounds, and seeing if they want to make that approach at Noble Cave.
Well, we'll have to see. 11 minutes on the clock. IG, the only team with depletion available to them. I say available to them, on them. This is not an option. Does make their life a little bit harder. RW still the kill leader with 12 kills on the board. We're going to see IG respawn in. They're going to be looking to put some kills together nice and quick. 2.5 minutes to work with. And there is no other depletion team. That is the heartbreaker for them. For IG, sorry, I was just going to say, for IG going out here, that's a bit of a rough situation to find themselves in. It means they're gonna have to do a lot of work going forwards.
Yeah. It's crazy too, because like 4 eliminations right now for them, and then they're in the position where no one's around them. They had to head super far up north. Like I'm talking like 400, 500 meters right now to head into this area where we're at right now, which is by the Noble Cave Shrine. And since Noble Cave Shrine has this ravine, this is where the Zai composition is going to have a little bit of a struggle bus moment, because if the Tianhais have value here, right? If anything, it's at the edge of one of the corners of this cliffside. One thing is that the juggle could be had. Some teams get knocked down by an Eno or Juan composition, for instance, and all of a sudden Tianhai finds a grab right there. The only Tom position, the only team that has that right now fully incapable pans is SR, and yet SR, I don't know if they want to take a fight on the corner side. The Hadi is the one who's going to have most value in that composition to kind of swipe off of the hillsides. It's just whether or not the Zai wants to kind of contest the Hadi off of a slash with their meteor and then try to pop it off. And he has to find it with the Zendawu, or not the Zendawu, with the Shayo. But this is wishful thinking right now. We shooting birds or what's going on over there? So with 1 minute on the clock, they're gonna get this Yang Spear Well. And if they do get this Yang Spear Well, clean that lane depletion, right? Got a minute to hopefully get this done, and hopefully no one can contest it. And ironically enough, the other team here with SR being at the bottom of the leaderboard are the only ones that would make sense to make it this their own, right? They need to make that happen, especially on the Transformer comp.
Yeah, they're definitely going to want to go for it. I mean, the big thing is as well, this is the last Tianhai comp kicking about on IG, so losing all of the monks could potentially be a real game changer, as Lin going to transform, and it looks like no one's playing contest. They're just going to give it up. And it's actually one of our more clustered final circles. The last game we had, everyone had all of their team. Other than SS1, it's now 5 full rosters in this lobby. Only SS1 who are down a single player, and I think that might be Curtains onto that. But it's just an immediate fight. The moment they get hit with depletion, everybody collapses in and looks to go for potentially just IG here. Lin is thinking about going for the transform, not going to go for it. SR trying to push forwards. And RW just throwing the cannon shots in. Zhao's already down. They were trying to get the cap off with the flag, and it was just heavily denied. Losing their Hardy, losing their safety net. Sure, it cleanses them with depletion, but you are now a very, very weak team without that Hardy. He is the difference maker for them.
Style there to keep the protection, man, and that's his insult to injury. Even though they got the Yang depletion cleanse from that flag, it's just losing that escapee, man, you're done. After you recast, NY7 could be caught out here. The comment does not connect there. And of course, seeing how the launch comes off of this, and if he can survive, zipping is the only sole reason why. With that rupture kill I was talking about earlier is in effect, man. That burn is going to be proccing off for NY7. Super unfortunate for him to try to find his fight. He's gonna go into the face of danger, man. Seeing the Zai, avoids it. Gets parried though. That's it. Goes down. And guess who took a TE? And TE can take the Soul Bloom hopefully soon here, but JS1 gonna have to back off completely. Hopefully, seeing that their position is that Zai, or rather the Viper comp, is gonna show up with a silence on the wrong targets they don't need. And blue, so running down here, you see the engraving catch up, right? You see how fast it's going down. F2 is avoided. The engraving attempt is still there. The Tesla ultimate from the range, and that's going to be killed for IG. Han getting at that elimination, and he's going to switch right back over to the Breville bomb shot potentially. No, he's just going to use dual flintlocks in a Schwab format as he teams take the converted fight.
Oh, Youth is under a lot of fire here. Has been able to reposition somewhat. Can they get a pot off in time? Looks like their team are safe for the moment. SS1 were in the area, but that was just a solo zip. I don't think the solo zip is going to engage onto the members of RW no matter how low they go. They would like to find a position where they could reposition and get some healing in. Looks like they've been able to get themselves inside this house, and there has been a reset here by the members of RW, at least a brief one, but the pressure is still being built up onto them. AB being focused out here. They are going to just meteor jump away to safety. You can see the cannon shots coming in from SS1's final member there, Zip, trying to see if they can get the hit up. Yuan is going to fall in the middle of all of this, and AB also going down. So RW, our leaderboard team, feeling the hurt a little bit off this. As Zem able to get the kill there. Another one over to IG. The Tianhai comp, the final Tianhai comp, who kind of started all of this, have found their window, have found their opportunity to turn this one back around. I don't think RW are going to be able to survive this when they've got one player with depletion left on.
Dang, took a hit box there, man. Yeah, I think knows he's trying to go for the rest for his teammate. I mean, you can see it actually coming down for TE again. And
he got a kill.
This is the team. Yeah, this is the team I kind of don't want to see win, but that's me being wanted to see. They had such a strong point in taking those kills with the Tesla ult, the Viper stun. That was a massive range shot coming off, and we miss Tesla ult. That's okay. So walk around the corner here. It's going to be cannon shots, and we're going to see FPX go down here completely. Hopefully to see that Shy ultimate in time, but Tumult Circle means it's just range hell, and that's going to be it coming down here. FPX go down. IG going to be the results of that. RW still having their Zai, though, at 13 eliminations. We're going to lose SS1 as well as a result. And this leads to Notion right now. 13 eliminations for RW, 11 right now for TE. So long as we can see, if TE goes down here at 9 eliminations, there should technically be just enough points for RW to take the MVP at that point, due to the second place position.
They've only got one player though.
Yeah, I know. They just can't die. They have to go to the zone, but it looks like he can contest this for it. And this is a spot right now where the F2 comes off, but I don't know. Zendawu is going to be going ahead and knocking him back downhill, and that's Youth going down. GG. Now it's going to be up to whether they get him out here, looking for the double grab, and that's going to be it. One jump LMB confirms it, and RW goes down, and this is another elimination that, honestly speaking, TE's YC. He should have went out. He should have went to the zone, but he just gave some 2 eliminations. Why not? And TE takes his victory here, giving the Monk Zendawu comp its victory and taking that MVP as a result. Which means, how do you know it's ping? Gonna be a round 6 choice, but this round's MVP going to IG with some phenomenal moments, especially taking that Yang depletion from the Yang Spirit Well and cleansing it and still making it happen.
I've seen quite a few games here where it feels like we being the teams, they give up Spirit Wells sometimes, where they're just like, it feels like, you know, the fact IG got that Spirit Well in the first place felt a little illegal to me. But no one contested it. They just let them walk up and take it and be like, cool, we're actually the most desperate and weakest team on the lobby right now. But it's fine. We got here. No one contests us, and that changes the entire game. RW, it was a good game from them. It was a fantastic game from them. It just unfortunately wasn't enough. They got caught. They were just positioned badly. They tried to reposition, and they repositioned into another team. And every time they rotated to try and just get their potting off, they were caught off guard and they were blown up. So at the end of the day for RW, FPX also had a fantastic game on that Zycom. And it just shows me that this pick 4, even though it's for some reason our 4th pick, might be a lot stronger than that. I think it might be 4th in the priorities, but I don't actually think it's 4th in the ranking overall.
No, absolutely not. Yeah, and it's a crazy thing too to kind of notice that on this board right now, when we have our Monk Zendawu composition, that some failures kind of lead to success for them for some comps, and then obviously the Zendawu comp just kind of pummels sometimes the Zai, because the Zai can still get grabbed by Tianhai. There's a very tiny window for the Zai basically to find herself there, and if the Zai ends up pulling herself apart with her comment, and she just doesn't figure out that it's the Tianhai looking at her, he can preempt and grab, he can predict it, and then knowing exactly, because the height is always the same. The height is always the same when she goes up. There's no way to change that. But the answer for the question, I'm not going to say it, but which team won Game 5 today? Is it AGG, beat RW, CIG, and DTE. So that's where you guys can switch out. You guys make sure you do that ASAP. But going back to the point, that's one of the biggest things. Like, you can find the flaws in every composition. You know, there's values on it. You know, you see how the Zendawu shots don't connect off the Zai when she's Zai frame, but at the same time, her counter is Tumult. Her counter is the format of the Tianhai as for everyone. That's a soft target. But beyond that, you saw a quick moment of not having the mitigation from the Weishan that stopped them in the tracks for FPX. You saw what happened. Stun happened. Everyone focus fired them in the focus in the end zone, and that was really just a problematic situation. You have no range wall. You have no sort of way to deny any sort of that pressure that comes off of like just straight taking that damage. And there's nothing you can do about it. Not even your teammate can come out here. Like, even a unit like Justina, for instance, in that composition, if she was even existing in that, she couldn't go ahead and dash against 9 people. She can't do that. She could try, but there's no way she can. And with that scoreboard, 15 points right now, right there for IG. I knew it. I knew RW was going to be at that point of just being 1 point. But if they didn't take it, that would have been their MVP because of kill points. Unfortunately.
Yeah, they actually would have done it. That would have been that actually would have upset the apple cart massively. But it was IG who honestly were down and out, and they had no business turning it around, and they did a fantastic job doing that. Really, really big pickup for them. And these guys are still fighting for their life. to make it to the grand finals. So this game could be a big difference maker for them. We'll have a look at the overall standings right now. IG still in 5th place, but they're 2 points away from YZG. YZG, absolutely catastrophic game 5. 1 point. And that 1 point, they should be damn happy with it because it was just as they went out. But that was, yeah, not the strongest performance there from the side of YZG. And we have a lot of teams now chasing towards that cutoff point. It's probably going to be around the 40 to 43 mark, I reckon, is where we're going to be looking at as our cutoff. So very catchable within the limits, but obviously we could also see teams go out early and it just completely changed everything. So it's all to play for, which I'm happy for, because I was worried there was a point where it looked like we were getting to a position where the game was just going to be over and game 6 was just going to be a formality. But no, we still have life. There's still an opportunities for teams to come back hard in this game 6.
Absolutely. And this is actually an interesting move from the highlight reel, and it went straight to the end. Because the end was really a setup here for everything. I mean, you notice that all the wielders of certain jades come out from one of the finds, for instance, with something, the purchase, right, the direct purchase, taken out. And then beyond that, they can see the pickpocket pieces here. Anyone who's lifted, listen, if you're a Zenda Wu player, if you're any player going up against Zenda Wu, the moment you're in midair and your toes aren't on the ground, bro, and she's on ult and she has arrows, it's a done deal. And you're gonna get lifted over and over again. So you can see how it turns out here. Han taking his ways out previously from ASC and having it now towards here. Yeah, that's a funny story for ASC, but we're not gonna talk about it. This is where Han is gonna have Invictus Gaming having that role selection here and beating the MVP. And that cutoff point was a 2-point difference, 35 to 33. They're on the ladder. They're on the points of 33. They need to make that happen in the next game. And YZG, 1 kill, 1 point, earned that last game and going down super fast. So with that being said, looking at Han's MVP scores, first one of the season, has 12,000 damage. His ultimate in his F2 was enough to confirm more damage than anything else in his hands, whether it's the Fist Blades for jump LMB extensions or for the Parasol for the Kaleidoscope. Just kept 24% mitigation and 8% attack and pulled this up. Fantastic performance there from Han. There on the Zenda. She's been a quite staple of this season. I feel like a lot of the attention has been on the I0 comp and, you know, on the variants of Tumultuous, because this is not always the Tumultuous comp we've been seeing, but today, heavy focus on the Zenda variant. But Zenda has been consistently getting played all tournament long. Yeah, her burst is just so substantial. Like, she's very good when the catch comes through, the burst comes out. I honestly, I really love her. I've actually yet to play her though in an actual game. I've kind of like, I've admired her from a distance for a bit. But yeah, no, she's... Yeah. It's the Matt LeBlanc and friends looking through the fake raining glass. No, she's been one of the more exciting characters in this meta, and it's weird where I'm in a world where like I actually prefer the monk comps to a different comp right now, and I think Zenda is a big part of that because it's just so explosive. It's not built around stalling around monk. It's about using monk's actual aggressive side, which I think reflects really well to work with that Zenda. Yeah, it's making for a really fun, like, kind of second pick getting shown up there, and it's definitely been a more quiet comp today. We haven't seen as much success out of the monk, but you know, the Zenda today, that last game, absolutely huge and really upset what could happen here in game number 6. You know, it's another thing too that I was kind of wondering about with Zenda Wu's capabilities in the competitions before she was even thought of to be brought up for trios. And one of the things I was actually thinking about was just like, okay, who is she going to pair up with? Because Tianhai was going to be used. He was using a lot of comps, right? We can't even be fair with that, right? He was using between the Takeda compositions we saw there, which is still kind of remnants of the ashes of the embers inside of the martial arts verses. And you had like the Valda composition that worked off of that with the Ouroboros and having that to be something to think about. But then you kind of start seeing where Tianhai still is that staple, and is where she decided to kind of float on. It's just because those arrows give her maximum velocity on the lift, and that's such a huge game, man. It's such a dangerous game to play against her because the maximum amount of time that you can lift somebody up means that not only does your character like Tianhai can go for those grabs, it's also for the Tumultuous can guarantee those whisk throws a lot easier than what might be seen the case. And it's even the motion that the V1 Tumultuous having the ability to keep your combo breaker ready to go in case of Viper Ning. And he's also where the V1 Temi with the gold focus strike. He's also able to lift somebody, slightly knock them up. Guess who can follow up with that? Zenda Wu. Where? Anywhere. It's infinite range, right? From the hitbox window of like I think it's 100 meters, maybe 80, that she can shoot those arrows from. And so anything from that range can be caught and knocked up no matter what if they're lifted already. I think one of the things that theory crafting to kind of see a little bit of a balance tweak is her drop. Like seeing if there's a drop there for her, like where her arrows don't go always in the beeline straight line. But also like to see about the drop off and seeing how that would skew her in terms of that value, because you still have to a skills expression to showcase that you understand the character, but making it so it's a little bit more feasible and understanding for the other players. The Pro League, everyone's gonna be prepared for that, and we don't even need to take a break. I know. I'm leaving. See you later.
Man.
No, we're back.
Okay, it's fine. We got a month off. I'm sure they're gonna nerf him. I'm sure they're gonna do something in this month to just deal with this comp. Oh yeah. All right, I'm done.
Yeah.
No, I'm gonna be throwing my toys out the pram for a little bit over this one, but. I think the big thing to really focus in on is the storyline of who can make it. I think GG are unpassable at this point. I think by proxy that means TE are unpassable. So GG and TE are very likely. There's a mathematical world, I'm not going to run the numbers, but I guess there's a world where one of them could get knocked out. For both of them to get knocked out, I think that might actually be impossible, but I don't want to speak too soon. I mean, there's a world where everything changes, where one team just farms, like a couple of teams just farm each other for points, but that seems very unsportsmanlike and not going to happen where they just pick each other up. So realistically, what we're looking at is top two's locked. Their position in that top four overall, probably not, but those two are locked in. Unlikely to see a third move. I think one of those two teams in top four right now will end here as our third team. I think we're right now playing for that fourth spot. And I think teams 3 all the way through to probably 6, maybe 7 are fighting for that spot. It's an uphill battle for some. It's a matter of just consistency for others and a little bit of luck for some others. But there is a world where we could see some changing around here, and we could see, a team dramatically lower make a miracle run up that scoreboard. But it is going to be a hard ask. SR right now, probably that team who are relying on a bit of luck and a lot of kills. Basically, they have to play it very well and also be lucky that no one else is also popping off. I think YZG, probably the team my eyes are on the most to be a potential scared knockout here, which is weird because I feel like they're a staple. But that last game really, really messed with their chances of making it. So they've really got to step up here. And, they get a good, 9-kill game, they're in. They're fine.
9 kills. How about 7 kills second place? Thoughts? Listen, if they end up putting themselves in here, it's also where if they end up pulling the Hollow Rods, and since we're in Starry Night, points of aggression everywhere, right? Everywhere that has drops. I don't know how many players want to stop along the way to kind of get stuff before they get their Fireflies, because sometimes, very few times, but sometimes they'll get loot across the grounds and then they just book it to the Firefly spots and then just start spamming, blue focus, boom, your armor, you don't have any armor, anyone in common. But another thing is that since we're on Hottie Inor's zipping on the 45% rage when she drops in there, she's also going to have just nothing really risking in terms of keeping herself sustaining the fight off rip, and then having that ultimate, having that combo breaker, or having the Firefly, I should say, sorry, given to the Inor and the Hottie. And if anything, I give it to the Hottie every day of the week. Situation comes off, someone asked me about that, about hey, what should I prioritize, to go out drop off this combo? I'm like, I would say the Enor in the situation, but Hottie is just your safety net, man. You get him, here's the thing, because he's a jack of all trades. He'll get you out the fight, and he'll go ahead and DPS for you. That's the thing. Same thing with Syra, but she's more of a slow poke when it comes nowadays. But off of a Hottie situation where you can get guaranteed weapons, so to speak, and you can just start going off for the next 20 seconds after you set up a teleporter in a semi-okay spot. Now, if we're playing this on a competition where we're on the mirror comp, which we are, you as a hottie would have to find some sort of slottage and just trying to find who you want to pickpocket out of the game, because if the other hottie's in fight for him, he is also going to do the same. So are you going to play protector or are you going to play aggressor? And that's just where we're going to come out here. Our average points actually should show up in the site too, where we end up having this spotlight of seeing where the scores are overall in terms of what the compositions are going to be looking like and how much the teams are going to come off. But I'm honestly scared right now to see where we're going to end up with IG, man, because IG comes off of this hopefully with the W, and then they come with more than enough, or maybe you see them next month. We don't see them on Sunday.
Alrighty, well, I was about to say we'll see what Hero Select looks like, but we know what Hero Select looks like.
Yeah,
it's just a little bit of a waiting game, sadly. Just a bit of a waiting game before we get into this Hero Select for round number 6. Brain is turning off, apparently. My brain. I've not been had a shaky start as well to the day there. couldn't speak at the beginning.
That's right.
Now as we're getting on, it's been a lot. It's been a lot today. A lot of emotions. I'm sure the players are feeling it probably more than me.
Hey,
so we'll see.
I got the wristband, got to look at the heart rate. I haven't even looked at the heart rate. I don't even know who has the heart rate. He does like a mini game, right? You know, between the cast. I think, who's got the highest heart rate?
I think Han's been sitting at like a 112 all day. I don't know why I've been monitoring his heart rate. He's consistently at like a 112, which is too high. Can I just add? But obviously there is a bit of nerves in play. But someone I saw earlier hit like 148. That's troubling, man. Like that's
passive, right?
That's an incredibly high heart rate.
Especially just passively and sitting there, man. Like this is like, I don't know. Whoa, you good, man?
It's faster than that.
It's faster than that? I thought that was a BPM. I thought that was it. Dang, GG.
Yeah. 148 is like. I don't know how to do this. That'd be.
Yeah, your clapping isn't going through the mic.
Oh, it's not going through the mic. Oh, that's a shame. Yeah, it's higher than it's quite quick. 148. It's not. Your heart doesn't want a consistent.
Where's my metronome? Where's the metronome?
You're getting a metronome out.
Oh yeah, I'm pulling that out right now, man. 100%. I'm pulling that out. Yeah, you're right. Dun 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 dun. God,
I was pretty on the money actually.
Yeah, you're right.
Hear my clapping. That's really sad.
I saw your hands. I saw your hands.
Oh, okay, good. I'm a drummer. To be fair, it's actually what I studied at uni. I'm a drummer, so I should be somewhat okay with tempo.
Yes, man. Musician hours, bro. We're in there, and we gonna hopefully see this. You know, it's interesting. It's been a long time since I've seen V2 Enor 1. But I don't think anything's gonna happen anytime soon, unless you know, crazy mindset coming out here. Unless they make the cooldown for V2 exactly like V1, then we have a game on our hands, man. I'm so ready.
It's actually been so long, I can't remember what the V2 does.
So V2 basically he throws the spear. It has such a cool like echoing thing. It's like your Odysseus shooting the arrow through the axis, like when it goes out there.
Yeah.
And it hits the ground, and then any teammate of yours can throw it, and then you can teleport to it. Right?
Yes, I remember that.
The thing is that they used it in the beginning slightly. They broke off from doing it because it was just a cooldown on V1 is just that much greater. V2 can be basically 2 spear throws in your head, right? Because you can throw one immediately and your teammate has 9 seconds, I think, to pick up that spear and chuck it. The problem is you chuck it and then Enor 1 can teleport to it afterwards. But you'll be wasting time. And the thing is that V1 guarantees that everyone gets caught by the lightning mark, that anytime he impales and gets the lightning mark, he's also going to guarantee everyone on a hit stagger. So that's a risk that you don't want to take, especially outside of the Rummy Yang where someone's going to start scaling around. Like, what are you going to do? Like, the Enor 1 spear is not going to go anywhere. And on top of that, if you do not have terrain to your advantage and there's a wall in your way, you just, you know, the cooldown would have been in your favor there. But this is going to be an insane drop, though. Jake, I'm looking at this. I'm looking at SR. Like, they take the Fireflies and they book it. They go straight to Salvation Podium. But if SS1 and FPX have a tassel, that money is going to go straight to a Moonbane, and they can still book it. Take the gold weapon off the hands of their oppressors, and then see if whether or not Invictus Gaming decides to take another shot at this Firefly here, move past Falcon's Perch, and past that alongside. We still have teams all the way over there by the Northwestern Barracks. We still have teams all the way up north. So game 6 is going to have a little bit of those isolated pocket spawns, but it's the fact that 4 teams are right next door to one another. This is the change in the league. This is the name of the game of Fireflies, man. that short case clause execution, and this is where we're going to see the team in the East that I was talking about on the right, YZG versus RW.
Yeah, YZG, they need a recovery because they got absolutely owned last time. Couple of kills gets them nice and comfortably in a position to take over this lobby and at least keep themselves in a top spot. That first kill, brilliant start for them. Now their attention's gone towards Yuan, trying to see if they can shut them down. And if they can send RW out early, they could then potentially overtake RW and make RW the team to beat. Because right now it is YZG who are the team to beat. Been able to get those Fireflies. Already got 1 kill, and it looks okay. You got to actually climb. You can't just like walk into the wall. Looks like they're going for that, but it looks like the SS1 IG fight is breaking off, and I assume this is going to give plenty of time for ISR to go grab themselves their golden weapon. But realistically, if you're SR, this isn't a just sit and chill game. They need to get that golden weapon and then book it over to wherever the fights are happening so that they can put some points on the board early. We'll have to see. Lin transformed here, chasing up, trying to just catch up with the rest of the fight, to be honest. Gets the slam down. That's going to be a kill already over to them. Off screen, we're seeing GG destroying TE in a different fight. While IG starting off strong here. They've got 1 kill. They need to try and turn it into something a little bit more. Over, though, being hunted out here. Lin lost that transform, and it looks like over. Time is over for now. Does get a nice parry off, but there he goes.
Yeah, and this is a double elimination, but Han, don't let him go down, man. I mean, I know Lue's going to drop in with the blue focus. I feel it. I knew it. And look what happens. He gets punished for it. This is 3 eliminations, guys. This is IG potentially getting this. So that, remember I was talking about that Moonbane charm has to be purchased at some point. And if they don't have it now, they got to make sure that time is going to be given to them at Pinnacle Town. And if not, look at that SR having gold flying eyes. For 1 elimination just now, but they got the salvation podium. Look at each split, and they moved up north immediately. So this is going to be that rotation. They're going to go straight to the other team's direction, whether it's Igneous Mound or whether if it's going to be at the Pinnacle Town, which where IG is currently residing at. So over to the east, since YCG took some victory rounds over here by the wall, we do have it to be said that with nearly 16,000 Dark Tide coins, 2 blue armors is more than enough in terms of first roaming 8. Having a purple armor purchased for a 17S would be a miracle if you decide to make it that way. And they're still doing quest lines to make sure they have all that macro set up, man. And for us, we have a spotlight right now for GG. The masters of Imperial Village, you know, when it comes up to the northeast, and they have purple armor, purple weapon, purple jades. And only with the 3 eliminations that they have going on here, they're setting up everything just to make sure that this area is there. Because you can see that Yui is getting all the loot, but he's also making sure everything is set up there. So when they have to make that zone, and if it closes in that direction, it's to their advantage, which it looks like it might be due to the zone circling around the north side of the map.
It's nice seeing GG back in the snow. It feels like they're home. We've had quite a while of these guys not being at Imperial Village, so just a weird nostalgia trip, that one, as youth is just kicking squirrels. That's nice. TE and FPX
Get out of here, man.
In the fight. It's just kicking squirrels with Soul Jades. Heartbreaker.
It's a rough time out there, man. But regardless, go ahead.
Got TE taking FPX on in a fight here. Transform out from Zem. He's not really able to find too much as he drops that transform, and they're taking the portal out. They don't want to be. Oh, FPX are followed through though. Quick cube out to safety. Grapples coming in. FPX giving chase, and we're jumping into the zone chasing TE here. No ult zone popped, and that might be enough just to scare FPX off. Realizing this is a bit pointless now, but that has run the dinner bell. And we know GG are in the area. I don't know if anyone else is in the area, but they'll see that no ult zone go off, and they'll realize that a fight could break out. SS1 over doing a bit of scouting. We'll see this is happening. Obviously, it's fairly early days, so that that zone damage is not going to be too substantial yet.
Since everything comes down here too, I'm thinking about the fact that with no one being fully eliminated yet, It's a good sign, especially considering the first Romyang. Sometimes we'd have 23 players here at some point, right? So it's not like, you know, some team went for the risky maneuver, especially those on the top of the board, like even for GG in that sense. But they're smart about it, where they were actually in terms of that position. Now we have the Yang portals. Now, I kind of want to get a map check on the Yang portals in here in a second. Just because we're looking at the guys at Boomerang Cliff right now, SS1, which are passing through here. And upon seeing this Forbidden Seal and being this deep in the zone, they got to be standing here for something, you know, like just to kind of make sure that no teams kind of does the ball going in that direction. Yet you'd see everyone in the other side of the map, you know, just being able to scale up phenomenally. And off of the eliminations, here's our Yang portals. GG over by the quarry, having it over towards it and seeing if they can get that spot for that Yang portal, which is definite, as well as RRW making their way towards it. But FPX, IG, SR, they're all right next to one another. And beyond that, for YZG taking their own, look at TE and look at SS1. TE or SS1 taking their chances on the reset. Yet TE are so deep into Boomerang Cliff for some reason right now. I'm kind of concerned right now. I'm like, what are you going to come out with no vitalities? What are we going to do about that, man? It's like a bacon, egg, and cheese, man. Without the egg and the cheese, you just got bacon, man. You just straight up, you just got the meat, but no sides with it. So if they end up going to the zone and they come out with no supplies, their only chance is going to make it to that spirit well if they can make it in time. And because of that, that's just resource management that maybe they have on side. You just got to see what's going to happen off of the Romyang victories.
Alrighty, well. Romyang's obviously about to spawn up. Everyone's getting themselves positioned to do so. YZG need to get in, by the way. If they wanna keep this game going for themselves, they need to start getting some kills on the board. They've only got 2, and IG are very, very close behind them. RW could do a favor here for YZG, knocking IG down a peg. But it's going to be tight. It does look like YZG did get in there versus GG, though, so that's quite a scary matchup for them. Last time they went toe-to-toe, YZG actually lost inside the Romyang. Nice parry to open up there from Johan. Oh, my word! Lin's gone. They just lost their Einor immediately.
I can't. That was insane. That was diabolical, really. I'm have to say the word out here because that was legitimately something that you just wouldn't wish upon anybody. And seeing it happen is just like, oh my goodness. And you can see that Han is going to be the next one here. RW just making it seem like cake, man. They're going to get that kill and another Nbpl, and that's it. I can't say anything. I mean, this is it. RW finds the eliminations. They'll stagger out that buff. And in the meanwhile, you can see YZG going for a huge connections off of that Nbpl off of the V1 and hoping to see whether or not the Einor is going to find in this. But QGG is looking for the Nbpl and just stopping the Transformer, but finds a stagger there. I'm looking at LXM here. He's got caught, knocked dropped by an RMB. He still has a lot of space here. Zipping ultimate is now running through its course. QGG looking to still go ahead and try to strike back. Has spear throw in a couple seconds. Let's see if he throws it out, if he has enough time. And it doesn't seem he's going to get it. CGS is going to be the reason for that. F2 is not going to be even casted out on the immediate. And the re-proc on that lightning mark guarantees that QGG loses all of his armor and his health. But that zipping is such that safety net that even with Cuckoo going down, these guys may still have a chance. I'm going to hold my horses here. But with one armor heal here, CGS tries to deny, doesn't get to. And this is going to be the Hottie ultimate that might seal the deal, but only depends on a timeout situation.
Yeah, this is going to be a very, very rough one for them off this. YZG, they need to get at least a kill here. They need to get something. Been a very, very unsuccessful Romyang for them, and now they're on depletion. And IG are going to get ever so closer. Luckily for YZG, RW did them a favor and took out IG without giving them a kill. So no points going over. Parasol will be gifted to GG as their reward. And that has put our YZG in a bit more of a precarious situation going forward. You can see they're just about hanging on, but it is 1 point between them and IG right now.
Thread. It's not even a thread, it's like a string. Not even a string, man. It's like a dust particle holding it together there. What I'm curious on is seeing whether or not U1 finds his way out. Because considering that he just popped himself out here, he's got the F1, he doesn't even still have ultimate. And a teleporter safety net, right? 2.0, health check here from Youth. I'm curious if CGS wants to throw the clip block. He ain't going to do it. But you can see the teams are now rolling in here, and SR are looking for it. And besides that, Ballista's in range. Hitburn, I don't know, man. If the Blister comes through here and turns it around, I think I just predicted it. Youth is looking to pull up there. And I think everyone realized that, and they're just spacing out. It's just serendipitous that GG are chasing RW, who is escaping that range.
T also trying to play collapse in on this fight. just a full-on mosh pit at this point. There's the ballista. All hits onto one. You can see IG also joining into the fray here. Trying to see if he can line up a shot for the ballistas. Not going to make it. Everyone has been able to hide away from that ballista shot. But TE have been able to get themselves a kill. Looks like SR have also jumped in and taken down themselves a kill as well. So keeping themselves in the running somewhat. Only 5 kills for them though, as YZG have taken a bounty out on SS1. And SS1 are where all of the action is. So all of these teams are going to be getting into an extended trade situation. IG still yet to find themselves a cleanse. And if they go out here, that's their chances done. They will not be surpassing into top 4. So they have to get the kills. They then have to stay in the game. It's a hard ask because we see Blue go down in the middle of all of this. Does still have that Vermilion Bird Smites of SR aren't completely cooked yet. But we're going to see IG's hand secure a kill, and that's actually got them jumping into top 4 off the back of that one. IG finally found their window. SS1 also coming in on the collapse there. So we see FPX securing kills onto RW. IG pressing forwards. They're just now going to try and look to overtake YZG, who still aren't even on the board. Like, they're not even here, which is crazy. They're just giving up their top 4 spot by being too passive. It's IG get themselves another kill and get themselves another step away from YZG.
This is going to be that itching feeling right now, whether or not IG has it down towards another point just to keep it going, because YZG is, I mean, I can see it right now in terms of the position. You know where it is? Not here. In the corner, they have to make it right into the zone to kind of confirm that this team goes out, and without them even realizing it too. So between that, I see Swarm being spammed out from the distance. It's like a war zone right now, and looking like Lin is just trying to go ahead and just keep these guys pushing on. 30 seconds on the clock, and Han is the only one who needs that Soul Bloom. As for S1's crew, he's going to go in. That's a +1 right there for YCG. They're keeping it even toes right now. There's going to be the hit on the R&B, and you're going to look at another elimination here, potentially in the second, but so much hits are coming off of QGG's health bar. He is trying to find these kills, and the RW is going to be second up here, and Kiki as well. So this is coming down between SR and TU going down, and QGG post-ultimate, do we even have armor? Yes, we do. We have the teleporter to create a close gap distance, but we still don't have that soul.
8 seconds.
And that's going to be one of them going down here, man. It's unfortunate. We still got a lot of time here, and yet still it feels like it's a mile away between them and IG.
Okay, well, there goes Kuki from the side of YCG, but they were able to cleanse everyone else off. They've kept the kill score close to IG. They're going to have to go pick up their zip. So far, no team has gone out. It's just actually only, what, 4 deaths across the table? So it's actually a lot of people left in this game still. KGG's going to try and make his way back towards the zone, but he's heading towards IG, which could be a little bit dicey for him. Kiki's very low. Looks like what QGG is going to get himself into the zone, and he's going to be able to heal up. But this means that this next round with Yang's probably getting a little bit harder to get as over. He goes down. Doesn't give the kill to FPX, though, most crucially. As YCG, they do find Han here from IG. Looks like they're actually quite happy to take a 2v3. I don't think that's the play, to be honest. That's going to be another kill going over to IG. QGG, he's just trying to hide away from all of this action now. As IG get another kill and another step away. If they see QGG in this bush, it's over. It's curtains for YZG. What the hell are they doing? Why would they take that fight? That was so grief.
I don't know, man. I'm trying to think of
that was unforgivable. That was actually an unforgivable move. They were down their zip. And they were like, yeah, we just need to go get a rebirth charm and get my zip up. And they're like, oh, let's go take a fight, a 2v3 fight with that team.
Yeah, Oscar.
I don't know. Very, very goofy.
Like, oh, let's just hope they don't have ults. Okay, well, let's just hope they don't have performer. Oh, wait, you know, like, at this point in the game. Wow. 2-on-1 off of the swap into the Parasol RB. Are we sure about that? I don't know, man, but I'm okay with it. CJS though on CG, GG, I should say. Taking the fight against FPX here. F2 cast comes off, and we're knocking her back, and then we parry. Look at this. We're on shield form. We're switching. We got to go right back to Parasol form, but he's stuck on the shield form. I am curious in seeing what he does, because he's using the nunchucks here to build meter if he can take the damage for it. And yet still having this build, still having golden Parasol still to kind of shield it out. 1.0 comes off, ER1 casts it out. The scaling is there, so he didn't have to switch over from the nunchucks to this weapon. He had it already in his hands and having the Nbpl. Oh no, we didn't get him. Wait, still good here, but that is still going to be not enough because the mitigation on the zipping makes it non-existent. So this is really unfortunate. But you can see that FPX are still kind of holding it down, and yet CGS pummeling them. Yui having no armor and still having the hits on this. He can try to confirm off his Z11. Z11 may potentially maybe even going down, and there it is. The first kill coming across FPX. CGS deforming. And, you know, it's kind of wondering about this in terms of where we're getting these kills, like not the kills, but like with the weapons going through and this the variety, which I really love to see. Now we're finally seeing the full capabilities of this kaleidoscope, and now finding this launch. And guess why? Because the flying nice. Never mind about variety. That weapon is just too good to be true. And these guys coming out here on top, gets their gold weapon, gets their gold armor. And I'm curious in seeing about the Jade. I haven't seen Throat Seeker yet so far in trios. Solos, we did see it at some point. But it would be interesting to see. That Jade is an Aurora Burst for the kills, but we're going to get an Armor Pierce here with a Gold Whip Sword and a Soothing Boot, which is a resource Jade, and it's really good to see also the Flamebringer. And GG having this massive advantage coming out there, man. So let's go ahead and see how this turns out for the scoreboard.
Yeah, 12 minutes left in the game. Only down one team, which is YZG, and they've again fallen victim to a terrible early game. Like a really, really catastrophic early game for them as bit them in the backside, and that has knocked them out of contention for finals, so they're done. Tournament's over. Shout. Was that a Mortal Defiance on him?
I missed it.
I believe.
Potentially. For a split second, I looked away, man. It was blue.
One time. That's what you're here for.
I'm sorry, y'all. I failed you. I think it might be a spot for us to see it later on, but this is also an angle where we got that replay from SR when before they went from 6 eliminations to 9. So having this to be said, I'm wondering whether NY7 has enough fuel in the tank post ultimate cast to kind of run it down. I mean, weapon selection, I think he was on the halberds, yes, and we all saw from earlier. So having blue armor, so I didn't even realize that coming from before this Romy Yang. So he's gonna take a full vitality heal, maybe even scare rush from the drop down, hopefully the R&B. Also, by the way, folks, this angle, this focal length with the camera with the aperture, this is my favorite one in the game, but it's only given to you very specifically. So this is kind of like, I like this camera, by the way it's like zoomed in the way it is. Besides that, a side note, Helen comes out here, NY7 popping out here, getting caught by a 2.0, but I think this is gonna be a pop in where the Zipping being holding her ultimate for so long after the pressure just depletes them. And kind of unfortunate scene where RW had slightly an advantage and yet still didn't find a way to confirm for that enorm close to ult cast.
Well, gonna see IG right now continuing their streak towards the finals. I think, to be honest, SR are gonna have to put up a massive game for IG. IG have to go out here, and then SR have to absolutely nuke this lobby from this point on if they're gonna ever catch up to them. So it feels like at this point we're pretty much in a position where we are locked in, but IG losing a player, pretty rough there, but still I think there's quite a lot of rebirth charms kicking about because a lot of our teams haven't actually been using them as much in this game. So we'll have to see, but hands very low. Kiki also could be hunting. It looks like they found Lue there, and there's the parry. There's SS1 knocked out of the lobby. And yeah, that keeps this game going a little bit more for IG, keeps them in for a little bit longer as we do see FPX and RW taking a little scrap versus each other here. JS1 going to transform, just see if he can get himself that opening. And chase forwards, doesn't make a big connection there. Everyone else is just gliding away. It's hang gliders galore, man. They're all out.
Hopefully to see that Nbpl, man. Let me see it. Job R&B. Dang, unfortunate. The only thing about it is that in the next 100 seconds here for Z11, there's his ultimate coming out here, so I'm hoping he finds spacing away from them. But now that RW Youth is not taking the time to reset, no one from RW wants to try to go for it in terms of, swapping armors, which is actually really something I want to kind of touch base on. I haven't seen a lot of it. Maybe it's just happening so fast before my eyes. But armor swaps on the fly, Like, so like if a teammate doesn't have the armor, but they have the health, so you swap the armors with them instead, and then you can safely reset it. Sometimes that comes in super, super, super clutch. It's like a specialized, I would say a specialized skill or something to kind of partition, but with a riposte like that, I figured there's going to be a knockback here from the Enor Juan. It's just a matter where he goes ahead and launches back, but no energy. Wait a second. This is tough right now for RW. Taking that entire Cognac is kind of rough. And seeing that's coming out here for Yuan, All Mighty pops off on the corner, and the third parties are here to save the day, right? Potentially to stop this pressure, and yet they still are not letting anything up. And this is up to IG, making sure this is going to go up to what? 10 eliminations here if they get this field-wide sweep here, if they get 2 kills. So right now they're at 9, and actually make that 10. And they're currently competing in here for the double digits against GG, who are at 11.
I think IG have just done enough work here for them to be able to comfortably lock themselves in to that top 4. Again, there's a world where you see some kind of a miracle from FPX or SR, but I mean, it is a tall ask for them to do so. So I think, unfortunately, it's a little bit cooked on that front for them. But we will have to see. So FPX still not giving up. Kiki gets hit up here. I mean, if IG go down, it opens a window. It's a very tight window, but it does open said window. We'll have to keep our eyes peeled. SR are still getting kills off screen. They're taking out FPX's members, taking out their healer as well. That's 10 points for SR. They're, what, 13 behind 4th right now? If they make this happen, it's an absolute bloody miracle, especially with the fact that IG have got 10 kills.
Yeah.
That would be an absolutely colossal recovery, but I just think they've not done enough work all day where IG have. IG have really put the numbers in. They've put the effort in. And honestly, they very much deserve to be in this top 4 and deserve to be in the finals.
Yeah, and it's kind of rough too, considering that I know that with IG making that happen last game, right? This is kind of a point where they got the eliminations on their, so far today, the biggest options was YG, and knocking them out because due to miscommunication or identification, because they lost their 3rd, right? And then putting them down there, giving IG that massive advantage. But one spot right now is thinking, what I'm thinking about right now is the fact that even with that star, let's say they were to pick up every single elimination here, which now is the chance is gone. It's just making sure that 5th place is theirs, and then having to push up due to how much gear they have. And yet you're going to still see GG picking up elimination. And TE's XEM is going to be the next one out here.
For another kill for SR.
Yeah, but I did the math, bro. Unless they res their teammates.
Yeah,
they res their teammates and give them the kill.
Like, someone, let them res, and then kill them again. Like, it's feasibly doable.
Slaughterhouse.
But I feel like they could maybe get away with it like twice, and then the other team would cotton on to what they're doing and basically just walk away and let them fail. There's no way you're gonna let someone repeatedly farm you like that. And it's a shame because SR, this is the SR we expect this game, but unfortunately we haven't had them all season. And even though they put the numbers up at the end, it's a little too little, it's a little too late.
Still finding that out here. GG's finds SR Blue, so that's a deletion on one of their members, and still pushing down here. NY7 going to be put into the next one here, especially with that Inor1 confirmed knockback and the Nbpl whip sword. That's it, right? That's all you need. Soul Wound's going to be given to the Sipping, which is the best option here, especially considering that she is nearly at 100% ultimate. And folks, that might be it right there and there. You see SR Zhao is going to be looking towards the GG CGS and seeing whether or not he's going to close it, but I'm pretty sure he wants to space this out, considering that GG just stacking up nicely. And Zhao finds LXM, might even hold horizontal, not even throwing it. Can't get any charge off of there. Can't even parry the whip sword if he wanted to. Even if he dreamed about it, he wouldn't get it. He wouldn't get it. that's the power of the whip sword as well. But the horizontal instant release on that Storm Form, giving a little bit of space here. I guess we could just talk about recollection here, right? A little bit of chances in seeing how this round turned out. The Hottie Inor Zipping again once more as that mirror comp pick. Just showcases in terms of what that plays are, you know, with the mindset of how fast can you disengage and go right back in. Inor being the capitalization on that, you know, front, and Hottie being the supporter there. Zipping is just making sure that the fight lasts as long as it can before things just start to go awry. And at least for right now, this competition is not going to stay away unless something happens between, nice double parry, unless something happens in between stage 2 and now. So between that, we're going to finish off here as Han, being here as IG's last remaining teammate, is fully healed up here almost, but is not going to be the last one yet because it looks to be a 2v1v1 in this final circle.
There's a lot of people hanging about still. Just no full units, no full teams. And it might be the first time ever that we see a full-on fight where, well, sorry, a full-on circle close. 3.5 minutes left. It's very much within the realm of possibility. Zhao knocked into the zone, taken out of the lobby. That's the end of SR. It was, I will give it to them, a pretty nice recovery on what had been a bad day, but honestly, the expectations are high. For them to go out in 6th is a little bit unforgivable in the lower bracket. But, you know, they'll come back after Asian Games, and we'll see whether or not the SR we have been following destroy entire lobbies is back or not. Somehow, IG is still in this with just their zip. Fighting hard. I can't believe they're still in this game, IG. Thought they were out for a while ago, but GG doing what GG do best, which is closing games out. They're very, very good in the final circles. It's been really, really impressive to watch these guys play.
And it's a pleasure too. You know, sometimes it comes down to GG's like the team comp, or rather the roster is not. I mean, besides adding an additional for the 4th, but these guys have been sticking to it since the beginning. So now we are witnessing this down. Han is going to be one of the last ones to go off. Individual fight. It's like GG are eating popcorn, waiting for this to end.
Yeah.
Legitimately. But
they've been.
I guess. Oh, dang!
Oh, Han. Oh, there you go. More of the fire spots. And he's down.
Wow. Wait. Is that 11? Thoughts? No, you can't get at it. Tiger spree. That's it. GG gun. Gonna get that kill. Gonna get that spread, and that's gonna be it, man. For us, in terms of looking at this. With the MVP this round, GG take it, and hopefully seeing about where they come up next, man. It's good seeing Yui here. I mean, 3-3-0, somewhere in the mix, man. I don't know where he at, but Yui's been showcasing himself probably in terms of that team's as their 4th. And in Victus game, you can see Han laying back in the chair at an 85-degree angle. Yo, he even blew the hair off the front of his brow. He was like, woo, what a day. Oh, all right, man, you good.
They've been looking very good. They've been looking very, very good.
For real. It's kind of interesting seeing how the evolving forces have been since the ASE days. So for them, for picking up Han, I mean, IG being new to the NARAKA scene, an org, you know, revered by many in terms of crossover the games and titles and all that. You've seen this time and time again, and this time we're gonna see them in the finals.
Yeah, they came out when they joined this season. I was very excited to have IG in the tournament because, again, a team who are very prestigious within Chinese esports. FPX were the only other kind of like really big org. I suppose WVG are in there as well, but like FPX and IG for me were two orgs who are very, very prestigious from China. FPX have kind of their heyday has kind of passed. They've been slowly on an upward trend as of late, but IG, I was really excited for, and then they didn't have the greatest season last season, and it feels like they have heavily worked on and improved the IG form going into this season, and it does feel like they are definitely stepping up here. Obviously, still had to go through the lower bracket, but this is a stacked lower bracket. Like, the teams we had playing today, you could have easily told me this was the grand finals. It was a very, very stacked day. So to make it out of the top 4 here, and now into the grand finals, and they got to do it again, but this time they got to go for number 1.
Yeah,
it's gonna be a bloodbath on Sunday, man. It's gonna be an absolute bloodbath.
Can't wait, man. Yeah, it's gonna be it's gonna be a predominant too, because like OUG's in that mix with the WFG and 521 and XKG, and I was looking at the stat sheet as well. The XKG is the one that's on the top as well as with OUG. So the hands are going to be dealt out here, man, for us to see GG taking it down, and hopefully winning it out. The thing is, in finals lobby, it's different, man. I love the finals lobby format. I love how it's giving us a little bit, the chances of picking up double picks is a lot higher to kind of see because of the points that are going to be burned out, and more so seeing how the teams are wanting to adjust for that, because still the mindset is don't burn out the points, just save it for game 7 and see if that happens. But in the finals with an 8-game format, you end up seeing how long they can like last with different choice picks. And this is the time and season, man. We've seen the Weisheng composition change so much today, as changed in general throughout this entire stage. So you understand that if it comes down towards these, you know, for the team compositions, personality picks are going to come out there, right? The Valda is going to show up from WBG at some point, and seeing if that even comes out for that, you know, we're excited about seeing that. But next thing you know, you're going to see some other opportunities of seeing the Zai shine, and seeing whether or not we have more of the Justina and the point click and choose option. The Fairy Shed is not going to happen. Sorry, y'all. I don't think it's going to happen in Trio. It's not for a little bit, but it would be interesting if there was some sort of variation for Cannonball to come out without it being at a deficit, just because she is.
We have seen a little bit, but it's not had great success. I think that's the big issue with it. Like, we've seen a little bit of it, but it's not quite being enough. SR unlucky 13 is their game score there. I mean, unfortunately for them, it was a great game, but it just wasn't enough. They needed another. If maybe they'd had another game where they played as aggressively as they had here, they could have been looking at a world. But you know, unfortunately, they have not had a good tri-weekly. They got to go back. They got a bit of time off now to really work on themselves and figure out exactly what is wrong. But GG, that is a monstrous amount of damage coming in from the Hardy. 31,000 damage. Yuyi, I'd like to see 21,000 damage from them, along with the 32k healing. Like, that is bonkers damage from these guys. And they put up 2 massive games today. They're showing us that they were very clearly meant to be in the finals. And then being dropped into the lower bracket was merely a mistake. An extra day of practice for them to play before the finals.
And seeing how that's going to come out here, since 6-point difference between them and IG. YGG go down, FPX, SR, and SS1, leading us down towards seeing IG, RW, TE, and GG. And beyond that, where, yo, I'm telling you, man, I think he got killed someone, bro. I'm just thinking about it. Han was probably like, yo, I'm gonna go ahead and just take that, thanks. And for Kiki as well, forcing this fight in the beginning was really great. I mean, in this replay, you can see where that ravine fight really just came down to where they can just start scaling across the board from Pinnacle Town, and then taking this first Rumyang, or actually this is the second Rumyang, I should say. Then taking all of that, you know, and making FPX just nothing, you know? There's nothing you can do. The Hottie taken out off post combo breaker, you just keep jump right clicking, keep jump vertically. You want to make sure that once he's done, the animation confirms for it. And I love the option selection here from CGS, knowing that he can get the confirm for the fly knives with not the LMB, but with the horizontal into RMB instead.
Well, here we are, seeing the final fights, really, the final moments on this game. They're just so good in final circles. I'm so glad I made that point before we went into this game. But like 9 times out of 10, if they're in the final circle, they're going to win it. The biggest problem they've always had is getting there sometimes, but it just feels like, again, they've improved. They've worked on some of the weaknesses, stepping up to the plate. GG. Now, is it enough? Because going through to the finals, there is a lot of good teams in there. Great day today. They got to replicate that on Sunday. We can see that's why there's 32,000 healing. He had advanced heal in there. Absolutely huge game from Yuyi.
Too much kills, so to speak. Yeah, it was kind of insane seeing how the Mortal Defiance comes off afterwards and all that, but it's actually interesting seeing that, you know, with the advanced healing. We saw it under game 4. We saw it with I think RW had it, but they had an advanced group heal. And I saw that when they saw the heal sustain off of 1 HP Zai, and I was like, yo, she's getting a lot of heal back. And I was like, dang, they got lucky, but they still had lost that opportunity. Advanced heal is still an S tier plus Jade, just in general, just for the resources. You pair that up with group heal, you're gonna have a lot of time. But guys, we're gonna go ahead, we're gonna heal on over. We're gonna take a chance on the interview, see one of our players, and we'll be back to exit the show and see where our synopsis is for tomorrow.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to our post-game interview. I'm your host Jing Jing, and our players standing with us. Let's say hello to our audience first. 来先请和观众朋友们打个招呼吧。
大家好，我是RW。
Welcome you to our post-game interview, and congratulations first for qualifying to the finals of our first stage in the full split. And you seems to be under a big pressure because I have saw that you guys have sweated quite a bit. How do you feel about this competition? 首先恭喜我们进入到我们秋季赛的决赛了呀。那觉得今天这把发挥的怎么样？
最后一把有点一般吧，还有5道没发挥好。
那感觉今天压力很大呀。你看，好像队员都贴上了头上这个，是感觉压力很大吗？
我感觉应该是单排的 IG 王良把空调弄坏了，有点热。
Okay. So I think today for today's competition, our performance is not really good. We don't have a really good performance in the game 1 in martial arts, and also for the game 6. Maybe we can have space to adjust ourselves. And today it's really hot in the competition stadium, so that we also got a very big pressure too. Okay, so let's move on to the next part, answer for charges. So today's question is, which hero didn't player use in game 6? 那么这道问题呢是在我们第6把呀，没有用到哪一个英雄。Okay, so let's go back to our games. So I want to know, did you guys have you faced any difficulties now, and how's your team's cooperation? 那么也想问一下，觉得目前 RW 整体队伍的状态氛围怎么样？有没有遇到一些瓶颈或是一些小问题呢？
感觉现在还好，有点看状态吧。
那觉得后面的话，对于我们比如说第一赛段决赛，还有哪些调整的空间呢？
加油吧，只能是加油。
Okay, so I think maybe we also got some place to adjust ourselves, and for the finals, we just want to say to my teammates that fighting in the finals. Okay, so I think our players ready, so let's start counting. 那么也请英文的321为我们倒计时吧。英文的321 3, 2. Okay, 3, 2, 1, screenshot. So let's find out the correct answer. 那么也请为我们公布一下正确答案吧。
答案是 B。
Yes, the correct answer is B. Congratulations to our lucky one. Okay, so for the last question, I also would like to know which hero combination does RW use the most, and best suits for RW, and also want to know what are the goal and expectations for the finals of our first stage. 那么最后也想请问一下，觉得 RW 目前最擅长的是哪一个英雄阵容呢？
万军英雄哈迪吧。
还是蓝哈银哈。那觉得对于我们第一赛段决赛的话，自己有什么目标和期待？
目标肯定是冠军。
有什么想对队友说的吗？
加油。
Okay, so I think we just very suitable for the hero combination of Ino1 and Hadi and Ziping. And for the first stage of our finals, I also want to say to my teammates, just fighting in the finals. Okay. 那我们也感谢 Yus 来到我们的赛后采访，那么也希望你在我们第一轮决赛有一个好的发挥。We are looking forward to RW's performance of the finals in the first stage, and thanks for joining today's interview. Let's go back to our casters.
Leaving said country, I'd rather not be in the mix, because now, guys, that was interesting kind of going on for a lot of things.
We're talking about traveling while the interview is going on. We're just talking about traveling and how to handle jet lag, because some people have different ways. Some people have a drink. I just get myself as tired as possible so I can fall asleep. But we'll move away from our interview and from our yapping session. You know, just so you guys know, we talk about nonsense on and off the camera. That's literally what we do. But yeah, great day there for GG. I mean, GG absolutely slammed it, like 20 points above second place there. It was 77, I think, at the end of the day. They honestly had a really, really stellar performance today. Heartbreak for like the likes of SR, heartbreak for FPX. There were a bunch of teams who really were fighting tooth and nail to get their way into those grand finals, but unfortunately didn't put the points up today and were knocked out. But IG, what a monumentous recovery from these guys. They look so solid. I mean, TE were also like steadily just scoring points all day and were able to get themselves a lock-in as well. But IG's got to be the big story of the day for me.
Yeah. And the other thing too is just kind of seeing where the reactions are post of it. Having them again in the final stage is great. It's kind of unfortunate seeing not Jaja Leo or XXL from the time that we had them on the roster from last spring to now. But at least to see where they are going to be advancing, across the board. So hoping to wonder if that's going to turn out here. I'm also wondering about some stuff. I know some things are going to be coming up here in the future. I don't want to spoil it out because the new patch is going to be dropping in next week for y'all and live server stuff. And some of the new changes are going to hit a lot of characters, man. I actually cannot wait. I love when the shadow patch drops and they just nerf like 5 characters. That's going to be happening in the future, bro. I was reading it in a second. But regardless of that, when we had ourselves in terms of looking at today and seeing about the hope of not seeing the Hadi nor Ziping and still seeing its value, another thing that kind of shook the boat is kind of seeing where the other competitions and phases are going to slick on by, because phase 2 and phase 3 today Hitbrain did not change. Phase 1 through 3 did not change. We always saw the Viper on the 3rd, we always saw the Temmie Zenda on the 2nd, and we always saw obviously the Hadi nor Ziping in the 1st. The only thing that was going to change up there is if maybe there was a chance of testing things in the water, but today was not the day to test that out. A lot of the teams wanted to keep those concurrently with their choice picks, knowing which has the most success, and the only difference was phase 4 and seeing how the Wei Xian was going to be paired up with either the Xiao and the Justina, with the Xunhuan Li, or with the Ye Shu. So that was just our case from tonight.
I think the big thing as well is, you know, we have the ability to go the distance on Sunday, so you're going to have more up your sleeve than the kind of meta picks. But I also do feel like some teams have probably got stuff they've been saving for this finals, knowing that they show their hand here. There's a whole month after this where things can change around and get adjusted. So if you have something that you've been practicing in secret or something ready, this finals is possibly one of the best times to show it and to actually make it work. We know that we saw a Tara team in day one of the whole tournament, and that team actually did numbers with it. It was really impressive. We know the WBG have been practicing this V1 Valda comp, where it's just a lot of burst and a lot of pick potential. Probably another time to use it. I think we're in for a finals where, yes, you're going to see a lot of the regulars, a lot of the iron ores, a lot of the things we've been seeing so much of. But I do think we're going to see some stuff be thrown out of left field to try and catch off other teams and try and, you know, slingshot yourself into either an MVP position or to get that MVP to close out the whole day. There's a lot of windows, and I'm excited to see what ones get open and what gets used here in this finals.
Yeah, and it's gonna be a spotlight right now, man. I'm curious and seeing what's gonna be used, what's gonna take the MVPs as much as often of the relenting forces. So beyond that too, just what the versus is also gonna bring. Even though the versus is only a 1-round ordeal, it's also interesting seeing where these minute comps show up. And I know a lot of players are like, oh, I don't want to use this comp, man. I'm like, you gotta use it. I mean, it's only in this arena, only and so forth, and nothing really changes from that weapon selection wise from what we saw. So it's just really the format and how those teams can burn through those 3 rounds. Sometimes bringing a surprise pick like that Valda, right, and having the V1 with a wombo combo with a Viper and just breaking it down. Sometimes it works, sometimes it didn't, but sometimes you kind of see those guys bringing stuff that you normally wouldn't. And beyond that, just kind of talk about solos. I mean, this is the next step. Finals is gonna be happening tomorrow. Do not forget, it's 120 minutes for you guys to get that exclusive drop for the avatars. So that is a big notion. If some people are like, oh my gosh, I can't make it, or I can make it, I just forgot. I'm like, I'm not gonna let you forget. I'm gonna tell you right now. I'll tell you, homies. And it's going to go ahead and run through the same time frame from these, from the broadcasts. In the finals format, if it ends up being where match points reached a lot sooner, then you end up having to end the day early, or if it ends up reaching to a point where it goes to full 8 rounds, and in which case I've usually been cursed with 8 rounds, but that's only because I would only see the value of that with how often do you see the players use unpredictable choice picks. And a lot of those things are going to come up here soon, and seeing how the Akos, the Yaeshu is going to be showing up there, the Tumultus, the Shayo, some very, very strong picks to come out, and Zenda Wu, being up there as she is the top 3 pick. But beyond that, what I'm really excited to see Hip is just from the finals angle, where Yagami stands up. He's one of the hottest talents to come out here in terms of the storylines of the NBPL. Having been the ranked 1 Mortal War player, having such a massive amount of feedback from the community to kind of have him in there. And then as Star said, hey, since we can't have Spider play there in stage 1 due to Asian games, we're going to have you play it instead. And that's a really big step up, right? So if he ends up taking this position and having this stage finals where he takes at least a top position on the leaderboard, and if he even takes the W on top of that, if he takes the win, what's going to happen when Spider comes back?
He's got big shoes to fill, first off. Second of all, I'm not under any illusion that someone isn't not talking to him right now. I'm pretty sure multiple teams are trying to get him booked because he's not going to be a bench warmer for the likes of Spider. This is a guy who can stand on his own 2 feet, and I expect there are teams currently trying to get him on their side ASAP. But we'll have a look at the overall standings here at the end of the day. GG, substantial victory, 73 points into first place, then TE, then RW, then IG. And today we say goodbye to YZG, FPX, SR, and SS1. 4 teams knocked out, and they will not be playing now until October, as we'll see our final day of trios for this tri-weekly is going to be OUG, WFG, 521, XKG, GG, TE, RW, and IG. That is a big old finals. That's a stacked old finals in there.
This is going to be a baller, man. This is going to be a baller finals, man, on Sunday. Can't wait to see what's going to happen out here, man. And obviously, just looking at these points, this is how the proposed points deliver out here. 8, 7, 6. It just goes from 8 to 1, right? 8th is the one who has the most points, which is OUG. First being IG, and just leading out towards that first round in the martial art versus. do a competition where they take another 8 points, then that means that OUG would be at 16 potentially, and then taking the 16 points and the match points at 40 something, that's 24 points minimum to kind of make it happen in between rounds of 2 through 4, right? And then beat a match point. But Solo's schedule, look at this, right? So game 1 versus, you got no fireflies for games 2 through 5, and then 6 through 8 are gonna be firefly maps. The match point is 16, by the way. If I'm not mistaken, it's 4 points for first place overall. And whoever's in first place overall means that if they get 4 points there, they take the 2 points for the martial art versus if they win that, and that leaves them with 10 points to make up in the next couple of rounds to get the match point. Format is that you hit match point, you end up, yeah, I mean, well, it's also the fact that if you end up hitting match point and then you get thrown to the bottom of the order, then you're just going to be selected by the lobby. And if you end up being someone who is going to be targeted, the only person who's going to really be able to target you is the 7th pick selections and just the rest of the lobby. Sometimes in finals format, the selections processes are also different because you also see the format of giving certain units that would be first phase selection and then giving it to the people in the bottom row, right? So that way they're feeling an awkward moment of like, man, I can't choose this character when I'm in the first row because I got to double pick him. Do I want to? And then have to do something else completely. But that's the variety check that we'll want to see. And that's just going to be our case here at HitBrain. So just anything that you kind of taken to see for the future for solos as well?
I mean, honestly, I think we've kind of said everything we can about it. It's a very exciting finals just due to the lack of Spider. The fact that, you know, Yagami has been the guy to watch. What I will note from my very limited experience of covering Yagami, he was definitely someone who comes on a little bit later on in the day. So maybe if someone can capitalize through early pressure, he might struggle. We'll find out. Anyway, thank you so much for joining us here at the NBPL. We're going to throw away for the day. I don't know what I'm saying. We're going to end it here today, and we're back tomorrow with those solos grand finals. Make sure you tune in. See you later. Bye-bye.
这游戏，学无尽时刻感应9万0。